mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 701 The Secret of Cultivation in the Return to Void Stage. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and the land was dotted with mountains, dotted with massive volcanoes. Billowing columns of pitch-black smoke rose like giant black pillars, reaching from heaven to earth. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and rivers of fiery red lava snaked across the surface, emitting a vast expanse of fiery energy. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the horizon, illuminating the darkness for a moment before leaping across the vast mountain range and hurtling towards the depths of the endless abyss of fire. Speeding day and night without sleep, Zhao Sheng managed to compress the 16-day journey into 9, now nearing the ruins of the ruins. However, after so many days, Waziki, with only his head remaining, was already on the verge of death, his spirit nearly in a coma. In the outside world, Waziki, a powerful master in the fusion realm, would never have deteriorated to this degree. However, due to the unique laws of the burial immortal ruins and the harsh environment, a powerful master in the fusion realm was reduced to a near-death state in just 10 days. That was Zhao Sheng's benevolence and righteousness. Any other divine beast messenger might have harbored malicious intent. Half a day later, a flash of lightning struck a clearing on the shores of the lava lake. In a flash, Zhao Sheng's figure appeared. At that moment, he held Waziki's head in his hand and looked forward, just in time to see a vertical line suddenly split open in the air, swiftly transforming into a slit of light that opened in both directions, forming a portal. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng strode in. Having been away for only half a year, his return felt like a lifetime ago. The market was filled with shops and a bustling crowd, the sound of hawking and bargaining resonating incessantly. The passers-by were mostly sullen and reserved, their demeanor austere, like cunning old demons. As Zhao Sheng entered the market, he immediately became the center of attention. Everyone cast their gazes at him, and passers-by moved aside, willingly making way for him. Zhao Sheng calmly walked down the street, heading towards Baekhyoshan. Just then, he felt a lightness in his hand. Waziki, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly flew into the air. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 long beams of divine light shot out. Then, with deep gratitude, he said loudly, "Junior brother Kinyu, I will never forget your life-saving grace. I will repay you tenfold in the future. I urgently need to repair my body, so I can't drink with you for the time being. I hope you will forgive me." Zhao Sheng saw this and said, "Brother Waziki, you are too kind. The most important thing now is to heal your injuries as quickly as possible. We can enjoy the wine later. I will go and heal my wounds first. Once you're healed, you and I will go to Xiangxiushan and drink until we're drunk." Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "It's a deal. We'll drink until we're drunk." Waziki nodded at him, and instantly transformed into a stream of water. In the blink of an eye, he flew through the gates of Baekhyoshan and disappeared. After watching the man disappear, Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze thoughtfully, scanning the entire street. The next moment, his gaze suddenly fixed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then set off, approaching a nearby street stall. The stall's owner was BG, a disciple of the Yuling Immortal sect. Clad in a myriad beast's Taoist robe, his skin was pitch black, and his features were simple and honest. "Senior, you're back," BG hurriedly stood, bowing with a beaming expression. "Well, did they ask you to bring any news?" Zhao Sheng didn't bother to elaborate, so he got straight to the point. "Yes, my great-grandmaster asked me to send you a few jade slips containing your images a while ago. But I couldn't see you, so I kept putting it off until now." With that, BG hurriedly pulled 3 milky white jade slips from his sleeve and respectfully handed them over. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately seized the slips, sending several strands of his original spiritual consciousness into them simultaneously. Instantly, countless sounds and images flooded his mind. For 1 breath, 2, 3, Zhao Sheng's heart surged, his emotions shifting from excitement and joy to a somber, gloomy mood, finally giving way to a faint sense of regret. Has the Xianzhu realm declined to that point? I must return soon, perhaps there will be a chance for a turnaround. Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, suddenly crushing one of the jade slips containing the image and storing the remaining two in the zoomy space. BG, observing Senior Zhao's expression, sensed that he seemed uninterested, so he hesitated to speak, silently awaiting his inquiry. However, Zhao Sheng didn't question him. Instead, he took out several blank jade slips and began to instill his energy into them right before his eyes. A moment later, he handed the jade slips with the restrictions to BG, repeatedly urging him to personally deliver them to Zhao Xuanjing as soon as possible. In a sense, the value of these jade slips was immeasurable. The reason was simple. The jade slip not only recorded Zhao Sheng's complete understanding of the laws of the five elements, thunder, time and space, light and darkness, and so on, but also contained a corresponding high-level cultivation method at the end, covering all stages from the key refining stage to the return to Void Realm. It could be said that any single jade slip could forge a major immortal cultivation force and could also serve as a supreme treasure to suppress destiny. Zhao Sheng should never have passed such a valuable treasure on to Zhao Xuanjing through another person. However, the Taisai spiritual realm and the Taiyi spiritual realm were vastly separated. Even within the realm of ethereal time and space, the distance between the two realms was at least hundreds of thousands of eons. In the mortal realm, the distance would be 2 orders of magnitude greater. His journey home was destined to be fraught with difficulty and danger, and he could encounter unexpected events along the way. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to deliver the jade slip in advance to avoid any regrets. BG, burdened with a heavy responsibility, simply abandoned his stall. After apologizing to Zhao Sheng, he immediately returned to the mountain gate. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly at this and quickly began strolling along the street. Occasionally, he would pass by a street stall and trade for a treasure or two. However, his standards had already become extremely high, and ordinary treasures would never catch his eye. Only unknown and rare items, high-level spiritual objects of heaven and earth, crystals of laws, treasures that carry the Dao, and treasures related to time and space could move his heart. Of course, if there were high-level immortal cultivation techniques for sale, such as manuals that could lead directly to the return to Void Realm or even higher, Zhao Sheng would also be extremely interested. However, the probability of their appearance was shockingly low. Even if 1 or 2 similar manuals appeared, there was a greater than 90% chance that they were fakes. About 2 hours later, BG reappeared in the market. He quickly found Zhao Sheng strolling around and silently offered him a jade slip. Zhao Sheng took it, examined it, and then put it into his sleeve, then rewarded him with a top-grade spirit stone. After sending BG away, he deliberately lingered in the market for a while, but he was never summoned by the Immortal Lord, nor did he see any other disciples of the Divine Beast. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng seemed to connect with something. He smiled, then vanished from the marketplace. Kanglang Cave Heaven, Golden Wind Jade Valley. Deep within the cave, a secret chamber was enveloped by a colorful barrier. The radiant light emanating from it illuminated the quiet room. Suddenly, a figure materialized and landed quietly on the floor. Zhao Sheng surveyed the surrounding barrier, his eyes suddenly filled with fatigue. In just a few years, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Now, his return to the world was truly a cause for regret. Boom! At that moment, a sudden rumbling echoed within him, and streams of pure celestial spiritual energy suddenly surged from his limbs. This energy was mingled with strands of high-level primordial energy, surprising him. As his divine consciousness swept through his body, countless celestial spiritual energies transformed into drops of mana that returned to the void, then merged throughout his body. Much of this mana also flowed into his Danshan Ki Si, gradually enhancing his cultivation. That high-grade source energy transformed into even more fundamental mana, like rain falling on parched earth, merging deep into trillions of cells. This refining process lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Upon its completion, Zhao Sheng's cultivation reached the late first stage of the return to Void Realm, saving him 30 years of painstaking cultivation. After reaching the return to Void Realm, a cultivator's cultivation becomes increasingly slow and arduous, often trapped in the same realm for hundreds or even thousands of years, or even for life. At the return to Void Realm, the amount of external spiritual energy no longer matters. What matters is one's understanding of the principles of the Great Dao and one's alignment with the Dao being cultivated. If neither comprehension nor alignment is sufficient, one's cultivation will remain stuck at their current level. After all, the return to Void Realm is the second of the 9 steps to the Great Dao, and it demands 10 times more of the cultivator's requirements. According to his personal understanding, from the return to void realm onward, each breakthrough is a process of breaking down and then building up. The phrase destruction followed by establishment doesn't refer to a specific level of cultivation, but rather to the destruction followed by establishment of the Dao, the deeper and more profound understanding of the principles of the great Dao. Zhao Sheng has long since developed his own unique practice style, transforming his destruction followed by establishment into a gradual process of evolution within the great Dao of Thunder. Since ancient times, there has been only one great Dao, yet countless Dao mantras. From the moment he first comprehended the Dao mantra of Thunder to the present, this Thunder pattern has undergone 5 consecutive transformations. In other words, Zhao Sheng has mastered 5 Thunder Dao mantras. Each one is distinct, yet all represent a subtle manifestation of the principles of the great Dao of Thunder. It could be said that with sufficient high-level source energy, Zhao Sheng could instantly elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of return to void. However, since the time it takes to achieve this breakthrough to return to void is so short, he doesn't want to be conspicuous, so he's in no rush to improve his cultivation. It wouldn't be too late to accelerate his cultivation once he embarks on his return journey. Furthermore, golden muscle and jade bones, symbolizing the materialization of mana, are also crucial hallmarks of the return to void semi-immortal's cultivation. Each evolution signifies a significant advancement in one's cultivation. Zhao Sheng had only reached the first level of return to void, barely beginning to develop his golden muscle and jade bones. He didn't yet possess any remarkable miraculous qualities, though the radiance of his will was 7 or 8 times brighter than at the transformation realm. Roar 3 years later, a muffled roar suddenly emanated from the secret chamber, ripples rippled through the void, and a powerful, violent aura erupted, instantly causing the surrounding barrier to violently tremble and flicker, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Amidst the crackling sound of the floorboards, a gigantic, golden-haired, muscular, and radiant eye stood proudly in the center of the chamber, pounding its heaving chest with both fists. The sound echoed like a drum, its roar resembling thunder. Thousands of lightning flashes enveloped the violent ape. As he swung his fists, boundless power erupted, tearing the surrounding void apart with a dense web of spatial fissures. This golden-haired violent ape was one of Zhao Sheng's transformed forms. Its bloodline stemmed from the Sun Moon Divine Ape, one of the 10 divine apes in the universe. It was as renowned as the Psychic Divine Ape, the Six-Eared Macaque, the Snow Mountain Divine Ape, and the Red-Butted Horse Monkey. Although the Divine Ape bloodline within Zhao Sheng was very rare, it was sufficient to reveal some of his ancestral divine powers. More importantly, the Sun Moon Divine Ape bloodline possessed unexpected benefits for the cultivation of the great and small Ruai immortal techniques. His cultivation of the immortal arts advanced at a rapid pace after his transformation. Recalling that the great sage Jinhuang was a pure-blooded red-butted horse monkey, he understood the reason for his rapid cultivation. You only need to accomplish 3 things for this saint. Complete 1, and I will teach you a magical technique. The first is to journey to the Xianshan divine continent in the taking spiritual realm. After you accomplish this, I will teach you the Wujian wandering technique. The second is to find a descendant of the 10 great divine apes, preferably a pure-blooded ape, or at least a second-generation hybrid. If you find any of the 10 great divine apes, quickly find a way to have their soul wander through this realm. After you accomplish this, I will teach you the Qingshan Yikiju of the great sage Qingshan. The third is the easiest, build a temple to pass on the incense, and I will teach you the Daxia Ruai immortal techniques in advance. Roar. The roars continued in the secret room, and the cave outside shook faintly. An oppressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the vast cave, startling Dai Yiping, the white-haired old man, and others who were guarding the cave, and they all emerged from their seclusion to visit their master's chamber, their faces filled with anxiety. However, the roars gradually subsided, and the cave returned to silence, the oppressive atmosphere quietly dissipating. At that moment, a white auspicious cloud suddenly flew in from the horizon, upon which stood an elderly man in a chaste robe, bearing the appearance of an immortal. In a flash, the cloud descended over Golden Wind and Jade Valley, slowly settling on the open space in front of the Valley Master's cave. The elderly man in a chaste robe straightened his attire, slowly stepped off the cloud, and in an instant, he arrived at the cave entrance. He spoke aloud, I am Yam Kangze, a junior, and I have been granted this privilege today. I hope that my uncle master will show himself to see me. As soon as he finished speaking, The stone gate before him swung open without a breeze, and out stepped a plain-looking elderly man in a jade robe. It was none other than Dai Yiping. Dai Yiping was secretly surprised when he saw the newcomer. He bowed his head and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yan, you are here again. I am very sorry, my master is still in seclusion for cultivation, and it is not convenient for him to see guests now." The old man in the green cap did not care and said politely, "In that case, Yan will come again next time. By the way, this is a gift from me, I hope Brother Dai will accept it." After that, the man took out a bottle of elixir from his sleeve and stuffed it into Dai Yiping's hand solemnly. Dai Yiping smiled bitterly and refused again and again, but he could not refuse, so he had to accept it with a thick face, and at the same time said with a bitter smile, "Senior Brother Yan, considering the relationship between your ancestors and the master, why do you have to do this, Alice? This is wrong." The old man in the green cap said so after hearing it. Chapter 702 5 Elements Thunder Ring. Fellow Taoist Yan, you're so polite. Don't worry, when the master comes out of seclusion, Dai, will definitely report on his behalf. Dai Yiping pretended to decline several times, but ultimately slipped the elixir into his sleeve. The old man in the kingwin robe was overjoyed upon hearing this. The reason he had repeatedly given gifts was just for this one sentence. "With your words, Brother Dai, I'm finally relieved." No, it's just a sentence, not worth mentioning at all. Just as Dai Yiping finished speaking, his ears suddenly moved, and his expression instantly became serious and respectful, as if he had heard something, and he bowed and nodded repeatedly. Then, with a beaming smile, the man addressed the elder in the kingwin robe and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Yan. The master has just emerged from seclusion. I'm inviting you into the mansion for questioning." The elder in the kingwin robe exclaimed, "Really? Wonderful. I dare not keep Master Zhao waiting. Brother Dai, please take me in quickly." Dai Yiping marveled at the man's extraordinary luck. Countless people outside had longed to see their master, but their wish was always unsuccessful. Unexpectedly, this man had only come a few times and received such an opportunity. It was hard to say whether the master was being considerate of the man's status as a descendant of the Yan family. Dai Yiping led the elder in the kingwin robe into the cave dwelling, winding through corridors for several miles until they finally arrived at a secret chamber. As they approached the chamber, the jade-white stone door suddenly swung open without a breeze, and a faint light poured out. Dai Yiping paused before the door and gestured to the man to come in. The old man in the kingwin straightened his clothes again, took a deep breath, and walked into the secret room with a solemn expression. As soon as he stepped into the door, the stone door slammed shut by itself. Not long after, the stone door opened again, and the old man in the kingwin walked out with a dazed look on his face. Seeing this, Dai Yiping did not ask any more questions, but silently led the other party to walk outside. At this time, in the secret room, a soft light poured down from the roof, illuminating the cold and quiet space. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in the center of the jade platform, his eyes flickering slightly, and gradually fell into deep thought. The man just now was from the Hongli Yan family, and the ancestor of the family was none other than the seventh senior brother Yan Niu. Because the seventh senior brother was about to pass away, the Yan family was in a panic and had to anxiously look for a new backer. He was not the only choice of the Yan family, but he was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the new backer of the family. In addition, this person also tried to test him with words several times, testing whether he had plans to open up new areas. According to Immortal sect tradition, every newly ascended return to Void Venerable possesses a special privilege, the right to choose a desolate region within Deccan continent and personally establish a new human spiritual realm, much like Chenbei did with the Jinglan spiritual realm. The development of any new realm is always a matter of both reward and risk. While the chance of failure is significant, the rewards of success can be immense, benefiting not only the individual but also the family for generations to come. A prime example is third senior brother Chenbei and the Jinglan Chen family. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But after much deliberation, Zhao Sheng temporarily abandoned the idea of establishing a new realm. Opening a new realm is anything but easy, it's an incredibly complex and time-consuming systematic undertaking. Following third senior brother Chenbei's example, he would need to oversee the new realm for at least thousands of years before establishing a solid foundation. Zhao Sheng has cultivated for less than 1,000 years in this lifetime, yet he has already reached the return to Void Realm. Given thousands of years, he would have likely broken through to the Fusion Realm and, consequently, opened up a divine palace cave heaven. There would be no need to painstakingly open up a new spiritual realm. Therefore, for him, opening up a new realm was a time-consuming, tedious task with little reward, and it seemed decidedly unprofitable. But there's a place that's quite suitable, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself after a long moment of contemplation. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the secret room without a trace. Boom, boom. Across the vast expanse, the mountains, rivers, and rocks were a pitch-black hue, a cold, hard grayness permeating the darkness. Thick thunder clouds blanketed the sky, dense swarms of lightning piercing through the clouds. Rainbows of lightning, like giant dragons and raging pythons, struck down from time to time. The deeper into the earth, the denser and larger the thunder in the clouds. In the deepest darkness, one could see the overwhelming thunder, cascading down like a torrent, as if the sky were collapsing. Deep within the heavens, thunder blazed with vibrant colors. Red, orange, green, blue, yellow, purple, and black thunderbolts raged down, filling the air with shimmering, almost liquefied magma, a chilling sight. This was the black iron thunder domain, perpetually enveloped by boundless thunder, its radiant force stretching nearly 10,000 miles. A layer of spiritual iron ore lay beneath the surface, countless miles thick. Deep within the black iron thunder domain, towered a pitch-black iron mountain, barely 100 feet high. Bathed year-round in a torrent of multicolored magma, its mass had long since become a wonder of nature, undeterred by the refining power of the world's thunder. At that moment, a figure sat cross-legged atop the iron mountain. The torrent of thunder overhead had formed an immense funnel. Countless magma flowed down this funnel, absorbed into the figure's body, as if concealing a bottomless abyss that could never be filled. Zhao Sheng had been in the black iron thunder territory for 10 years. Every second of every day, endless thunder power poured into his body, and he constantly reveled in the thrill of his Sorn cultivation. The Taisa spiritual realm boasted countless return-to-void semi-immortals, but few dared to pursue such a madness. Most would either be blasted by the excessive thunder or driven to obsession and death. Zhao Sheng's 10 years of frantic and arduous cultivation were almost equivalent to 1,000 years of practice for others. The results were naturally incredibly satisfying. In just 10 years, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the late second stage of return to void, his golden muscle and jade bone body nearing one-third completion, and his lifespan skyrocketed to 39,800 years. Huh? What is that? After an indefinite pause, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, a blinding flash of lightning blazing in his eyes. In a flash of lightning, his figure vanished from the sky above Iron Mountain. The next moment, his form materialized from thin air above the 10,000-foot clouds. Zhao Sheng, awestruck, gazed down at the land below, a dazzling divine light radiating from his brow. As his gaze swept across the land below, a vast and overwhelming divine consciousness enveloped the mountains and rivers within a radius of 3,000 miles. 10 years of relentless day and night cultivation had gradually allowed his will and divine consciousness to merge with his surroundings, achieving a state of near unity between man and nature. It was precisely because of this fusion of divine consciousness with heaven and earth that Zhao Sheng sensed something amiss. It seemed as if an unknown entity lay beneath the earth, constantly and secretly influencing this vast landscape, perhaps even the source of this thunder region. Zhao Sheng hovered high in the sky, his divine consciousness and willpower expanding to their maximum potential, meticulously scanning the mountains and rivers within a 3,000-mile radius. His divine consciousness gradually penetrated the earth, slowly penetrating the spiritual iron ore layer countless miles away. His expression gradually grew intense. What is this? Zhao Sheng's expression was filled with shock, his eyes wide as he gazed at the vast ravine stretching for thousands of miles below, his words stuttering with shock. The next second, veins bulged on his forehead, and his body expanded dramatically, transforming into a 36-meter-tall thunder giant. Rise, rise, come out, 3 roars followed, each louder than the last, instantly overwhelming the sky with thunder. Boom, boom. At that moment, the mountains and rivers across 3,000 miles suddenly shook, the very air trembled, and the sky and earth shifted color. The pitch-black earth rapidly cracked and collapsed. From the vast ravine stretching for thousands of miles, countless majestic air currents suddenly surged forth, sending torrents of ore and sand soaring into the air, instantly raising a storm of smoke and dust. Amidst the vast haze and dust, a colossal black figure slowly emerged from the ravine beneath, then gradually ascended into the sky. Zhao Sheng's face was pale, his expression grim as he exhaled repeatedly, as if bearing immense pressure. Myriad lightning flashes swirled around him, spreading across the surrounding void for 100 miles. The entire void, encompassing thousands of miles, was engulfed by an immense force field. Small, small, small. 3 thunderous roars echoed through the sky, and countless rainbow-colored lightning bolts bombarded the enormous black shadow, nearly drowning it. Under the relentless bombardment of thunder, the shadow visibly shrank, its surface gradually fading from its pitch-black color, revealing wisps of a silvery white glow. The thunderbolts continued for a full day and night, and the once enormous shadow finally revealed its true form. Now, rainbow-colored lightning lingered in the void, and a silver-white ring bobbed and sank within the sea of thunder. The ring appeared only a foot in size, yet its true weight far surpassed imagination. Its surface was pockmarked and punctured, as if it had sustained severe damage long ago. Its spiritual power nearly lost. It was almost inconceivable that this tiny silver-white ring, magnified to its full potential, could span thousands of miles. And it might be the culprit behind the formation of this thunder region. If not for the unity of heaven and man, if not for the accidental activation of the original spiritual consciousness, if he hadn't comprehended the metal divine thunder, making him particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of the laws of metal and thunder, without these fortuitous coincidences, he would never have discovered the existence of this object. With this in mind, Zhao Sheng paid even greater attention to the silver-white ring. His divine consciousness and will focused on it, slowly gathering it within his palm. Although its rank was unknown, and although it was currently difficult to refine, this object could be said to be his greatest achievement of this cultivation. 5 Elements Thunder Ring. Zhao Sheng gave it a new name. Although this ring had lost much of its spiritual power, its essence was incredibly mysterious. The few ancient symbols engraved on its surface seemed imbued with countless mysteries. Zhao Sheng examined the ring in his hand carefully, his gaze flickering. After a moment, his gaze shone brightly, and his original spiritual consciousness transformed into streams of golden divine thunder, immersing itself within the silver-white ring. The next second, tiny arcs of 5-colored electricity appeared on its surface, rippling through the void. The ancient symbols on the ring's surface faintly illuminated, a breathtaking display of indescribable magnificence. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng felt his palm sink as the weight of the ring increased dramatically, momentarily feeling as though it could no longer support the silver ring. With a crackling sound, the 5-colored arc vanished, and the silver ring returned to its ordinary state. Zhao Sheng's heart swelled with a burning sensation at this. Though the 5 elements lightning ring was nearing destruction, it still contained the profound power of the 5 elements divine thunder. If one could grasp its mysteries, one would surely gain a deeper understanding of the 5 elements and the Tao of thunder. Zhao Sheng's expression was moved. He condensed a stream of gold divine thunder and immersed it within the 5 elements lightning ring, triggering a burst of 5-element divine thunder once again. However, the 5-element divine thunder soon died down, and the silver ring fell silent once more. How could this be? I can clearly sense the faint resonance of the magic weapon's true spirit. Could it be so severe that it's beyond repair? He frowned, gritted his teeth, and clenched the ring in his hand. Mana surged continuously within him, blinding lightning engulfing the artifact. But no matter how much mana he poured into it, the 5 elements lightning ring remained silent. Only when stimulated by his original spiritual consciousness would it produce even a faint response. Beyond that, the 5 elements lightning ring felt like a dead object. The thought of having such a precious treasure before him, yet unable to utilize it, was truly disheartening. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted between gloom and brightness before he suddenly landed on the summit of Iron Mountain and sat cross-legged again. With a gurgling sound, great gulps of blood and essence gushed out of his mouth, most of which transformed into bursts of bloody light that landed on the 5 elements lightning ring, then continuously attempted to penetrate the magic weapon. After this, Zhao Sheng's brows glowed brightly, and one by one, lightning seals of laws, shaped by his divine consciousness, struck the 5 elements lightning ring, joining the bloody light in an attempt to stimulate the artifact's response. At the same time, the magic power of returning to the void was continuously poured into the ring. The silver-white ring bloomed with a faint brilliance, and it seemed to have turned into a black hole, which actually accepted all external forces. Zhao Sheng frowned when he saw this, and colorful lightning rose from his palm again, wrapping around the 5 elements thunder ring. The colorful lightning was still like a drop in the ocean, and was absorbed in the blink of an eye. It seems. That's good, Some movement is better than no reaction, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself with a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he pondered for a moment, opened his mouth, and spit out several mouthfuls of blood essence in succession. The blood essence turned into lightning and also fell on the silver-white ring. This time, the silver-white ring produced a weak reaction again, and a trace of blood essence actually seeped into the surface of the ring along with the lightning. Zhao Sheng saw this scene, his heart moved slightly, and he immediately increased his strength. Boom, boom. At that moment, the clouds suddenly surged violently, and the thunder roaming through the clouds suddenly became incredibly violent. A torrent of colorful lightning roared down, its target unbelievably the small ring in Zhao Sheng's hand. This sudden change was so sudden that he barely had time to react, and his expression paled. Instantly, the silver-white ring transformed into a black hole, madly absorbing the boundless, multicolored thunderbolts, its brilliance gradually growing brighter. Zhao Sheng's action seemed to have awakened a soul dormant for countless years, and now, with its slight awakening, it had created such a powerful force. Bang! Layers of five-colored divine thunder emanated from the ring. Zhao Sheng's hands were quietly enveloped by divine thunder, and waves of violent law-based lightning surged into his body, quickly channeled to his Danshan Qi, and transformed into a vast amount of return-to-void mana. He had never expected that the five elements lightning ring would inadvertently become an energy converter. With the help of this item, Zhao Sheng's speed in refining mana increased by 1,000 times, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, his mind also secretly sensed a bewildered soul, which should be the newly born magic weapon spirit within the five elements thunder ring. Chapter 703 Xianhe Shen's Hao, Reunion with Han Wu. The Taisa spiritual realm, a treasured realm of ethereal beauty and breathtaking beauty, lies atop the clouds. Towering and undulating peaks resemble a blue dragon lying across the heavens, one majestic and beautiful peak after another towering above the sea of clouds. Amidst these thousands of peaks of breathtaking beauty and grandeur, a solitary peak stands out, its gentle slopes yet unique scenery, looming amidst the emerald wind and flowing clouds, evoking a sense of intrigue. On the sunny side of this solitary peak, a stream of snow falls from the sky, cascading 3,000 feet, reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Rising vapors swirl, reflecting a myriad of iridescent lights amidst the clouds, a dazzling spectacle. Among the mountains, cranes and dragons appear and disappear from view, exotic flowers bloom throughout the plains, and wisps of auspicious light linger in the mountains, a manifestation of the great Dao. Atop the solitary peak stands a white jade temple of heaven. At its edge stands an old, white-haired Taoist priest, dressed in moon-white robes and clutching a whisk. The man, with his white hair and youthful features, possessed an air of immortality, his skin radiant with jade-like smoothness. At a glance, one could sense his otherworldliness, the semblance of a true immortal. At that moment, the white-haired Taoist priest leaned over the railing, his expression stoic, a hint of lingering worry etched between his brows. Just then, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing in the center of the Temple of Heaven, revealing an octogenarian clad in a plain blue Taoist robe. With the shape of a tortoise shell and the silhouette of a crane, his presence was unforgettable. "Disciple Wang Su, I pay my respects to Master Pudeo," the octogenarian said, bowing respectfully behind the white-haired Taoist priest. The Taoist priest he addressed as Master Pudeo was known within the Taisa spiritual palace as Zhanggyun Xianzhen. He was one of the immortals presiding over the palace, commanding a formidable seniority and possessing unparalleled cultivation. Most importantly, he now holds the position of heavenly supervisor of this realm, holding an incomparably transcendent position. "You've come again, what do you have to report this time?" Grandmaster Pudeo asked calmly. Reporting to Grandmaster, the Five Thunder Ring has been awakened by someone destined for it. According to the Qinshan realm, it is currently in the hands of a minor cultivator from the Jiuan Immortal sect who has reached the Return to Void realm. His true name is Zhao Zai, and he has ascended from the lower realm, said the octogenarian known as Wang Su. An ascender from the lower realm? Grandmaster Pudeo raised an eyebrow and asked. Indeed, which lower realm did this person originate from? My disciple has already sent someone to investigate in detail, Grandmaster Wang Su said respectfully. Oh, the Five Thunder Ring is a broken immortal artifact after all. It's better to be cautious. But as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the evil demons like the Red Eyebrows and the Green Forest, you should refrain from interfering. Remember that immortal fate is determined by heaven, and karma is real. Grandmaster Pudeo said calmly. Master, the 5 Thunder Ring is our palace's most precious treasure. It would be a shame if it fell into the hands of someone from another sect. Could you please send an angel to bring that person into our palace? If the 5 Thunder Ring can be restored, it would be of extraordinary significance to our Tesa spiritual palace. Grandmaster Wongsu frowned slightly and suddenly offered a suggestion in a low voice. Oh, that's not necessary for now. The vow we made back then is far from over. If I were the first to break it, wouldn't I be ridiculed by the old immortals like Jiwen and Wuxing? Don't let the small things get you in the way, just pay more attention to it, Grandmaster Pudeo said. Grandmaster Wongsu's forehead sweated upon hearing this. He bowed solemnly and said, I will follow the Grandmaster's orders. This disciple will take his leave. Years later, in the eastern part of Deccan continent, Wanji City. Wanji City, situated high above the 9 heavens, is one of the renowned celestial immortal cities of the Tesa spiritual realm. It boasts the largest virtual sky airport under the 9 Questions Immortal sect, with thousands of virtual spaceships docked year-round, its prosperity unparalleled. Wanji City is immense, stretching over 10,000 miles from south to north. Like a miniature floating continent, it is home to hundreds of millions of human races, the vast majority of whom are descendants of past immortal sect disciples. Zhao Sheng walked along the streets for a long time before finally stopping in front of the 1,000-story cloud tower in the east of the city. In the center of the tower hung an enormous golden plaque, inscribed with the words Home of the Heavenly Sea. The entrance was bustling with activity. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a vast expanse of space, 30 to 40,000 feet wide, bustling with people, moving from floor to floor. Dozens of entrances surrounded the cloud tower, each bearing the name of a star region, the names of the various lower realms in the eastern star region. Zhao Sheng glanced at them and headed for the entrance labeled Jinlu Star Region. The Jinlu Star Region covers approximately 1,600 eons and governs 23 Hengsha worlds, including the Black Sand, Dachan, and Red Light lower realms. Zhao Sheng had come to the Xianhe house to board the Xianhe divine ship, owned by the trading company, and return to the Dachan realm. Logically, Dachan and the Tesa spirit realm are connected by a grand ascension array. Using this array would allow him to return to the Dachan realm in a flash, eliminating the need for a virtual spaceship. However, the Grand Ascension Array is a special public facility belonging to the spirit realm, not open to the public. Even if you were granted special permission to use it, the cost of a single trip would bankrupt a returning void semi-immortal, and even a wealthy individual like him would suffer for a century. From its inception, the Ascension Array was intentionally designed for one-way transport, minimizing the risk of upper realm intruders being transported back to the lower realm, thereby disrupting order. Consequently, a single reverse transport consumes a staggering amount of spirit stones, prohibitive enough to deter 99% of those attempting it. Zhao Sheng entered the Jinlu Star region's entrance, and his vision suddenly opened up to a vast, ancient, circular hall. Numerous jade tables and cushions filled the hall. Several people were already seated behind them, and a dozen merchant cultivators stood at the entrance to greet the guests. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng enter, a merchant cultivator immediately approached, bowing and asking, "Senior, are you traveling to the lower realm aboard the Xianhe divine ship?" "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded. "Your arrival is a perfect opportunity. This Xianhe divine ship departs in 3 months, and the ticket is quite affordable. Only 100 top-grade spirit stones, or 3 Zuanying source stones, are needed. Of course, this is only a one-way ticket. A round-trip ticket would cost double," the cultivator said with a smile. "Oh, it's really not expensive," Zhao Sheng nodded, his tone calm. "Fellow Taoist, don't rush to buy a ticket. Could you please share a ticket with us? We can share the cost, saving quite a bit of premium spirit stones." At that moment, a voice came from the side, and 3 cultivators approached. All 3 were at the level of true lords of transformation. Leading them was an elderly man in a gray robe, smiling warmly. The other 2, one a handsome young man in a white robe, clutching a folding fan, looked carefree and uninhibited. Next to the white-robed young man was a woman in a green dress, voluptuous and beautiful. Zhao Sheng observed the 3, a subtle emotion stirring within him. His gaze fell on the white-robed young man, and he held it for a long time. The reason was simple: the man's face looked more and more familiar, his demeanor reminiscent of an old acquaintance. That person had a close relationship with him in his past life, a camaraderie that had been woven between him and the Dachan realm. While this might have been exploitative, it had also opened up a new world for him. This man was none other than the somewhat mysterious Po Wu Han, also known as Han Wu. He was a cultivator of the demonic path, proficient in the magical power of shrinking the earth to an inch. Speaking of which, at least 5,000 or 6,000 years had passed since their separation in their previous life. Since Han Wu was still alive, his cultivation must have transcended the return to Void Realm, otherwise he would have long since died from exhaustion. Seeing him now, his aura was around the spirit transformation realm, and it seemed that he, like him, had concealed his true cultivation level. The white-robed young man seemed to notice Zhao Sheng's gaze, and his eyebrows raised, revealing a sinister smile. Shared boat tickets? What's that? Zhao Sheng observed this, his composure immediately recovering, and he asked casually. Fellow Taoist, you might not know that the cabins on the Reincarnations are divided into 3 categories: Blessed Land, Spiritual Chamber, and Shared. A Blessed Land level ticket costs 300 top-grade spirit stones, a Spiritual Chamber 200, and a Shared cabin only 100. If the 4 of us buy a shared ticket, while it might be a bit more crowded, we can save a lot of top-grade spirit stones. What do you think? The gray-robed elder said with a smile. Zhao Sheng glanced at the merchant's monk nearby. He saw him standing quietly by, not trying to stop the gray-robed elder's attempt to steal customers. Very well. As you wish, I dare not ask you. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he readily agreed. The gray-robed elder's face lit up, and he quickly introduced his 2 companions to Zhao Sheng. The white-robed youth called himself Han Wu. Wu is a homophone for, which further confirmed his suspicions. Zhao Sheng nodded to each of them and briefly introduced himself, saying his name was Zhao Zai and that he was returning to his homeland, the Dachan realm, by a boat. Haha, what a coincidence. Fellow Taoist Han is also returning to the Dachan realm. You two are actually heading to the same place. I'm truly envious. The gray-robed elder was startled, then burst into laughter. Oh, fellow Taoist Han is also from the Dachan realm? Zhao Sheng asked, his eyes flickering with faint curiosity. The white-robed youth smiled. Indeed. I was fortunate enough to ascend from the Dachan realm to the spirit realm. These past few years, Han, have wasted countless years, and now, homesick, I'm thinking of returning to visit my hometown. Zhao Sheng chatted with the 3, observing the white-robed youth's expression and movements. Han Wu naturally couldn't believe his former enemy was now standing before him. Even if Zhao Sheng had admitted his identity, he probably wouldn't have believed it. The gray-robed elder led the 3 to the head of the trading company and successfully purchased a shared subpoena. Then, the 4 of them retreated to a private lounge, where they quietly awaited the departure of the Reincarnations. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. With Zhao Sheng's deliberate approach, he and the white-robed young man, Han Wu, gradually became acquainted. The 2 of them frequently exchanged pleasantries. One day, the time for departure finally arrived. Rays of light soared from all corners of the city, landing atop the 1,000 layers cloud tower, a vast platform spanning hundreds of acres. In the center of the platform sat a massive disc-shaped ship, 300 or 400 feet in diameter. Its entire surface, silvery white and smooth as a mirror, resembled a massive, naturally formed metal sphere, its surface seamless. The Cheyenne divine ship, shaped like a giant egg, glowed faintly white. Within its depths emerged countless complex runes, reminiscent of Immortal seal script. These runes formed one after another of the few formations, creating a truly mystical scene. This is the Cheyenne divine ship. Truly extraordinary, Zhao Sheng exclaimed, observing the few formations. The Cheyenne divine ship is a masterpiece of the Liangshan lineage. Naturally, it's exceptional, the white-robed young man, Han Wu, suddenly interjected, adding meaningfully. So the divine ship was built by the Liangshan lineage. It seems the Cheyenne family has a deep connection. The gray-robed elder was surprised to hear this. The woman in the green dress glanced at Han Wu, her eyes flickering. Soon, a portal split open on the Cheyenne divine ship, and everyone took to the air and flew through it. Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions, blending in with the fleeting light, slowly flew into the ship. Following the passage, they soon arrived at a cabin on the 8th floor. The Cheyenne divine ship was divided into 10 floors. The first 3 floors were the blessed cabins, floors 4 through 6 were the spirit chambers, and floors 7 through 10 were the shared cabins. The last 4 floors were separated into rooms of varying sizes, making the most of the space. Following the instructions on their tickets, Zhao Sheng and his companions quickly entered the cabin. They found a quiet room nearly 10 feet long and wide. It was bare, save for a few cushions on the floor. The walls were shrouded in a faint barrier, emitting a soft white light. Fortunately, none of them were the type to indulge in pleasure. After closing the door, they each found a cushion and sat down. "It's cramped, so let's just make do," the gray-robed elder said with a smile. The white-robed youth and the woman in the green dress looked slightly dismayed at the cramped space. "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Just treat it as a training session. Be patient and it'll pass quickly." Zhao Sheng shook his head, walked over to a cushion, sat down calmly, and quietly closed his eyes to rest. Han Wu suddenly smiled, flew down to a nearby cushion, and quickly followed Zhao Sheng's example, meditating with his eyes closed. The other two followed suit, and the cabin quickly fell into silence. Not long after, the Reincarnations rumbled and trembled, levitating, and in the next instant, transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the outer space like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Wanji City below disappeared into the depths of the sea of clouds. The star realm above rapidly closed in on them, the Reincarnations' speed incredible. In the space of a single cup of tea, the virtual spaceship flew across 1,000,000 miles of Kingming sky and arrived at the edge of the boundary membrane. All around it was the domain of this Haoshan star array. At that moment, an unimaginably powerful force descended upon the Reincarnations, and the Shenzhou was suddenly enveloped in a layer of brilliant starlight. As the light soared into the sky, the Reincarnations suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 704, Shocking Change. Amidst the gloomy skies of the virtual world, a chaotic, hazy storm of space and time raged relentlessly. The Reincarnations, like a small boat drifting on the vast ocean of space and time, sped swiftly and silently toward a certain space-time beacon. Zhao Sheng had assumed this would be just another ordinary voyage, like countless previous Shenzhou voyages. However, the world is unpredictable, and fate is unpredictable. Sometimes, even when the tree desires stillness, the wind still blows. For the first month of the voyage, the interior of the Reincarnations was peaceful. Passengers began to move about the ship, seemingly unchanged from their previous journeys. In Zhao Sheng's cabin, the gray-robed elder and the green-dressed woman frequently left their rooms, each busy with their own affairs. Han Wu, in a white robe, was remarkably quiet, meditating as usual. He had only left once and then hurried back to his cabin. At the end of the second month, the Reincarnations suddenly shook violently, and the barrier surrounding the bulkhead flickered, as if under an inexplicable impact. What happened?" Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and asked with a raised eyebrow. Han Wu, the gray-robed old man, and the woman in the green dress, all in the same cabin, looked up, their expressions uncertain. At that moment, a flash of light appeared above the cabin door, and a humanoid figure suddenly emerged. A voice emanated from the figure's mouth, warning to all passengers, a strong space-time storm is approaching. However, there is no need to worry. Shenzhou's protective barriers are sufficient to withstand destructive space-time storms. Please remain quietly in your cabins and refrain from moving around. Strong space-time storm. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he felt a sudden sense of relief. In the dark heaven, space-time storms are countless, and large-scale strong space-time storms are common. However, destructive space-time storms that can destroy the space-time barrier and affect the present space-time are extremely rare. Legend has it that the source of destructive space-time storms often comes from higher-level virtual heavens, such as the Divine Palace Heaven and the Close Heaven. Shortly after the voice of the humanoid figure faded, the barrier surrounding the bulkhead suddenly flickered violently, then inexplicably extinguished completely. Simultaneously, a resounding rumble echoed from outside the cabin, and the cabin began to pitch up and down like a roller coaster. Zhao Sheng, his expression grave, peered through the crystal window. Deep within the chaotic, dark void, a boundless and magnificent aurora shone. Amidst this dazzling aurora, a space-time storm, almost unprecedented in its scope, unleashed a violent and destructive force. Wherever the storm passed, the dark void was reduced to nothingness, and all matter and energy instantly disintegrated, swept away into the unknown. The outer wall of the Reincarnations blazed with blinding light, its nearly indestructible metal cladding rapidly blazing and glowing. The surface temperature soared to an incredible level, and then the outer wall began to soften and melt. As for the defensive formations, they had already been completely destroyed by the space-time storm, rendering them completely ineffective. The Cheyenne divine ship isn't that safe. Guess I need to find a way out beforehand, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, though he wasn't the least bit anxious. As a returning void semi-immortal, even if the ship was destroyed, the worst that could happen to him was to travel the void realm in his physical form. He wouldn't die, but it would be a real hassle. As the temporal storm intensified, the Cheyenne divine ship pitched violently, its hull beginning to disintegrate. The passengers in the various cabins panicked, as if they were witnessing the end of the world. But then, Zhao Sheng sensed something was amiss. The Cheyenne divine ship shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. Its defensive formations were deteriorating so quickly, they were abnormally weak. Could there be a traitor on board who deliberately sabotaged the defensive formations? A thought suddenly crossed Zhao Sheng's mind. Don't panic, everyone. The Cheyenne divine ship isn't that easily destroyed. It's just a minor temporal storm, and it will soon pass. The gray-robed elder, his face slightly pale, managed a reassuring smile. Old she is absolutely right. The Cheyenne Shenzhou is incredibly sturdy. We'll all be fine, the woman in the green dress hastily echoed, her voice slightly terrified, trying not to look out a window. Zhao Sheng said nothing, turning to look at Han Wu. He immediately noticed his unusual composure, as if unconcerned with the present danger. That's right. This man must be a hidden, semi-immortal return to the void, naturally not afraid of the Shenzhou's collapse and capsizing. Bang, 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 countless loud crashes echoed from all corners of the ship. The silvery outer walls erupted in dazzling flames. Countless cracks began to form in the fragile parts of the hull, and then gaping holes opened up. Wave after wave of indescribable shockwaves seeped through the bulkheads into every cabin. The chaotic laws emanating from the space-time storm surged into the interior with the shockwaves, sending agonizing pain through the souls of the less advanced passengers, their bodies paralyzed. Most of the passengers wore grim expressions, using only their inner ki to endure. Wow, the gray-robed elder's face suddenly flushed red, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura becoming erratic. Mr. She, are you alright? The woman in the green dress beside him asked, observing the situation. The white-robed young man, Han Wu, looked in the direction of the voice, his expression completely indifferent, as if he were unconcerned. The gray-robed elder's expression was extremely gloomy, and a flicker of fear in his eyes was inexplicable. He was the only one who knew at this moment that he had been ambushed at some point, and the culprit was suspected to be someone in the same cabin. Therefore, the gray-robed elder dared not reveal a single flaw. It's nothing, I'm still recovering from an old injury, and this shockwave just exacerbated it, the gray-robed elder said with a forced smile and a wave of his hand, calming himself. The woman in the green dress's expression softened upon hearing this, and was about to speak, but at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the corridor outside. Many people outside shouted in fear, but soon fell silent. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and his divine consciousness instantly pierced the bulkhead, silently expanding throughout the Shenzhou. In a blink of an eye, he had a clear view of the chaotic scene unfolding on board. Chaos ensued. A group of malicious robbers had infiltrated the passengers on this trip. Like tigers unleashed from their cages, they forcibly seized every vital feature of the ship, burning, killing, and looting. The robbers had a clear division of labor, and their swift, precise, and ruthless actions were no ordinary test. Zhao Sheng even discerned from the magical powers displayed by several of the robbers that they were members of the Green Forest Path. No wonder they were so expert at ship hijacking. The Green Forest Path's powerful men were all seasoned demons, rife with crimes. Murder and arson were commonplace for them. Being robbers was a complete waste of their talents. This is terrible. Outside, we've encountered hijackers, the gray-robed old man suddenly shouted, his expression becoming exceedingly grim. Ah! What should we do? The woman in the green skirt turned pale with fear, a look of panic and bewilderment. Zhao Sheng, observing her performance, shook his head, thinking, she's a true gout after all. This performance is too superficial and exaggerated. It's a bit too much, but he remained silent, genuinely eager to see what the man in front of him would do next. He found things getting increasingly interesting. The old friend, Han Washi, was most likely in league with the woman in the green skirt, and most likely also a member of the Green Forest Path. In other words, they were likely collaborating with the robbers outside. Just then, Han Wu suddenly shouted in a cold voice, "Shen's Hao is going to be destroyed. If you don't want to die, find a way to escape." As his words fell, long, terrifying cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding bulkheads, followed by a continuous cracking sound. The gray-robed elder's expression shifted at the sight. He looked up at the crowd, gritted his teeth, and whispered, "I possess a valuable treasure that can temporarily ward off the ravages of the temporal storm. However, I alone cannot wield it. I need your assistance." "Excellent. What treasure?" "Fellow Taoist Shi, please bring it out quickly, or it will be too late," the woman in the green dress said immediately. "Fellow Taoist Shi, if I can escape this time, I will reward you handsomely for saving my life." Han Wu also spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, what are your thoughts?" the gray-robed elder asked solemnly, looking at Zhao Sheng. He felt that this man was the only one of the three who seemed unfathomable, a person who always seemed unfathomable. "Since fellow Taoist Shi has a way to help us escape, I will certainly lend my full assistance." Zhao Sheng felt a growing sense of unease. If Han Wu had come for the treasure the gray-robed elder had mentioned, then there was no need for such a fuss. With Han Wu's strength, he could have just taken it by force. Why bother putting on a show in front of others? Since Han Wu was acting this way intentionally, it only suggested that his opponent had a greater agenda. Although Zhao Sheng didn't know what his opponent was planning, that didn't stop him from playing along. "Alright, without further ado, let's get started." The gray-robed elder was overjoyed upon hearing this. He slapped his head hard and then, opening his mouth, released an object, a small, bright silver, three-legged tripod. Its shape was simple, its exterior covered in various designs of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, the strokes crude, as if scribbled. At first glance, one of the three legs was broken, significantly diminishing its inherent Dao essence. Zhao Sheng examined the tripod, his curiosity piqued. The material of this tripod was extraordinary, undoubtedly of extremely high quality. Suddenly, his eyes twitched slightly, and as he took in the ancient symbols adorning the small tripod's lid, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, these ancient symbols bore a striking resemblance to the runes he'd seen on the platinum altar, and the material of the small tripod bore a striking resemblance to those magical weapons. Could this treasure possibly have come from the immortal burial ruins? Zhao Sheng was secretly alarmed, his mind awash with thoughts. The gray-robed elder spurted a stream of blood into the small tripod, while simultaneously sending a series of spiritual energy spells through his hands. The tripod suddenly took on a platinum-colored glow, but it was so dim it seemed poised to fizzle out at any moment. "Fellow Taoists, act quickly. Use your spiritual thoughts and magical powers to activate the tripod," the gray-robed elder shouted urgently. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and the others responded, each releasing streams of spiritual thoughts and magical powers that penetrated the three-legged tripod. The small, bright silver tripod shook violently, its entire structure ablaze with light. Countless ancient symbols floated in the radiance. The lid slowly rose into the air, and suddenly, an immensely powerful, devouring force emanated from its mouth. The three men's mana surged, and within a few breaths, most of it was absorbed. Considering that Zhao Sheng and Han Wu's true powers were both above the return to void stage, it was almost unbelievable that this treasure could easily devour so much of their mana. The gray-robed elder seemed to sense something, and with a forced glance up at Zhao Sheng and the others, his expression growing even more gloomy and solemn. Unfortunately, the tripod had already been activated, and the situation presented no room for regret. A moment later, a vast, platinum golden light erupted from its mouth, instantly filling the entire room. Immediately, an immense, suctioning force emerged from nowhere, and the four men were involuntarily lifted into the air, plunging into the tripod. The lid then dropped, closing tightly around its mouth. Once inside the tripod's space, all the unusual noises outside vanished, leaving a silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. "Thank you all." The gray-robed elder turned and smiled at Zhao Sheng and the other two. Before he could finish his words, a flash of white light flashed before his eyes, and a small, crystalline sword pierced the gray-robed elder's Danshan Qi. Blades of sword light rose from the flying sword, instantly tearing the gray-robed elder's flesh and blood into a horrific mess. With a thud, the gray-robed elder fell straight to the ground, his breath fading. In an instant, the woman in the green dress suddenly appeared beside Zhao Sheng. A burst of green light erupted from her hand, transforming into a sharp green blade, which fiercely slashed towards Zhao Sheng's neck. The series of events unfolded with such rapidity that it was hard to keep up. It was a pity that this woman had chosen Zhao Sheng when she could have killed anyone else. Bang! Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and the green blade instantly shattered with his fingertips. The remaining force of his finger sent the woman flying backwards, and her body slammed heavily against the cauldron wall before sliding down. Han Wu's expression flickered with surprise upon seeing this scene. Then, he suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, a true master never reveals his true colors. I thought I was taking you seriously, but I underestimated you." The woman in the green dress, startled and frightened, struggled to her feet and hid behind Han Wu. She sensed something was amiss. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said, "It's the same here. Brother Han, you're going through all this trouble for a mere divine transformation. Are you up to something shady?" As he spoke, he glanced at the gray-robed elder on the ground. Han Wu seemed oblivious to his subtle gesture and said calmly, "My affairs with this man have nothing to do with fellow Taoist Zhao. You can leave on your own. I will absolutely not intervene. I also have a generous gift for you." Zhao Sheng's thoughts suddenly shifted, and he suddenly shouted, "Brother Han, have you ever heard of the burial Immortal ruins?" Han Wu showed no sign of emotion, but the woman in the green dress behind him slightly changed her expression. Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly dawned on him. His gaze quickly fell on the gray-robed old man, and he thought to himself, "So I've met a kindred spirit. No wonder." Chapter 705, Xianzheng, Shengsen Cave, Xiangsa Guest. "So, Brother Zhao has also heard of the burial of Immortal's ruins," Han Wu spoke calmly, his tone unhurried. "In that case, let's be frank. This person already belongs to me. If you want to take him, we'll have to fight first. I can give you the person, but the treasure belongs to me. Also, I have something to ask this person." Zhao Sheng's expression was as calm as water. He glanced at the gray-robed old man on the ground, then at the ancient symbols emerging on the cauldron wall, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Han Wu was slightly stunned at this, his eyes also sweeping across the cauldron wall. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "This cauldron comes from the burial of Immortal's ruins and has the magical power of gathering. It seems to be no ordinary spiritual treasure. But since Brother Zhao has taken a liking to it, Han, will simply lend it to you." He was very wary of the enigmatic Zhao Sheng, so he didn't want to cause any trouble and quickly agreed. This surprised Zhao Sheng. The woman in the green dress looked anxious and opened her mouth several times to speak, but she was too in awe of her boss to dare dissuade him. Zhao Sheng nodded at her, then, without a word, rubbed his hands together and produced a dazzling ball of lightning. He flung it onto the walls of the cauldron, instantly spreading throughout the entire interior, and began to refine it fiercely. However, a moment later, another strange change occurred. The gray-robed old man lying on the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a clear, glazed light suddenly burst from his forehead. Then, a figure shrouded in the light stepped out. After a few steps, the figure transformed into a graceful, fox-like woman with long, black hair. As she appeared, a terrifying pressure erupted from her body, instantly enveloping the entire cauldron. At the same time, a cold and indifferent gaze swept over Zhao Sheng and the other two. The woman in the green dress was the first to succumb to the sudden pressure. She violently spurted blood and collapsed. Her eyes dimmed rapidly, and a humanoid spirit appeared between her brows. Its surface was covered with dense cracks, making it as fragile as porcelain. Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly upon seeing this. Han Wu's confident smile had vanished, and he exclaimed in shock, "Return to Void Spirit, how dare you kidnap someone from my immortal cave? You're so audacious." As this utterly murderous voice rang out, Zhao Sheng's vision blurred, and the next moment, the scene before him shifted dramatically, revealing him in an unfamiliar world. Oh no! This is the prototype of the Cave Heaven realm. The other party's cultivation is nearing the great perfection of Return to Void. You and I must work together to destroy it as soon as possible. If we're too late, we'll surely perish. Han Wu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Zhao Sheng, his tone slightly hurried. This world was quite large, stretching 180 miles. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, giving off a heavy, oppressive feeling. A thick, cold, murderous aura lingered in the air, chilling them to the bone and creating an oppressive feeling. Zhao Sheng and his companions landed in the center of a vast plaza, surrounded by 1,800-foot-tall obelisks. Carved on these monuments were reliefs of demonic beasts, some ferocious and terrifying, others holy and noble. A closer look revealed that these beasts appeared to be living creatures, their enormous eyes fixed intently on Zhao Sheng and his companions, their gazes filled with unspeakable malice. Beyond the plaza, a thick fog enveloped the sky. From its depths, immense shadows loomed, making the surrounding landscape appear cramped. Han Wu, alarmed by the sight, ignored the woman behind him and quickly released his divine sense to survey his surroundings. Just then, the woman in the green dress, lying on the ground, suddenly swelled up like a ball, her skin stretched taut. Rumblings erupted from within her, and blood-red spots quickly spread across her body, creating a terrifying sight. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng instantly shot backward, retreating to the edge of the square. Han Wu was startled. A shimmering divine light suddenly descended upon the woman in the green dress, attempting to suppress the changes within her. However, as the divine light touched the woman's skin, her body suddenly exploded. A billowing wave of blood-red energy, mixed with countless fragments of limbs and flesh, scattered across the ground. The woman's spirit couldn't even utter a scream before it was swept away by a dark crimson glow and flung into an obelisk at the edge of the square, where it was devoured by the four-winged ice phoenix. Instantly, the four-winged ice phoenix's entire body shone brightly, its aura surging, its spirit threatening to break free from the stone tablet and soar into the sky. Han Wu, startled by this, opened his mouth and released a ball of golden light, which transformed into a golden tortoise shell with ancient patterns, which he held over his chest. The next moment, several massive beast reliefs detached from the stone tablets and, brimming with murderous intent, charged at Han Wu. Even before they reached him, a wave of overwhelming pressure enveloped the air around him, making escape impossible. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng was also attacked by several giant beasts. An indescribable pressure gripped the square, stagnating Zhao Sheng and Han Wu's magical powers. For a moment, they were unable to escape and were forced to passively withstand the attacks of the giant beasts. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes transformed into two pools of lightning, and 9 head-sized, shimmering purple balls of lightning suddenly condensed in the air around him. These 9 balls of lightning transformed into 9 streaks of lightning, silently descending upon the attacking giant beasts. In an instant, the giant beasts were engulfed in dazzling purple lightning and vanished silently into thin air. At that moment, somewhere in the outer mist, a faint, chaotic wave of consciousness suddenly emerged. Crack, crack. Several obelisks suddenly cracked with dense cracks, their relief carvings becoming blurred and their brilliance dimmed. Elsewhere, a hissing sound of swords echoed. Thousands of sword beams filled most of the square, engulfing even several massive monsters. They were instantly ripped apart, dissipating into countless streams of light. Han Wu, on the other hand, was in tatters, his body covered in wounds. The sword light swirling around him flickered, as if the previous attack had consumed him greatly. Brother Zhao, stop hiding your weakness. Let's attack with all our might and break through this cavernous realm. Otherwise, we will both perish today. With that, Han Wu's expression suddenly changed, and his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting off to the side. A series of eerie claw shadows narrowly grazed his body, missing his vital points. But as he dodged, a vast expanse of dazzling light, like a leech, enveloped Han Wu's body, constantly exploding with fierce clashes with his spiritual realm. These dazzling lights, emanating from the power of various laws, enveloped Zhao Sheng in a vast expanse, rendering him inextricable no matter where he fled. Over time, the dazzling light rapidly expanded and shone, invading Zhao Sheng's realm and gradually disintegrating his willpower. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent laugh echoed from the sky above the square. Haha, this is my home turf. No matter how hard you two struggle, it's futile. As the words uttered, a dozen or so obelisks surrounding the square erupted in a 1,000-foot-high divine light, enveloping every inch of the square. Countless ripples of laws intertwined into a vast web of light, descending upon Zhao Sheng and Han Wu. Witnessing this scene, Han Wu's expression drastically changed. Instantly, he transformed into a sword rainbow, piercing the surrounding void. Countless ripples suddenly rippled through the air, revealing a rapidly swirling vortex of light, with billions of arcs of electricity whirring and crackling. With a resounding explosion, the sword rainbow pierced through the vortex, escaping from its cage in an instant, disappearing into obscurity. I underestimated you, indeed, to have breached my cave heavenly realm. But so what? You will ultimately perish at the hand of my power. Before he could finish his words, the fog, the square, and the obelisk all ignited with an infinite radiance of law. The sky suddenly darkened, and the entire space rapidly collapsed inward, threatening destruction in an instant. Ah, your methods are truly ingenious. This demonstration truly opens my eyes. At the critical moment, a sigh suddenly rang out, echoing through the center of the square. Zhao Sheng surveyed the devastating atmosphere around him. His figure slowly faded, instantly detaching from the cavernous realm and vanishing into thin air. Damn it! Who the hell are you? As the realm shattered, the fox-like woman, shrouded in azure light, reappeared within the cauldron's interior. But at that moment, a figure suddenly ripped the lid open, and a flash of sword light instantly flew through the crack, piercing the confined space. How could this be? This immortal awakening cauldron is still under my control. How could anyone escape? The fox-like woman exclaimed, her face grim. A radiant light surged from her body, suddenly filling the entire cauldron's interior, yet not a single trace of life could be detected. No, there's another one. There's no way he could have escaped. As the voice faded, a figure materialized from midair. It was Zhao Sheng. In his hand, he held a dented silver-white ring, which slowly descended. Oh, is this treasure called the Immortal Awakening Cauldron? Very good. It's mine now. You're the one who did this. You dared to seize the cauldron? Die? The foxy woman was startled when he dared to show himself. Then, her eyes filled with ferocity, and her entire body suddenly twisted into a vast vortex. With a loud bang, the cave heaven domain descended from the vortex, ready to suppress it once again. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, extended his hand, and gently tossed it. The five elements lightning ring instantly flew towards the cave heaven domain. As soon as it landed in the cave heaven domain, it rapidly expanded, and a faint layer of five-colored lightning emanated from its surface. In an instant, the cave heaven domain solidified in midair, then rapidly shrank, instantly falling into the small void in the center of the ring. Five-colored lightning then descended, covering the entire domain. The foxy woman struggled halfway out of the depths of the domain, but before she could even scream, she was swept by the five-colored lightning, and the next second, she was reduced to ash. The cavernous realm vanished with smoke. The next moment, a five-element lightning ring slammed down from midair. Zhao Sheng rushed forward, catching the silver ring with his arms outstretched. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Then, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve calmly, and the five-element lightning ring flew into his sleeve, disappearing. Outside, Han Wu stared at the three-legged cauldron in shock, slowly retreating toward the door. Suddenly, the cauldron glowed faintly, its lid rising. A flash of lightning shot out from within, landing on the ground and revealing Zhao Sheng. Han Wu's face paled at his appearance, and he froze, quickly asking, "Brother Zhao, is your spirit fragment dead or alive?" Zhao Sheng glanced at him, then raised his hand and grasped the Immortal Awakening Cauldron in his palm. "What do you think?" Han Wu's body trembled slightly at the sight, his expression suddenly becoming more solemn, and a look of respect and awe appeared on his face. "Thank goodness Brother Zhao is here, otherwise I would be in great danger. Brother Zhao, I will never forget your life-saving grace." Han Wu bowed solemnly and said this. Zhao Sheng looked indifferent and said lightly, "I am very curious, why are you targeting the people in the fairy cave? By the way, who is this fairy cave? I really want to know its details," Han Wu said in his heart, as expected, but his face did not show the slightest bit, and immediately said in a solemn voice, "Brother Zhao, you don't know. I don't know much about this fairy cave. But I heard from the village chief before that the people in the fairy cave are all strange people who can freely enter and exit the immortal burial ruins. In addition, such secretive forces have never been known to outsiders, but their potential power is beyond imagination. If it were not for the repeated orders from the village chief, I would not dare to take action against the people in the fairy cave. Is your village chief after this Immortal Awakening Cauldron?" Zhao Sheng weighed the small tripod and asked again. Han Wu's heart trembled at the sight, and he quickly shook his head, denying it. "That's not the case. I received orders from the village chief to kidnap Shi Wutuang and take him to the Cloud Realm. I heard the village chief had encountered a great opportunity in the burial immortal ruins and needed the help of the people from the divine immortal cave." Zhao Sheng's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Can your village chief also enter and exit the burial immortal ruins?" Han Wu decisively revealed the truth. "Yes. The village chief himself is also a visitor to the immortal ruins." "Oh, you're quite frank." Zhao Sheng glanced at Han Wu, deeply impressed by his honesty. "Brother Zhao is my savior. I dare not lie," Han Wu said, feeling a slight chill on his back, and he lowered his eyes. After he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng did not ask any more questions. Silence fell for a moment in the cabin, and the exclamations and chaos outside became even more pronounced, constantly filtering into the room. A few moments later, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a bald, armored, burly man barged in, shattering the strange silence. "Boss, the entire ship is under the control of our brothers." The bald man was halfway through his sentence when he realized something was wrong. He immediately shut up and glared at Zhao Sheng with a fierce expression. Han Wu was panicked by this and shouted, "Henju, stop being so rude. Get out of here, boss." "I'm out of here right now." The bald man was no fool. He immediately realized that the man opposite him was not to be messed with. He responded immediately, turned around and slipped out of the cabin, carefully closing the cabin door. "Brother Zhao, our brothers are wild and reckless. If we've accidentally bumped into you, please don't take it to heart. By the way, I heard Brother Zhao was returning to the Dachan realm. Now that this Cheyenne divine ship has fallen into my hands, I can use it to transport Brother Zhao home as quickly as possible. What do you think?" Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Han, to make the extra trip." Han Wu felt relieved and quickly patted his chest, saying, It's okay. Compared to Brother Zhao's life-saving grace, this little thing is nothing." The Cheyenne divine ship quickly returned to calm, and a faint glow of the formation reappeared on the hull, isolating it from the space-time storm. Then, the Cheyenne divine ship turned slightly, slowly flew through the aftermath of the space-time storm, and sped towards a new space-time beacon, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the chaotic and misty depths of the sky. Chapter 706 Returning to Dachan Realm, Immortals and Buddhist Fear Causes, Mortals Fear Consequences. Just as the Cheyenne divine ship changed course, within a mysterious cavernous heaven, a magnificent immortal city loomed in the midst of a sea of clouds. Within, towering towers towered, jade streets stretched wide and spotlessly clean, rivaling even the most renowned immortal cities in the spirit realm. Rays of light flashed across the sky above the immortal city, and the streets were bustling with people and traffic. Among the pedestrians were not only ordinary human cultivators, but also demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and even various bizarre demons. They all appeared harmonious, without a trace of conflict. This bizarre scene would surely shock many in the lower realms. In the center of the immortal city, a vast expanse of black sky loomed, its pitch-black depths permeating a perpetually mysterious aura. Beyond the dark expanse, a vast expanse stretching several miles wide was barren. The cultivators from the surrounding markets stayed away, clearly indicating that this was a crucial location within the city. Suddenly, a streak of azure light shot out from the distance, soaring directly into the darkness. After passing through the dark barrier, the view opened up, revealing a breathtaking natural landscape of lakes and mountains. Within the lake sat a magnificent celestial palace. The azure light landed on the square in front of the main hall, revealing a seductive woman with long, black hair draped over her shoulders. It was the same woman who had just lost her spirit and fallen at the hands of Zhao Sheng. The hall's door swung open, revealing two massive golden giants, each as large as a mountain. Upon seeing the seductive woman, they half knelt, bowed their heads, and roared in a thunderous voice, "Greetings, left spirit envoy." The seductive woman ignored the two golden giants and entered the hall. The hall was dim, save for balls of dim yellow flames suspended from the walls. The flames flickered, causing the light within to flicker. At the innermost recess of the hall stood a high platform, upon which stood a hazy, indistinct humanoid statue. Beneath the platform, a black crystal several feet tall stood upright. An elderly man in imperial robes stood before the stone, meticulously scribbling on it with his fingers as a knife. Each line he created was imbued with an ineffable Taoist essence, seemingly illuminating the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The stone had already taken shape, revealing the carving of a creature with a human body and a beast's head. "Jianchuar, I greet the cave master." The seductive woman, gazing at the old man's back, immediately half knelt in greeting. "Zia Longyu, rise." "Where is the immortal awakening cauldron?" the immortal cave master casually inquired, continuing his work without turning around. The foxy woman's expression froze, and she said in a deep voice, reporting to the cave master, "Jianchuar has failed this time. The immortal awakening cauldron has fallen into the hands of the Green Forest Daoists. Please punish them." "Green Forest Dao? It seems those little guys are getting restless again." Weren't they suffering enough in Gunsi before? Now they dare to rob me. Xia Longyu, don't worry about this matter. I will make my own arrangements, the immortal cave master continued in a calm tone. Yes, the foxy woman agreed. Oh, by the way, have the remains of the Gun God been found? The immortal cave master continued. I have sent the 10 turtle spirit elders to search the west ruins of Gunsi day and night. The Gun God's remains were last seen at the west ruin CI, and then disappeared without a trace. According to past experience, it will take about 3 months to find the whereabouts of the Gun God's remains, the foxy woman Jia Chor frowned. Oh, I trust you to handle this. Leave now, the old man in the imperial robes turned and spoke calmly. The immortal cave master was shrouded in darkness, his features obscured, one could only vaguely sense his unfathomable aura. Yes, I'll take my leave, the seductive woman said, bowing without hesitation as she exited the hall. Her heart finally relaxed. The old man in the imperial robes gazed at the empty, desolate hall, motionless and silent for a long moment, as if transformed into a statue. An unknown amount of time passed before the hall's phantom flames inexplicably expanded tenfold. Strange, shadowy figures emerged from the blaze, drifting freely through the hall like will-o'-the-wisp fire. Children, go. Find the culprit who stole the immortal awakening cauldron. The immortal cave master's voice was like an undeniable decree. With his command, the shadowy figures in the hall erupted in a howling chorus. The next moment, shadowy figures suddenly shattered the barriers of time and space, burrowing into the depths of the dark sky, then swiftly blending into the space-time storm and disappearing. Dark sky. The Cheyenne divine ship sped along at lightning speed, crushing countless space-time storms, gradually passing through hundreds and thousands of eons of distant time and space, inching closer to the space-time beacon that held the Great Chun realm. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a flash. On the morning of the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, before the sun had even reached the waist of the sacred tree, the Chen family's floating megacity was already bustling with activity, a throng of people mingling shoulder to shoulder. In stark contrast to the usual lazy and relaxed atmosphere, today the city's residents were all in high spirits, gathered in groups, chatting, and in small groups, whispering and laughing. Everyone, with expressions of joy and anticipation, looked upwards to the treetops, as if anticipating something. Amidst the crowd, a handsome young man in a purple robe strolled leisurely down the street, constantly monitoring the discussions around him. The city was ablaze with lights and decorations, as if preparing for some grand celebration. Teams of patrolling city guards could be seen roaming the streets, and a vast white barrier enveloped the sky, giving the impression of a state of tight security. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he casually wandered through the city, making no attempt to meet his wife and children, even though his divine sense had long since locked onto several familiar auras. I heard the position of City Lord has already been decided. The candidate is none other than the Divine Lord's biological son, an elderly man in a yellow robe whispered to his friend. Master Ren, after all, holds a special status. Considering the Divine Lord, it's no wonder he's the City Lord, and it's a popular choice. Besides, the family ancestors are unanimous on this occasion. Who dares to challenge Master Ren for this position? Another middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion remarked. Who says it isn't? Thanks to the Divine Lord's protection, our Chen family has become increasingly prosperous over the past century. I heard that, aside from the Si Li family, our family's strength is already one of the strongest among the ancient clans, a portly man said proudly. His words immediately drew envious glances from outsiders. Hey, have you heard? The Chen family's fortunes are flourishing. I'm afraid another divine transformation master will soon be born, another outsider cultivator said enviously. Well, which Chen ancestor are you talking about? The black evil immortal, or the white-browed immortal child? Hey, I finally found out. Do you want to know? I heard the 100 fragrance banquet at Ningxiang Tower is incredible. Come on, it's just 100 fragrance banquet. I can afford it. As they spoke, 2 foundation establishment cultivators walked arm in arm towards a luxurious 8-story restaurant not far away. Zhao Sheng silently listened to the discussions of the city dwellers, gradually gaining a general understanding of the various changes that had taken place in the Chen family over the past 300 years. The Chen family's current situation could be best described as prosperous, like a raging fire boiling oil. Its momentum and prestige were so strong that they not only rivaled the Silly clan but even surpassed the other 3 Tribulation's ancient clans. Throughout the Dachan realm, everyone knew them. "Yo, they're coming." At that moment, a startled cry echoed. Suddenly, the streets fell silent as everyone looked up at the sky. Zhao Sheng also stopped, stood in front of a shop, and gazed up. From the vast treetops that obscured the sun, a seven-colored rainbow bridge, thousands of feet wide, slowly descended. It spanned half the sky and extended towards the city. Even higher up, the clouds were ablaze with a dazzling radiance, gathering a vast expanse of colorful clouds. Not long after, a burst of beautiful celestial music suddenly echoed from the heavens. A nine-headed, golden-winged roc, dragging a mountain-sized white jade altar, soared down from the end of the rainbow bridge. Its flapping wings echoed like thunder, its whistling shimmering into the clouds. Behind the altar, hundreds of celestial birds and beasts followed, each filled with imposing and advanced cultivators. Atop the altar, a 1,000-foot-tall bronze statue stood majestically, its features and demeanor remarkably reminiscent of Zhao Sheng's. At the very front of the white jade altar stood a tall, elderly man wearing a crown and ornate Taoist robes. His features bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Sheng's, his expression brimming with pride. Zhao Sheng felt a wave of displeasure upon seeing this figure and was about to turn and leave. However, his gaze fell on the two figures behind him, and he paused. One of the women, with a dignified and elegant appearance and a graceful demeanor, clad in a Bixia robe, was easily associated with the Li family. The middle-aged man standing beside her, however, possessed a calm demeanor and a reserved aura. Little did one know that he was actually a high-ranking nascent soul ancestor. Zhao Chonggao. How could it be him? How could a Zhao family member get involved in the Chen family's affairs? Could it be? Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, a touch of surprise in his heart. The middle-aged man was a rising star of the Zhao family back then, one of the few nascent soul seeds he had favored. Not only had he successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage, but he was now mingling with Chen Ren. Something must have happened, otherwise the Zhao family wouldn't have violated the rules he had established. As Zhao Sheng was still in shock, the white jade altar ascended above the city, and the bronze statue became even more majestic. The bronze statue's appearance immediately shook the entire hanging city, with thunderous cheers and applause. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Sheng knew without a second thought how exalted his position was in the Chen family's eyes. Although he disliked this deification movement, he had to acknowledge the brilliance of the Chen family's nascent soul ancestors. Witnessing countless people worshipping him as a deity, Zhao Sheng felt uneasy and lost interest in watching. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, his figure gradually faded and vanished. No one knew he had ever returned. Even his wife, Chen Ying, was unable to see her husband again. Zhao Sheng believed that ascending to the spirit realm was a severance of mortal karma, so a meeting was better than remembering him. This wasn't heartlessness, but rather a reluctance to bring irreparable consequences to his wife and children in the lower realm. As his cultivation deepened, the weight of karma entangled with him grew heavier. Now, even the smallest trace of this karma, if accidentally contaminated by his wife, children, and grandchildren, could bring a near-catastrophic disaster. Zhao Sheng never hesitated to assume the utmost malice against his past and future enemies. If they discovered he was secretly watching over his wife, children, and grandchildren in the lower realm, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, his best option was to avoid contact with Chen Ying, Chen Zhi, and Shen Ren. Zhao Sheng always trusted his intuition, which repeatedly reminded him that he had accumulated several major karmic ties, a perpetual, unresolved causal relationship. Throughout history, immortals and Buddhas fear cause, while mortals fear consequence. Although he was not an immortal or Buddha, he had a vague understanding of the power of karma. After knowing his wife and children were safe, Zhao Sheng did not remain in the Chen family's hanging city for long. He simply performed a small task, quietly placing a treasure of the Dao in the cave of Patriarch Zhengzhu, and then departed. 300 years later, Patriarch Zhengzhu had reached the half-step divine transformation realm. Now, only a fraction of a second was needed to overcome the impenetrable barrier and achieve a breakthrough to the divine transformation realm. Zhao Sheng did this merely for the sake of convenience, hoping that the Chen family would gain another divine transformation master to continue suppressing the clan's fortune for centuries. Later, he also left a treasure of Dao carrying power with his Iman Zhao clan. If this item could be properly utilized, the Zhao clan might produce a divine transformation master in a few hundred years. This was the smallest of things Zhao Sheng could do, Anything more would inevitably invite interference from the heavenly Dao of this realm, creating even more unnecessary consequences. Out in the sea, like an island. 300 years had passed, and this offshore spiritual island had long since returned to its former tranquility. An increasing number of ascetics had taken up residence there, and besides the main peak, the 18 spiritual peaks now had their respective owners. Like an island's main peak towered over 1,000 feet, its summit perpetually shrouded in clouds and auras, radiating heavenward. A majestic jade-white palace stood atop it, and 18 other peaks surrounded it, forming a towering formation. Behind the main peak lay the site of the inter-realm teleportation formation. One day, a towering figure suddenly appeared from nowhere on a vast platform, atop a forest of formation pillars. Zhao Sheng gazed at the 64 shimmering formation pillars before him, his eyes tinged with nostalgia. At that moment, the 3 nascent soul elders stationed at the perimeter of the formation suddenly noticed an outsider entering the forbidden area. Their faces suddenly changed, and they were about to summon their magical powers to attack the intruder. However, the next moment, an unimaginable and overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, instantly pinning the 3 nascent soul elders to the spot, unable to move a single finger. The 3 nascent soul elders were utterly horrified, a sudden feeling of profound awe rising within them. Chapter 707, Meeting the Star God Again. I'm only borrowing this formation for once. There's no need to make a sound, and don't be afraid. A cold voice reached the 3, and they suddenly realized the terrifying pressure receded like a tide, their bodies able to move again. The 3 nascent soul elders exchanged bewilderment, hurriedly bowing their heads and bowing, while simultaneously offering polite greetings, saying things like "Junior, I'm being rude, greetings to the elder," and so on. Zhao Sheng paid no attention to their words and actions, his attention completely focused on the interdimensional teleportation formation. After observing them for a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. With a flick of his mind, he retrieved a 7-star Ruai from the Sumeru space and, with a wave of his hand, tossed it to the top of one of the formation's pillars. He then released a wisp of divine consciousness, landing on the 7-star Ruai, and chanted the incantation to activate the formation. A moment later, the 64 crystal pillars simultaneously shone brightly, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for hundreds of miles around, surging frantically towards the interdimensional teleportation formation. In an instant, a massive pillar of spiritual energy stretched from heaven to earth. The cultivators on the island were immediately alarmed by the sudden change. Beams of light rose from all corners of the island, flying towards the mountain behind the main peak. However, they were all isolated by an invisible barrier, unable to get any closer. As time passed, a vortex of space and time slowly condensed above the open space at the center of the formation. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at the sight, and he was filled with excitement. Before long, the vortex of space and time slowly stabilized, revealing a chaotic, misty, and deep passage at its center. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, then suddenly took a step forward. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the vortex and disappearing. The 3 Yuanying elders breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene, their faces lit up with smiles of relief. At this moment, several beams of light broke through the barrier and landed in front of the 3 people in a moment. Then, an old man with a curly beard strode up to the 3 people and shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, who activated the cross-border teleportation array just now, Brother Chong, don't ask too much? Just now, a hermit expert borrowed the teleportation array of this world. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, at least above the God transformation realm. We, the little nascent soul cultivators, can't afford to offend him, above the God transformation realm." No wonder just now, the old man with a curly beard was startled when he thought of the unimaginable and powerful pressure just now, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. "Fellow Daoists, please disperse. Let's pretend today's events never happened. Please do not reveal this to anyone. In my opinion, that expert may return to island someday. We'd better keep our mouths shut and avoid unnecessary trouble." Among the 3 Yuanying elders, Patriarch Qingqi was the most meticulous, having anticipated the possibility of the expert's return and repeatedly warned his fellow Daoists. His warnings were timely. All the Yuanying elders present were alarmed and nodded in agreement. A bizarre scene unfolded before Zhao Sheng, and he felt a faint pressure descend upon him. A hazy, brilliant light enveloped him, as if he had transformed into a beam of light, traversing an endless sea of light. This was a novel and unprecedented experience. He had never imagined the process of cross-boundary teleportation could be so wondrous. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Behind this brilliant sea of light lay countless mysteries of time and space, slowly revealing their true nature. Unfortunately, this process was too brief. Just as Zhao Sheng had grasped a glimpse of the mysteries of space-time, he was hurled away by an inexplicable force. After a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes and looked around. Crystal-clear pillars stood in a forest all around him. Beyond, a vast cavern spanning hundreds of miles. In its center, a towering crystal tree, as thick as a beam, drooped from it countless crystal strands, swaying in the wind like seaweed. The cavern remained the same underground cavern, but the devil crystal tree had grown immensely. Several crystal red fruits, the rare and precious Yuanshan fruit, were faintly visible in its crown. Wulian Xianzhen. Just then, a voice reached his ears, drawing Zhao Sheng's attention. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a spirited, white-haired old Taoist priest standing outside the formation. He gazed at him with a look of uncertainty. Veins bulged in his right hand as he tightly gripped a jade whisk, its myriad strands of red dust radiating a faint, clear light. Young Taoist priest, is your last name Zhao? The Zhao of Nanbianyi Zhao? Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly spoke meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the vigilance on the face of the white-haired Taoist priest disappeared immediately, and then he was greatly surprised. He quickly raised his palm to salute and said, Junior Zhao Yunjin, may I ask if you are an elder of our clan from the Tesa spiritual world? Zhao Sheng took out the jade token and showed it to the other party, while smiling and saying, Ancestor Jing must have already informed you. Yes, I am the person you have been waiting for. After seeing the ancestor's token with his own eyes, the white-haired Taoist priest with great concentration couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and then he was filled with joy. He bowed his head solemnly again and said respectfully, Zhao Yunjin, a member of the Yun generation of the Zhao family, pays homage to the great ancestor. I wish the great ancestor eternal life and a limitless path to immortality. No need for formalities. Get up. Zhao Sheng waved his long sleeves, sending out an undercurrent, and gently helped the other party up. He then pulled a bottle of elixirs from his sleeve and placed it gently into the white-haired Taoist's arms, saying, You've worked hard. I don't have anything special to give you. Inside the bottle is a dragon tiger jade Zhuan pill I casually refined. 1 pill can save you 60 years of hard training. Giving you 3 pills today is my small compensation. The white-haired elder clutched the bottle tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, and quickly bowed again to express his gratitude. Zhao Sheng ordered him to stand, then questioned him carefully. The white-haired elder answered his questions with all he knew, quickly explaining the current situation in the netherworld and the Xianzhu realm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. I'm leaving. Yunjin. You'll stay here for a while. Someone will arrive soon to take your place. Upon hearing this, the white-haired Taoist quickly and humbly stated that the 7-star spirit realm was an ideal place for cultivation, and he intended to remain there for several hundred years, at least until this round of Yuanshan fruit ripened. Zhao Sheng understood, knowing that the white-haired Taoist must have descendants eagerly awaiting the Yuanshan fruit, and therefore was reluctant to relinquish this perfect position so soon. The 7-star spirit realm's spiritual energy concentration was nearly unmatched in the 3 realms, with an average concentration comparable to the chaotic cave realm, the innermost ring of the divine ruins meteorite sea. It was no wonder he didn't want to relocate. Understanding his intentions, Zhao Sheng's desire to replace him faded. After offering him a few more words of encouragement, he vanished in a flash. The white-haired Taoist was startled by this sight, but when he remembered that Zizu was a returning void semi-immortal, he found it perfectly natural. Netherworld, Star God Sea. A gentle breeze whipped up the boundless ocean, stirring the waves. Clusters of colorful seaweed occasionally appeared on the surface, a vibrant radiance. Suddenly, the clear water reflected streaks of light of varying brilliance. Advanced cultivators, harnessing these streaks, streaked across the sky like meteors, each bound for a sacred island deep beneath the sea. This sacred island, Kifeng Island, encompassed only a little over 30 square kilometers, yet boasted hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, thanks to a second-tier spiritual vein in its center, occupied centuries ago by a Jinden-level cultivation family. From afar, a massive humanoid statue, nearly 100 feet tall, towered over the island's highest point. The statue depicted a handsome young man, his expression aching with compassion, his hands outstretched, a gesture of sympathy. Dawn had just passed, and the crimson sun was rising. Thousands of islanders had already gathered in the spacious square in the island's center. The square was packed with people, the deafening sound of thousands of prayers echoing through the air. It was clear a solemn prayer ceremony was underway on the island. Just then, streaks of light streaked from the outer edge of the square, swiftly descending into the cluster of buildings behind it. The islanders glanced up briefly before paying no attention, as if accustomed to such scenes. Amidst the crowd, a bald old man, holding a chubby child by the hand, gazed proudly at the descending streaks of light. "Little ear, see? Thanks to our surname, Zhao, we can worship the star god. Now, hundreds of sacred islands, large and small, in the surrounding waters have all come under our wing. Every year during the Star God Festival, the masters of each island must personally come to the island to pay homage. Our Kifeng Zhao clan is truly formidable," the old man said with a chubby smile. "Grandpa, every time we have the Star God Festival, you keep nagging me. I'm almost getting calluses from hearing you," the child, Beer, complained impatiently. "Haha, you little brat, you're getting impatient. Do you know the relationship between our Zhao family and the Star God?" I know. Back then, the apocalypse was prevented by our Zhao family and the Star God. Even this Star God Sea was suppressed by the Star God himself, resulting in the current peace and prosperity." Before the old man could recount his ancestors' great achievements, the child interrupted him. "It's good that you know, but it's a pity that hundreds of years have passed since the last Star God appeared. I wonder if I'll survive." The bald old man's expression was gloomy, filled with regret. "Grandpa, look, the grandson was about to offer some comfort when his eyes widened and he shouted. At the same time, a clamor of shouting erupted from the crowd. All the islanders looked up at the majestic statue of the star god, each of them stunned, yet seemingly speechless with excitement. The bald old man looked up and saw the statue of the young god bathed in sunlight, radiating a brilliant divine light, as if awakened from a deep slumber, emanating an indescribable breath of life. Incredibly magnificent waves rippled from the statue, transforming into a vast expanse of dazzling light that spread across the entire island. Bathed in this aura, the islanders felt their ailments instantly vanish, their hearts and minds filled with profound peace. It's the Lord Star God. The Lord Star God has appeared. The Lord Star God has awakened. Quickly inform our ancestors. The entire island erupted in excitement. No matter where they were, the islanders knelt on the ground, each one desperately bowing towards the statue. At that moment, hundreds of beams of light suddenly flew out from the buildings behind the island. Immortal cultivators quickly descended to the front of the square, staring in astonishment at the revived statue of the star god, and then, one after another, bowed their heads in greeting. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across countless spiritual islands across the star god sea. After over 200 years, a star god had once again awakened from his slumber. This was undoubtedly a moment of earth-shattering magnitude. For a moment, the entire star god sea's cultivation world was shaken by this event. Countless giant and true immortals and even nascent soul elders emerged from their retreats, frantically questioning fellow cultivators and friends, eager to understand why the star god had awakened without explanation. The answer lay best understood by the teleported Zhao Sheng. As he activated the great space-time teleportation, traversing billions of voids in one breath, he successfully teleported to the skies above Kangzhou in the Nether God realm. His abrupt appearance was like a boulder suddenly crashing into a pond, sending a massive splash of water. A returning void semi-immortal like Zhao Sheng's presence was too pronounced in this waning, nearly ruined Hangsha world. This immediately alarmed the star gods, previously at one with the heavenly Dao of their own realm, and they awoke instantly from their slumber. As Zhao Sheng surveyed his surroundings, waves of celestial force suddenly emerged from nowhere, not only binding his physical body but also displacing it. Sensing the familiar wave of consciousness, Zhao Sheng didn't resist. With a dizzying swirl, the world before him transformed into a vast, boundless ocean. Dense, enormous balls of light rose from the surface, and layers of colorful seaweed emerged, emitting a faint aura. Then, countless balls of light merged together, instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall man of light. He resembled a handsome young man, his features bearing a striking resemblance to those of his past life. Zhao Sheng immediately recognized the man of light before him as the main consciousness of a star god. "Where are you from, and why are you trespassing in the netherworld?" A resounding, indifferent voice descended from the heavens, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, its words imbued with the might of the heavens. Zhao Sheng felt the vastness of heaven's might, as if he would be annihilated by the laws of this world in the next second. A shudder welled up in his heart. He suppressed his shock and bowed, saying, "My name is Zhao Zai, from an alien realm. My ancestors are from the southern Zhao clan, a lineage that drifted into another realm. I have come to the netherworld today to return to my ancestral homeland. May I ask, Your Excellency, are you the star god?" The young star god replied, "You are not lying, but your words alone are insufficient. Squeeze a drop of your own blood, and you will know the truth from the false." Zhao Sheng's mind flickered at these words, instantly comprehending countless insights. Without hesitation, he expelled a drop of blood, bright red like a gem, from his fingertips and flicked it towards the star god. The drop instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, then merged into the vast mist. The next moment, the young star god nodded and said in a gentler voice, "Yes, you indeed bear the Zhao bloodline. It seems the Zhao clan has produced another cultivator who has reached the return to Void Realm. I'm very happy. Ever since they joined forces to slay the blood god, the relationship between the star god and the Zhao clan's main lineage was naturally undeniable. Put simply, the star god's special treatment of the Zhao clan was entirely due to Zhao Sheng's merits in his previous life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Return to Xianzhou Realm. I don't deserve such praise, Your Highness. Compared to the god-slaying patriarch Qiangshan, who slayed gods for the heavens, I'm far inferior. It's a pity that patriarch Qiangshan sacrificed his life to achieve enlightenment, but he didn't live long enough. Otherwise, with his unparalleled talent, he would have long since achieved the great perfection of returning to the void, and would have been on the verge of merging with the universe. Zhao Sheng sighed, and casually mentioned his previous life, Zhao Qiangshan. The star god took the bait, and seeing a look of nostalgia on his face, he sighed, "Zhao Qiangshan is truly a man of unparalleled integrity. I'm deeply grateful to him." Zhao Sheng was slightly startled by this sight. He felt that after thousands of years, the star god's words and actions had become increasingly human. This personification further confirmed a certain thought within him. For thousands of years, the star god had been worshipped day and night by the human race of the netherworld. His consciousness had inevitably been influenced by the distracting thoughts of all living beings, and over time, his cognition had gradually shifted towards the human race. Perhaps the root of this personification is the star god's need to rely on the power of humanity to avoid assimilation by the heavenly Dao of their own realm. After all, humanity is the foremost of all living things, inherently favored by the heavenly Dao. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled many things, gaining a deeper understanding of the human and heavenly Daos. The next moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly spoke, "Your Highness, do you remember the agreement between you and the Qiangshan ancestor?" Agreement? The star god frowned slightly, as if recalling something. Indeed, the Qiangshan ancestor once left a treasure in the Grand Canyon. He asked you to look after it, saying that his descendants would come to claim it. To be honest, Your Highness, I am the one who has come to claim it as promised. I only remember it. But you didn't say the corresponding secret words, so I can't hand it over to you." The star god's body was shimmering with a white glow, and his voice became indifferent again. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and immediately released a wisp of divine consciousness, sending it at a specific frequency to the star god's consciousness. A moment later, a hint of surprise crossed the star god's face, and he exclaimed, "The secret code is correct. You truly are the one who has retrieved the treasure." Zhao Sheng smiled without saying anything. He had already grasped a secret, with a Kinyu artifact shielding him. The star god truly cannot see through his soul. At that moment, the star god looked down at the sea. His entire body suddenly transformed into a cloud of light, and the void below distorted and blurred slightly. Then, a mountain of spiritual stones, natural treasures, and countless jade slips and ancient scrolls appeared out of thin air before Zhao Sheng's eyes. At first glance, it looked like a vast mountain of treasures suspended in midair, casting a vast shadow over the sea. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and with a sweep of his long sleeves, a vast pool of clear light descended, enveloping the vast mountain. In the next second, the immense treasure that had enthralled the nether god cultivation world vanished into thin air. The star god remained as direct as ever. Upon seeing the treasure being taken, He immediately asked, "The promise we made back then has been fulfilled." Zhao Zai, "What else do you want?" Zhao Sheng, upon seeing this, bowed and said, "I'm fine now. Your Highness, I'll never forget your years of care and care. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the star god instantly transformed into countless streams of light and dissipated in the wind. Zhao Sheng gazed at the sea of sky, silently savoring the star god's final words. "Take care of yourself?" Those words seemed profound. Never mind, let's not dwell on them. For Zhao Qiangshan's sake, as long as he didn't cause trouble in the nether god realm, the star god incarnated as the heavenly Deo would leave him alone. With a single thought, Zhao Sheng smiled to himself, then vanished in a flash. The next moment, he was billions of miles away. Below him lay a strange land of mountains of bones, rivers of blood, and ghostly flames rising into the sky. The sky was gloomy and gray, a sinister wind blew relentlessly, day and night like the wailing of countless ghosts, and clouds of ashes billowed, obscuring the entire sky. Throughout the gorges of the Bone Mountains, grotesque zombies and ghosts swarmed in dense swarms. Strangely, however, most zombies couldn't get far before collapsing, decaying into ash over time, becoming a part of the abyss of bones. The screaming ghosts fared no better. Though they persisted for a while, they were eventually blown away by the gloomy wind, adding a meager fuel to the already thin spiritual atmosphere. Thousands of years later, the spiritual energy of the netherworld had plummeted to a terrifying level. Most of the spiritual veins on the land, including Kang Zhao, had dried up and practically disappeared. The netherworld had long since entered the final stages of the 4 stages of creation, absorption, destruction, and destruction. During this period, with the exception of the star god Sea, most of this realm had degenerated into a place of scarce spiritual energy. Zhao Sheng hadn't noticed this horrifying truth for a while, but when he teleported above the white bone abyss, he quickly discovered an unusual environment. The spiritual energy had become incredibly thin, far less than it had been thousands of years ago. "Huh?" Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise, his divine sense sweeping across a vast expanse of territory encompassing a radius of 5,000 miles. He immediately discovered that within the 5,000-mile radius, there were only a handful of zombies and ghosts comparable in strength to Foundation Establishment cultivators, not even a single golden core-level ghost king. With spiritual energy so thin, it's no wonder even a perilous place like the White Bone Abyss has declined so much. It seems the Kang's How immortal world must be even more desolate. If the netherworld is in such decline, surely the Xianzhu realm must be even more devastated. This thought filled Zhao Sheng with a deep sense of alarm, and his desire to return home grew even more urgent. In a flash, he teleported away again. Deep within the bone abyss, a chilling wind howled, dark clouds blanketed the sky, yet a crescent moon hung in the sky. This crescent moon was incredibly tiny, resembling a slightly curved ray of light, only 100 miles long. Directly below it, atop a vast mountain of bones, stood a bone palace, over 100 feet tall. Entirely pale, constructed entirely from the remains of billions of bones. It exuded a sinister and chilling aura. The bone palace's interior was vast, with dozens of massive bone pillars, each more than 3 men could hold, towering above the ground. Hundreds of skull braziers hung from the walls, their ghostly flames casting a shadowy, eerie glow. At the innermost terrace of the palace, a bone throne, constructed from the skulls of countless demons and humans, stood. Strangely, while the chilling wind howled outside, the palace remained as still as night, devoid of any movement. Clang clang, atop the skeletal throne, a frail person suddenly raised their withered, ugly face, causing the demon-binding chains wrapped around their body to clang and shimmer with strange light. The person grinned nonchalantly, seemingly genuinely delighted. A closer look revealed that their limbs and vital parts of their chest and abdomen were entangled in dark chains as thick as their arms. The chains stretched all around the hall, covering the entire area, their ends piercing the ground for countless miles, connecting invisibly with the remaining earth veins. Suddenly, the person's eyes flickered open, revealing completely white pupils. A strange expression inexplicably etched itself across their dark, unsightly face. The breath of life? Who is that? Jitor, the powerful corpse king growled, his voice harsh and piercing, like a long knife scraping against a whetstone, piercing to the ears. As he finished speaking, the eastern wall suddenly distorted and blurred, and a thin man in Taoist robes emerged from the wall. His features were distorted, and his body was obscured by a dark glow, making him appear blurry. Upon emerging, He immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully called out, "Grandfather, what do you want from me?" The corpse king growled, "A living person has trespassed into the forbidden area. Go and capture him." "Yes, grandfather. Zhao will be back soon." With that, the thin man's figure blurred and he was about to flee the palace. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from the hall, "No need to go. I'm already here." The speaker was, of course, Zhao Sheng, who had teleported in. As he appeared, a vast, ocean-like pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. Both the corpse king and the golden core ghost were stunned by the pressure, unable to move. Zhao Sheng's eyes swept across the hall, and suddenly stopped on the corpse king's face, his expression slightly startled. Studying the vaguely familiar face, he was silent for a moment before abruptly asking, "Are you Zhao Yu?" The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly shifted. The corpse king shuddered, his chains clanking. "Who are you? How do you recognize me from my lifetime?" The corpse king growled, his voice growing hoarse and deep. "Alice." Zhao Sheng sighed deeply, recalling the vibrant and charming figure from his past life, barely able to reconcile it with the hideous zombie before him. He wondered what had happened in the past. Zhao Yu, whom he had once held such high hopes, had become this half-dead, half-living ghost. Now, she was a nascent soul-level flying Pluto, charged with the crucial mission of guarding the passage between the two worlds. "You don't need to ask who I am. I simply wish to return to the Shiansu realm through the rift in space-time. Don't be afraid, I'm a friend, not an enemy." With these words, Zhao Sheng flicked his finger, and a stream of light flashed, piercing Zhao Yu's body. Instantly, Zhao Yu's aura surged, as if she had taken a powerful tonic. A vast, eerie black light erupted from her body. The soul-suppressing chains that bound her suddenly clanged and shone with brilliant light. "Ancestor," Ghost King Zhao cried out in shock upon witnessing this scene. Zhao Sheng, seemingly unfazed, nodded in apparent satisfaction. He dropped another storage bag to the ground and vanished without a trace. Within 2 breaths, an even more terrifying divine pressure descended from the temple ceiling. Ghost King Zhao cried out in terror and dove into the ground, not daring to reveal even a trace of his ghostly form. Fortunately, the terrifying pressure vanished as quickly as it appeared. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure inexplicably dissipated, leaving only Zhao Yu inside the hall, her voice shrieking incessantly. Time and space seemed bizarre and fleeting. When Zhao Sheng opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a completely new world. Overcast skies, a chilling wind blew, and a strange, foul smell hung in the air. Looking down at the earth, the surface had sunk significantly, revealing a vast basin nearly 1,000 miles in diameter. The surrounding terrain was jagged and dotted with pits, hinting at the scene of that epic battle. Gazing at the horizon, a vast, unbroken great wall loomed. Once a golden wall, it had, after thousands of years of wind and rain, become a decrepit relic. Zhao Sheng gazed down at the land below, a deep sense of nostalgia evident on his face. Back then, the battles of iron and steel decided the fate of 2 worlds. Now, countless talented individuals have been swept away by the wind and rain, leaving few to live freely. The Mad Monk, the Pig Emperor, the Fairy Xianzhu, Zhao Xuanjing, Zhao Chengdu, Zhao Qingbi, countless figures flashed through his mind, one after another, like a fleeting display of flowers. Thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the old friends had become nothing but dust. Time was always so cruel and unforgiving. "Hey, someone, tell me your name," a hostile, cold shout suddenly interrupted Zhao Sheng's recollections. He looked up and saw a cloud boat speeding towards him. Aboard stood a burly, long-haired man. He glared at him warily, clutching a blood-red banner. Before Zhao Sheng could reveal his identity, the long-haired man's expression suddenly changed drastically. A vast blood-red light suddenly emanated from his body. He opened his mouth and suddenly gushed out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the blood-red banner. Instantly, the banner swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive banner over 10 feet tall, shrouded in blood and filled with murderous aura. A ferocious, 3-eyed ghost emerged from the banner, its face green and fangs etched with a sinister aura. The next second, the 3-eyed ghost detached itself from the banner, engulfed in a vast cloud of blood, and charged towards Zhao Sheng with furious force. Before the blood cloud arrived, a sickening, rancid odor spread, and the surrounding area became so cold that a heavy snow began to fall. Zhao Sheng frowned at this, exhaled gently, and the breath suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, instantly blowing away the ghost and the blood cloud. Before the long-haired man could even register a look of utter horror, he froze in place like a log, his soul and consciousness frozen. At this moment, cloud boat after cloud boat rose from the basin below, flying menacingly towards Zhao Sheng. Atop each cloud boat stood a massive, armored figure, each clutching a blood-red ghost banner. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the area, and instantly all the boats and people froze in midair. Only then did Zhao Sheng calmly and leisurely speak, "A bunch of ignorant brats. Is this how your elders taught you?" His voice wasn't raised at all, yet it resonated with uncanny clarity, etched deep into everyone's consciousness, leaving them with a lasting memory. Chapter 709, The Salvation Plan and the Desperate Situation of Xiansu. At Zhao Sheng's level, even a quick glance revealed that many of the demonic cultivators before him bore the Zhao bloodline. Members of the world's foremost aristocratic family had fallen into the company of demonic heretics, a disgrace to the Xiansu Zhao clan. Zhao Sheng, ever so meticulous, immediately realized that a major event, unknown to him, must have occurred. The intelligence Zhao Zunjing had previously sent was likely already significantly outdated, losing much of its value and serving only as a reference. Zhao Sheng, not bothering to question these insignificant individuals, instantly channeled dozens of divine thoughts, darting like lightning into the purple mansion soul seas of each individual. In a split second, he had thoroughly traversed everyone's memories. After reviewing this, Zhao Sheng's face darkened, a touch of displeasure welling up within him. The intelligence he had previously sent had already hinted at a split within the Xiansu Zhao clan. 600 years have passed, and the Xiansu Zhao clan, as inferred in the intelligence reports, has indeed fragmented 200 years ago, splitting into the central, southern, northern, and overseas branches, with countless other offshoots. The central branch, considered the Zhao clan's ancestral line, not only occupies the sacred sites of Xiansu Mountain and Qianlong Valley, but also secretly controls the secular Zhao dynasty, making it the most powerful. The southern branch, centered in Xinglong City, has formed alliances with the Danding sect and the beast-taming sect, extending its influence throughout southern Xinjiang and even into southern Yanzhou. The northern branch, on its own initiative, relocated to Bihanzhou, annexing the Shumu Palace and becoming the continent's new overlord. It also maintains close ties with ancient Buddhism, forming an alliance to resist attacks from demonic forces. The final four overseas branches each occupy a vast ocean, but due to their fragmented strength, they can only barely defend themselves and are unable to return to Zhongzhou. As the saying goes, long periods of unity will inevitably lead to division, and long periods of division will inevitably lead to unification. Separation and unification are destiny, beyond human power. Zhao Sheng had long anticipated the split of the Xiansu Zhao clan, so he wasn't surprised at all. What displeased him, however, was that some incompetent Zhao clan branches had actively colluded with the evil and heretical sects, even becoming accomplices in exploiting the human race of their own world. These worthless people, far from being ashamed of this, were actually proud of it. They even brainwashed their own clan members with nonsense like Taoism will wither and demons will rise, the tide of change is unchangeable, and those who understand the times are heroes. With Zhao Sheng's current perspective, he naturally lost sight of the distinction between good and evil. The fact that numerous Zhao clan members cultivated demonic techniques and became members of the demonic sect was nothing new. With a population of hundreds of millions, the emergence of demonic sects among the Zhao clan was perfectly normal. He wasn't angry about this, but rather about these fools being used like pawns, completely unaware of their own actions. At this moment, Zhao Sheng was absolutely certain that the Zhao family's disintegration was fueled by numerous hidden forces. He could even name several of these black hands, the most prominent of whom was the Supreme Induction sect. The original Demon sect and the Immortal Weapon sect were also undoubtedly involved, undoubtedly acting as accomplices. Why was Zhao Sheng so certain that the Supreme Induction sect was the primary culprit? The story was a long one. If one had to begin from the beginning, one would have to trace it back to the conflict surrounding the killing of the blood god. However, that was over 6,000 years ago, so there's no need to dwell on it at this point. Speaking of the major event that truly intensified the conflict between the Supreme Induction sect and the Xiansu Zhao family, one must mention the world-saving voyage 3,000 years ago. Because the Zhao family had numerous descendants who had achieved divine transformation and ascended to the spirit realm, Zhao Zunjing was well informed about the world-saving voyage plan, and the intelligence he sent him naturally included a detailed description of this salvation plan. Simply put, the salvation voyage plan was proposed against a backdrop of the Shyuan realm's rapidly declining spiritual energy, inevitably transforming it into a spiritual desert. As early as 3,000 years ago, all of the Shyuan realm's leading immortal cultivation forces had foreseen the tragic end of their realm's spiritual energy extinction. Just as many insightful individuals were panicking, the Supreme Induction Sect suddenly proposed a salvation voyage plan. This plan had a single core objective: to relocate a small number of core members from each major sect to the Spring Birth realm, 16 eons away, thereby preserving the sect's vital energy. To this end, the Supreme Induction Sect proactively provided a refining diagram for the Supreme Divine Ship. While the Supreme Divine Ship could travel through virtual realms, significantly shortening voyage times, its greatest drawbacks were its extreme difficulty in refining and its limited capacity, capable of carrying no more than 300 people. Despite this, the ship was undoubtedly a lifeline to those in the know. As a result, the world-saving voyage plan was immediately embraced by all the leading factions, and the Shyuan Zhao clan contributed immensely to it. During the centuries of refining the divine ship, the Supreme Induction Sect was the uncrowned king of the Shyuan realm, forcing even the Shyuan Zhao clan, at its peak, to void its influence. It was during these centuries that the Supreme Induction Sect quietly consolidated its power. The most significant milestone was the voluntary submission of the original Demon Sect and the Immortal Weapon Sect to the Supreme Induction Sect, while the Linxiao Academy was shattered and its Confucian cultivation fell into depravity. In pursuit of their so-called world-saving cause, the Shyuan Zhao clan could only watch as the Supreme Induction Sect continued to expand its influence, unable to confront it head-on. For at the time, the Supreme Induction Sect represented the unwavering trend of the realm, unstoppable and unstoppable. 2,500 years ago, with the successful refining of the Supreme Divine Ship, the plan to save the world unfolded in an orderly fashion. Decades later, the Supreme Divine Ship, carrying a true Lord of Transformation, over 20 nascent soul ancestors, hundreds of golden cores, and nearly 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators, officially set sail from Yingzhou Star, bound for the Spring Life Realm 16 eons away. Centuries later, around 2,000 years ago, the Supreme Divine Ship suddenly returned to Yingzhou Star, bringing with it hundreds of people. Among them were those who had sailed there before, as well as many descendants of those who had sailed there, all with cultivation levels above the Foundation Establishment stage at the very least. These returnees not only brought back a wealth of intelligence but also the most precious hope. Soon after, at the behest of the Supreme Induction Sect, the Second Supreme Divine Ship officially commenced its cultivation. Soon after, the First Supreme Divine Ship, carrying another 300 newcomers, embarked on its voyage with great anticipation. Little did they know that the returning cultivators, while bringing with them hope, also secretly brought with them a greater crisis. The most fatal disagreement took root in the darkness shortly after their return. Then, over the next 2,000 years, this conflict continued to germinate and grow, ultimately brewing into a brutal internal conflict that continues to this day. Zhao Sheng, simply from the intelligence reports, could fully grasp the ferocity of this internal conflict, a conflict that hinged on the fate of civilization. The split within the Shyuan Zhao clan was naturally linked to this internal struggle within the civilization itself. Simply put, the Shyuan realm was divided into two camps: the Integration faction, led by the Supreme Induction Sect, and the Autonomy faction, led by the Shyuan Zhao clan. The Integration faction advocated a clear-cut strategy: actively assimilate into the Chunsheng realm's immortal cultivation civilization, hoping it would accept them as foreign immigrants. The Autonomy faction, as the name suggests, advocated independence and self-reliance, refusing to surrender to the native civilization. This would mean handing over the entire culmination of Shyuan realm civilization to the major immortal cultivation forces within Chunsheng realm. From the outset, the Autonomy faction was at a significant disadvantage. Not only was the Supreme Induction Sect the primary guide, but it was also simply because they were too weak to contend with an entire immortal cultivation civilization. The biggest reason, however, is human selfishness. Immortal cultivators are the epitome of selfishness. Most are solely focused on their own cultivation, so how could they possibly sacrifice their lives for so-called greater good? Consequently, over the past 2,000 years, the independent faction has steadily waned, and the situation has become increasingly difficult. The integration faction has gained widespread support and has long become the undisputed mainstream within this realm. Furthermore, the major immortal cultivation forces of the Zhao Sheng realm have been secretly extending their reach throughout the Xianzhu realm for years. This group of demonic cultivators is prime evidence of this. The sect they joined is called the Ghost God sect, and the ghost controlling technique they practice is a ghost cultivation technique originating from the Zhao Sheng realm. The practice of ghost controlling technique is extremely complex. Beginners must capture a spirit ghost to serve as the banner spirit for their natal flag, preferably one with a close blood relationship. The higher the quality of the spirit ghost, the faster the individual's cultivation progresses, and the easier it is to achieve breakthroughs and ascend to higher levels. Most importantly, this ghost cultivation technique requires little spiritual energy from heaven and earth, instead drawing primarily on the yin, evil, and foul energy rising from the earth's crust. Against the backdrop of dwindling spiritual energy, it's understandable how eager this world's cultivators are to acquire the ghost-controlling technique. Over the past millennium, the Ghost God sect has grown at a pace beyond imagination. In less than a millennium, it has become a behemoth, boasting numerous masters and hundreds of thousands of disciples, rivaling the power of top sects like Dizeng and Danding. The Ghost God sect's growth and expansion clearly demonstrates the inevitable trend of the decline of Taoism and the rise of demons in the Xianzhu realm, with no sign of change in the future. While the above may seem like a long story, in reality, only a moment has passed. In a brief moment, Zhao Sheng reconstructed the millennial-long history of the Xianzhu realm and gained a more precise grasp of his future actions. With a single thought, he suddenly heard explosions echoing all around him, and the inhumane Ghost God sect disciples blew themselves up one after another. Zhao Sheng swept his sleeves, and all the cloud boats vanished into the Sumeru space. Having erased all traces, he took a calm step forward, his figure instantly vanishing without a trace. Shortly after, a pitch-black cloud hurried in from the horizon, and from it leaped a strange old man, his face half black and half white. Yin Yang Zhenren looked around grimly, then suddenly formed hand seals and unleashed 7 or 8 mystical techniques to track down the enemy, but found no trace. Finally, he was forced to look upward at the rift in space-time, a hint of surprise and fear in his eyes. The man seemed to have a sudden thought, and suddenly his whole body trembled. Hastily controlling the cloud, he fled madly in the direction he had come, completely forgetting his purpose. Xianzhu Mountain towered majestically, its lush rock faces shrouded in swirling clouds. From afar, it resembled a giant pillar supporting the heavens. Returning to his homeland, it was a source of profound emotion for Zhao Sheng. He quickly regained his composure, and in a flash, he found himself at a corner of the Shansong city market. After 6,000 years, the once grand and prosperous Shansong city he remembered had become drab and deserted. The number of immortal cultivators in the streets and shops had plummeted. Even those who did appear were worried and hurried, quickly disappearing into the streets. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and his divine sense silently enveloped the entire Shansong city. What he saw shocked him. The number of immortal cultivators in the entire Shansong city had dropped to less than 30,000, with demonic cultivators comprising nearly a third. Only 103 had reached the foundation establishment stage or higher, a mere 9 were golden core true immortals, and a single Yuanying patriarch stood out. Before returning to the Xianzhu realm, he had imagined that the level of immortal cultivation in his realm would decline significantly, but he had never imagined it would decline to such a dire state. 6,000 years ago, the average spiritual energy concentration in Shansong City had reached the 4th rank, but now it had plummeted to the middle of the 2nd rank. Considering that Mountain City sits at the core of a 5th-tier spiritual vein, even here it's in such dilapidated condition. Imagine how dire the conditions are for the other spiritual veins in the Xianzhu realm. Perhaps all veins below the 3rd tier have been reduced to mortal soil, with immortal cultivators practically extinct. Tragic. So tragic. Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly, no wonder so many have embraced the demonic path, and no wonder the Supreme Induction sect chose to surrender. The state of the Xianzhu realm has reached its uttermost depravity. Looking at the vast expanse of dilapidated, neglected shops, Zhao Sheng shook his head and teleported away. The next moment, a towering figure suddenly appeared deep within the ancestral cave, the most important abode within the city lord's mansion. Zhao Lingshen's eyes snapped open, a look of immense horror in their eyes. "Who are you?" he blurted out, but the next moment he hurriedly shouted, "No, no, senior, I'm sorry for not welcoming you, As he spoke, Zhao Shen hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to the handsome young man a few steps away. No need for formalities. I'm from the same clan as you, so don't panic, Zhao Sheng said calmly. Zhao Shen was overjoyed upon hearing this, immediately bowing his head again in greeting. I'm Zhao Shen, a member of the Ding generation. Greetings to the elders of our clan. May I ask if you are from the upper realms? Zhao Sheng's heart stirred, and he replied, No. My given name is simply Zai, and I come from the Taisa spiritual realm. Have you heard of me before? Zhao Shen was ecstatic. He hadn't only heard of Zhao Zai's name, ever since the ancestor from the upper realm had passed down the decree, he had recited it countless times day and night. Undoubtedly, the three remaining elders of the Ding generation within the Xiansu Zhao clan had already regarded this returning foreign elder as their clan's great savior. If anyone could turn the tide and save the world, then the ancestor Zhao Zai was the undisputed choice. Chapter 710, Following the Will of Heaven. Ancestor Zai, please accept the obeisance of this young Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen solemnly knelt and kowtowed. As he kowtowed, he excitedly declared, For years, this younger generation and the entire clan, young and old, have eagerly awaited the return of our ancestors. Today, we finally see your face. You are truly a dragon, a phoenix, and a celestial being. Zhao Sheng, already immune to such meaningless flattery, said calmly, I do not care for mundane formalities. Rise. Yes, Zhao Shen replied, immediately rising and standing respectfully to the side. Zhao Sheng walked a few steps to the jade couch, sat down cross-legged, and then said, I have followed the last wishes of Patriarch Xiangshan. After I have achieved success in cultivation, I have come to Xiansu realm to retrieve the treasures left by the ancestor. Regarding this matter, Patriarch Jing must have issued an edict. Do you know this? Zhao Shen felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded with a gloomy expression and said, The ancestor did mention this matter. But, well, could it be that something unexpected happened in the middle? Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately realized that the other party had something to hide. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen's face flushed red as he said in shame, I hope our ancestors are so insightful. I dare not hide anything. This matter involves a well-known case in the history of the Zhao family. Those rebellious and shameless people not only violated our ancestral teachings and defected to the enemy, but also betrayed us and secretly stole most of the treasures accumulated by our clan over 10,000 years. They even gave away the ancestral treasures as gifts to powerful outsiders. This incident has brought shame to the ancestors of the Zhao family and is the greatest shame our clan has ever suffered. Therefore, I am really ashamed to mention it. Zhao Sheng's face remained calm after hearing this, and he asked in a cold tone, Oh, really? So, the 9 nether pagoda, the 10,000 fire cauldron, the Zumi ring, the sun-chasing bow and other ancestral treasures are now in the hands of outsiders. Alice, we, the descendants, have failed to live up to our expectations and embarrassed Zizu. You guessed correctly, aside from the 10,000 fire cauldron, all the other relics were taken to the spring birth realm by those traitors. Zhao Shen sighed. Zhao Sheng listened thoughtfully, muttering to himself, Spring birth realm? It's not far from the Xiansu realm. Looks like I'll have to make another arduous journey. Zhao Shen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding. He had intended to provoke Zizu's wrath, but he hadn't shown a trace of anger. He could clearly see that Zizu, supremely indifferent, was clearly intent on standing idly by. His guess was correct. Zhao Sheng had no desire to meddle in the Zhao clan's internal affairs. Even if internal strife tore the clan apart, severely damaging its vitality, so what? Even if some branches of the clan fled to other realms and voluntarily integrated into the spring birth realm, so what? The Zhongzuan clan, to which Zhao Shen belongs, has always prided itself on its lineage as the Zhao clan's ancestral line, reveling in the glory of its ancestors, oblivious to the changing dynamics of the world. In Zhao Sheng's eyes, the various Zhao clans of the Xiansu realm are a bunch of useless, clinging to their old ways and failing to advance. They clearly know that the Xiansu realm will eventually become a land of no spirits, yet they still cling to the delusion of reversing this trend. This is sheer folly and a recipe for disaster. Today, Zhao descendants have spread across the heavens and realms, and the clan's future has shifted to the Tai spirit realm. Zhao Shen and his ilk refuse to face the harsh reality. The Xiansu realm has been abandoned, and the Zhao clan should long ago seek a new path. The netherworld, the Dark Night realm, The Great Pine Realm, the Black Sands Realm, the Cloud Sea Realm, and even the Spring Life Realm, these vast, boundless worlds, all offer a new path to survival. From 7 or 8,000 years ago until today, such a vast expanse of time has passed. Those who could have left have all departed, yet people like Zhao Sheng remain unmoved. Truly a rotten tree, uncaring. Therefore, Zhao Sheng will not waste his efforts. Since these clinging to their flaws refuse to leave the Xianzhu realm, let them return to ordinary life along with it. As the saying goes, your body and name may perish, but the rivers and streams remain, flowing eternally. Time is the most miraculous of all the heavens, it can change everything. Perhaps in tens or hundreds of thousands of years, the Xianzhu realm will awaken from its slumber, a spiritual tide will rise once more, and a new spiritual world will evolve. Zhao Sheng still hopes that Zizou will intervene to turn the tide, unaware that the various Zhao clans have been silently abandoned by their ancestors. Though unspoken, the Zhao ancestors, led by Zhao Zunjing, have demonstrated this harsh truth through their actions. For over 3,000 years, none of the Zhao clan ancestors from the Tai spirit realm have returned to the Xianzhu realm, and few decrees have been transmitted from the upper realms over these years. This reveals the ancestors' true intentions. Ironically, people like Zhao Sheng understand the ancestors' deep meaning, yet they cling to hopeless optimism and refuse to face reality. Zhao Sheng, upon reading the intelligence jade slip, had already grasped the true intentions of Zhao Zunjing and the others and, long before departing, had decided to stand idly by, unwilling to resign. Zhao Sheng, clinging to last shred of hope, once again poured out his heart to Zizou, tearfully recounting the countless humiliations the Zhao clan had endured over the past millennia, while simultaneously denouncing the traitorous branches who had defected to the enemy. He grew increasingly agitated and indignant, his anger rising to the point of tears. It must be said that Zhao Sheng's lamentations were largely sincere, but also heavily embodied, his acting prowess far surpassing even the best actor. After all, this man had lived for over 1,600 years, to call him a wily old man would be an understatement. Unfortunately, Zhao Sheng had stumbled upon the wrong man. Zhao Sheng listened to his rant impassively, his demeanor enigmatic from beginning to end. Our clans are now weak, and our members are failing us. We are powerless to avenge our humiliation. Please, Zizou, help us, Zhao Sheng concluded, finally revealing his true purpose. This man, after all, still intended to use Zhao Sheng as a pawn, was completely miscalculated. Let me ask you, which faction controls the 9 Netherworld Pagoda now? Zhao Sheng asked, unconcerned. Zhao Sheng was suddenly shocked all over, and a bit of hope suddenly emerged in his heart. He quickly replied, reporting to the ancestor, the 9 Nether Pagoda should have fallen into the hands of the Ghost God sect. Think about the past. Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted him and said in a cold voice, let me ask you again, where's the mountain gate of the Ghost God sect? Is it in Xianzhu? Zhao Sheng's eyes dimmed, but he did not dare to neglect it. He immediately shook his head and said, the one in Xianzhu is just a branch of the Ghost God sect. The real mountain gate of this sect is far away in Shunsheng realm. As for where it is exactly, I also know a thing or two. Having said that, Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand to wipe the storage bag on his waist, and several white jade slips appeared in his hand instantly. He held the jade slip in both hands and respectfully presented it to Zhao Sheng, saying, Grandmaster Zai, this slip contains a vast amount of information about the customs, people, and sectarian power of the Springborn realm, gathered over thousands of years by our clansmen. Please review it. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the slip, his divine sense instantly penetrating it, instantly storing all the information in his mind. After reading the slip, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but nod slightly, his understanding of every aspect of the Springborn realm now in full force. You've done well, and I deserve your reward. As he finished speaking, a streak of gray light shot out from his sleeve and landed in Zhao Sheng's arms. The light faded, revealing a gray storage bag. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed upon seeing this, subconsciously inserting his divine sense into the bag. His lips trembled with excitement, his lips trembling with joy. The storage bag was filled with an unimaginable amount of spirit stones, so many that it formed a mountain. Most of them were of mid-grade or higher, with thousands of top-grade stones. That's a ton of spirit stones. Zizou, please take them back, Zhao Sheng, ecstatic, yet reluctantly offered a way out. Zhao Sheng said gravely, well, it's not just for you. Listen carefully. While this realm's ascension formation is still active, You, the Zhongzong and other lineages, must unite your clan's strength to cultivate 1 or 2 new divine transformation true lords and help them ascend to the spirit realm. The spirit stones in the storage bag can only be used on those who have the potential to achieve divine transformation. After fulfilling my ancestors' will, I will station myself at the Shyuansu realm for a period of time. If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, please come find me at the Ascension platform. Upon hearing this statement, Zhao Sheng instantly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was overcome with excitement, suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope. That Ascension platform was a place not accessible to ordinary cultivators. It required cultivation to the nascent soul realm. In other words, this heaven-sent opportunity could only be bestowed upon a nascent soul patriarch. A golden core true immortal wouldn't stand a chance. After all, Elder Zizu couldn't possibly remain in the Shyuansu realm for 1,000 years. It was pitiful to say that, across all the Zhao clan sects, there were only 7 nascent soul patriarchs. And fewer than 200 golden core true immortals. This paltry strength was a fraction of their peak 5,000 years ago. Yet, amidst the dwindling spiritual energy, the Zhao clan sects remained formidable behemoths, impossible for outsiders to challenge. Choose one from the 7, and my path will have hope. I'm going to succeed, just as Zhao Sheng, lost in thought, cried out. Zhao Sheng didn't linger any longer. He casually placed down several jade slips and, in a flash, vanished into thin air. Zhao Sheng felt his vision blur, and the next moment, the jade couch was empty. Elder Zizu had vanished. He was first startled, then a look of loss crossed his face, as if he'd missed an opportunity. Sky Burial Plain, the Great Central Basin. That unprecedented war between the two realms forever altered the topography of the tens of thousands of miles of Sky Burial Plain, creating not only a vast basin 1,000 miles in diameter, but also a profound transformation of countless underground spiritual veins. The meteorite had pierced the Earth's crust, causing ancient spiritual energy, accumulated for countless millennia deep within the crust, to erupt through countless fissures. In just 100 years, Sky Burial Plain rapidly condensed numerous new spiritual veins, many reaching the 2nd level or higher. This result not only exceeded the expectations of all the sects, but also made Sky Burial Plain a new sacred place for cultivation. Unfortunately, countless lives were lost in the war, and the area, already a rare and inauspicious place, quickly became a paradise for evil spirits. Countless demons and unorthodox sects flocked to it, engaging in a frenzied battle for each spiritual vein. 100 years later, the heavenly burial plain had become the most chaotic and dangerous place in the Shyuansu realm. It held countless treasures, both new and lost, from the battlefields. Every year, countless cultivators soared to new heights, inspired by the relics of their predecessors. As the concentration of spiritual energy in the Shyuansu realm rapidly declined, the importance of the heavenly burial plain grew rapidly. By 1,000 years ago, it had become the last remaining haven for demons and unorthodox sects, its average spiritual energy concentration rivaling that of traditional sacred sites like Mountain City, Crystal Palace, and Demon God Mountain. Consequently, the vast majority of the Shyuansu realm's demonic masters settled in the heavenly burial plain, forming an indestructible alliance to leverage its geographical advantages to resist the invasion of the righteous. The war between good and evil raged for 300 years, ultimately resulting in a crushing defeat for the righteous. This devastating defeat was due in part to the fact that, over the past 2,000 years, wave after wave of elite cultivators had resolutely fled to the spring birth realm, leading to continuous decline in the overall strength of the righteous forces. Secondly, the Chunsheng realm secretly meddled in this war between good and evil. With the help of the Supreme Induction sect, it was a miracle the righteous side remained undefeated. This 300-year-long war established the Shyuansu realm's decline of Taoism and rise of demons. As time passed, the situation in the realm grew increasingly dire and corrupt, now reaching a critical point where no one could recover. Back to the story. Thousands of years ago, the ghost god sect suddenly rose to prominence, teeming with mysterious masters. As it continued to grow and prosper, it constantly suppressed dissidents and recruited demonic forces. 1,000 years later, the ghost god sect has become the dominant force among the demonic forces, occupying 80% of the Shyuansu plain and officially boasting 5 nascent soul stage ancestors. While the number of Jindans hovering within the sect remains a mystery, it's undoubtedly well into the triple digits. Ghost god sect disciples are arrogant and cruel by nature. Due to their demonic cultivation, They often sacrifice human beings, sometimes even their own relatives. For example, the Juxing patriarch sacrificed 1 million of his entire clan members to the heavens at once, ultimately gaining a seemingly impulsive breakthrough, ultimately reaching the nascent soul stage. Blood sacrifice of one's own clan members was inherently against heaven's will, and the laws of nature would have brought down a calamity and severe punishment on those who performed it. However, as events unfolded, the Shyamsu realm, entering the final stage of its formation, stasis, destruction, and emptiness cycle, unexpectedly, blood sacrifice became a natural and appropriate act of fate. Far from punishing those who performed the blood sacrifice, the laws of this realm bestowed upon them merits. As the saying goes, when the time comes, all will flow. The Ghost in God sect undoubtedly has the guidance of the Master. Precisely anticipating the imminent catastrophe of heaven, their actions are unrestrained and their methods exceptionally brutal. As Zhao Sheng teleported above the central basin, he happened to witness an incredibly brutal blood sacrifice of tens of thousands of people. Chapter 711 Destroying the Ghost Sect. Jump, you bastards, jump down. Amidst a barrage of curses, 7 or 8 ferocious, half-naked men wielded long human whips, frantically lashing the crowd before them. The whips flew, sending shards of flesh and blood flying. The crowd at the back, battered and bruised, immediately rushed forward in terror. At the front, hundreds of people had already reached the outer edge of the cliff, a half-step away from a bottomless ravine shrouded in blood. The fierce pressure from the crowd behind them instantly made it impossible for the hundreds in front to stand. They fell, one after another, like dumplings raining down from the sky. Screaming, they plummeted into the ravine, instantly devoured by the bloody light. As these human sacrifices fell into the bloody light, their flesh rapidly disintegrated and dissolved, transforming into fresh blood that merged with the surrounding blood. The only remaining human skeletons continued to plummet to the bottom, becoming part of the mountain of bones at the bottom. 18 pitch-black banners stood around White Bone Mountain. Horrifying ghosts roamed the mountain, excitedly devouring fresh souls. At its summit, a blood-red banner, a full 3 feet tall, stood. A massive, one-horned, indigo-faced ghost poked most of its body out from within it, devouring the blood-filled clouds with seemingly immense pleasure. Directly beneath the banner sat a pale-faced, sage-like elder, his eyes closed. A faint glow shone from his body, while streams of mottled ghost light rose from his body. This light continuously sank into the one-horned ghost, then gradually grew stronger with the ghost's pure ghost energy. Just then, Zhao Sheng quietly appeared beside the pale-faced elder, his expressionless face fixed on him. Zhao Sheng knew at a glance that he had reached the critical stage of breaking through the barrier and establishing his foundation. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to break through and successfully ascend to the foundation building stage in a few days. Zhao Sheng found it odd that the Ghost God sect possessed such a devious cultivation method in this age nearing the end of the Dharma. However, he soon sensed something amiss. While the individual before him appeared to be cultivating through the use of a ghost, the ghost was actually slowly eroding everything about its host, including its spiritual energy, physical body, and soul. His deductions suggested that this individual's lifespan would be significantly shorter than that of a normal foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, upon death, their soul would be devoured by their natal ghost, ultimately giving rise to an even more ferocious ghost, also known as a banner spirit. Zhao Sheng saw that this individual wasn't cultivating through the use of ghosts, but rather practicing a highly unusual ritual. The final product of this ritual was the birth spirit banner, possessed by every Ghost God sect disciple. This thought moved Zhao Sheng, who marveled at the ingenuity and ruthlessness of the mastermind behind this scheme. From this perspective, the Ghost God sect resembled a sheep pen, while the Shyamsu realm was a vast pasture. Periodically, people arrived to harvest the sheep's wool. This was truly appalling, a profit spree that couldn't even begin to describe. It was like unearthing a virtually inexhaustible super-spiritual mine. Zhao Sheng's curiosity about the Ghost God sect, so far away in the Chunsheng realm, grew even more intense, and he felt a pang of impatience. In the next instant, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and he saw the pale-faced old man vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, the blood-red clouds that filled the valley, along with every ghostly being, were obliterated by a field of will. The dark and eerie valley was swept clean of its filth, and sunlight once again streamed down to the valley floor. Ghost flags spontaneously ignited, instantly reducing to ash. Zhao Sheng reached out and plucked up the blood-red ghost flag beside him. With a single thought, he sealed the one-horned ghost within its surface, then stored it within the Sumeru dimension. The refining method of this ghost flag was somewhat unique, requiring considerable research and scrutiny. He put it away and left it for later deduction. Bang, bang, bang. On the cliff, the whip-wielding men exploded for no reason, and blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant. This horrifying scene immediately frightened the crowd and made them scream and wail. At this time, Zhao Sheng had disappeared from the bottom of the valley, and in an instant he came to the center of a magnificent square covering an area of 1,000 acres, surrounded by grand and magnificent palaces. Who is it? Come here, there are enemies breaking in. Who is this impatient dead man? How dare you trespass into our sect's important place? The appearance of Zhao Sheng immediately alarmed the inner disciples who were guarding the sect's temple and the square. In a blink of an eye, ghosts rose into the air from all directions, pouncing on the enemy standing in the center of the square with bared fangs and claws. Zhao Sheng looked indifferent, and with just a glance around, an indescribable invisible wave expanded at the speed of light. In an instant, not only did the flying ghosts solidify, but even the air, the cold wind, the dust and fog, and all living things within a radius of hundreds of miles, and even the countless forbidden formations, solidified at the same time. At this moment, time seemed to become stagnant. 1, 2, 3. Haha, they got together? It saves me from going to each of them one by one. The corners of Zhao Sheng's mouth curled up, and he suddenly muttered to himself, striding towards the temple in the east. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared in a golden palace of 100 feet, dozens of miles away. At this time, in the hall, 3 golden and jade platforms were floating, and on them sat 3 old men in golden robes. They were the 3 Yuanying ancestors of the ghost god sect at this time. All 3 of them maintained expressions of horror, and their bodies were completely unable to move. Zhao Sheng was too lazy to ask one by one, only to see a trace of divine light suddenly bloom between their eyebrows, and a series of powerful divine thoughts instantly broke into the purple soul sea of the 3 people, quickly destroying their wills with ease, and then began to flip through their memories. After a few breaths, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, and suddenly waved his hand, and the 3 Yuanying ancestors instantly turned to ashes. The next moment, 3-inch-long crystal blood banners flew out from the ashes, and in the blink of an eye fell into Zhao Sheng's hands, and he collected them into the zoomy space. It's really not a pity for these 3 people to die. They all stepped on the corpses of tens of millions of people to get to where they are today. After reading the memories of the 3 people, Zhao Sheng had a more intuitive understanding of the cruelty of the ghost god sect. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as outrageous and inhumane. The cultivation process of the disciples of the ghost god sect is actually to constantly eat people. The higher the cultivation level, the more people they eat. Every foundation-building ghost cultivator has more than 10,000 lives on his hands. Giant and ghost cultivators need to sacrifice at least 1 million people, not to mention the higher Yuanying realm. Zhao Sheng originally did not intend to intervene in the rights and wrongs of the Xianzhu realm, but now he has changed his mind. The ghost god sect is undoubtedly a vampire that parasitizes on the sentient beings in this world. Its outrageous cultivation method even makes him, who is knowledgeable, unable to bear it. This kind of cancerous sect should not exist. Zhao Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of depression, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. The next second, he slowly stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers as if he had grasped something, and then slowly clenched them. At this moment, as long as they were within a radius of 1,000 miles, no matter where they were, whether they were Jinden's Henrin or key refining disciples, they were all turned into meat paste at the same moment, and even their souls collapsed. The horror of the return to Void Half-Immortal was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. After killing everyone in one thought, Zhao Sheng felt that his mind was clear, and then he stretched out his hand to grab the storage bags left by the 3 people, and then wandered around in the ghost god sect. After cleaning all the treasure houses and scripture buildings, he did not stay here for long, and instantly moved to the void outside the realm. The dark sky has always been a chaotic and misty scene. This is the boundary between the real world and the virtual world, filled with endless storms of time and space. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in the dark sky, and the whole person was instantly enveloped by layers of misty light, isolating himself from the extremely violent force of the space-time storm. Zhao Sheng looked up at the deep, dark unknown area, and a space-time beacon emerged clearly in his mind. Without any hesitation, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. After being promoted to the Return to Void realm, he has been stimulating his space-time teleportation talent to the greatest extent. Now going to the Spring Life realm is the best opportunity. Thousands of miles away, Zhao Sheng's figure appeared out of thin air above a storm vortex. He made a rough estimate and was immediately surprised to find that the distance of this teleportation was more than half an eon, and the distance was a little beyond his expectations. However, this is undoubtedly a good thing. 16 eons? It will arrive in half a month at most. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, and then he teleported away again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the vast and boundless void sea, a huge blue-green planet suddenly appeared in Zhao Sheng's eyes. Although the place where he was still hundreds of millions of miles away from the Chunsheng realm, this distance had long been of no concern to him. Zhao Sheng stared for a while, and after identifying the continent he wanted to go to, he did not hesitate to activate the time and space teleportation and disappeared in an instant. The Chunsheng realm has been divided into 3 major continents since ancient times: the central Xianzhao, the eastern Shenzhou, and the western Mazhou. The gate of the Ghost God sect is located in the western Mazhou. In the Chunsheng realm, very few people know that the gate of the notorious Ghost God sect is hidden deep in the Wuhu Mountains. The Wuhu Mountains are known as once you enter, there is no return, and it has been a taboo place in Mazhou since ancient times. One day, in the deepest part of the Wuhu Mountains, above a 1,000-foot black mountain, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Zhao Sheng who had teleported. The black mountain below was lifeless, with no birds or animals on the mountain, and the spiritual energy was very thin. It looked no different from the surrounding mountains, but everything he saw was just an illusion. Zhao Sheng looked up at the overcast sky, and a brilliant light slowly rose from his body. His willpower field expanded in all directions in an instant. Then, the majestic divine consciousness also spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the sky for thousands of miles. Clouds are coming, with his shout, rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered here from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thick clouds pressed down, making the surrounding sky as dark as night. Thunder is rising. The second shout rang out again, and lightning and thunder suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Countless electric snakes and thunder pythons were wandering in the clouds. Huge thunders tore through the cloud curtain from time to time, revealing a trace of extremely terrifying power. Thunder spread all over the cloud curtain, and an unimaginable breath of destruction suddenly arose from the depths of the clouds, and gradually spread between heaven and earth. Without waiting for the Ghost God sect to react, Zhao Sheng suddenly shouted, "Thunder is coming." This voice was like a divine decree. As soon as the sound faded, the sky was instantly lit up, and dense thunder and lightning struck down wildly, aiming directly at the black mountain below. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts fell into the air, and suddenly it was as if they had hit some invisible wall. A violent explosion occurred suddenly, and an extremely dazzling light burst out in an instant. Groups of dazzling lightning burst out, instantly illuminating the dim sky around them. For a moment, the sky became dazzling. Thousands of lightning bolts poured down from the clouds like a torrential rain, and each lightning bolt was comparable to the full-strength attack of a giant Henron. Even if the Ghost God sect's mountain gate formation was powerful, how could it withstand the bombardment of countless heavenly thunders? It only lasted less than 3 breaths before most of the formation plate of the mountain gate formation was destroyed. The barrier surrounding the mountain gate was instantly ripped apart by thunder, revealing the graceful, rolling hills below. The valley floor between them was dotted with buildings. Thousands of Ghost God sect disciples stood frozen, staring at the sky in amazement as the barrier surrounding the mountain gate was violently shattered by the thunder. The next second, endless bolts of lightning crashed into the mountains below, instantly destroying the entire Ghost God sect's mountain gate. Nearly every inch of the ground was repeatedly battered by thunder. In the blink of an eye, countless disciples were killed or wounded, and the mountain gate was reduced to a living hell. Zhao Sheng's thunderstorm was brutal and simple, brutal and unreasonable, and it completely stunned the Ghost God sect. Everything had been fine, but in the next second, it was catastrophic. The Ghost God sect's nascent soul ancestors struggled to avoid the thunder's bombardment, stunned and bewildered. They only felt that the power of the heavenly thunder was abnormally strong. Often, a bolt of lightning could easily blast through the nascent soul realm when it struck them, almost causing serious injuries in a single blow. They never knew until their death that they were being specifically targeted. Those lightning bolts always contained a trace of someone's destructive will. How dare you, thief? Show me your true form. Just as waves of thunder and lightning plowed the gate of the ghost god sect repeatedly, the ground below suddenly collapsed, forming a huge hole with a diameter of dozens of miles. A furious roar came from the ground, which actually suppressed the thunder in the sky. At the same time, a huge blood-red banner 1,000 feet long shot out from the hole. The banner flew and rolled up endless blood light. The blood light instantly spread over a radius of hundreds of miles, forming a large blood-red light curtain, temporarily resisting the thunder in the sky. The next moment, a blood shadow 100 feet long shot out from the banner, and in an instant fell on the blood curtain, turning into a huge human figure with 6 arms and 3 eyes, and an extremely ugly appearance. Zhao Sheng took a closer look, his eyebrows suddenly raised high, and a trace of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Huh? It's actually Chapter 712 Yuan Yang Ling Bao? Is this a ghost chi? No. It's a magical artifact spirit. Zhao Sheng was utterly surprised, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a dazzling divine light. He had never imagined that the ultimate culprit behind the ghost god sect wasn't a human, but a Yuan Yang spiritual treasure. Furthermore, the spirit's appearance was nearly identical to that of the ghost chi clan's great Qijian. This clearly indicated that this treasure wasn't created by an ancient human, but rather a supreme treasure used by the ghost chi clan to suppress their destiny. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly understood. The Spring Birth Realm and the Heavenly Pillar Realm were separated by only 16 eons. With such close proximity, it was only natural for the ghost chi to thrive within the Spring Birth Realm. However, he was fascinated by the Yuan Yang spiritual treasure before him, as if some unusual change had occurred within the magical artifact spirit. Its appearance bore a resemblance to that of the Heavenly Sword Emperor and the otherworldly spirit, the Great Lord Haoang, in the endless corridor. In the moment Zhao Sheng paused, the blood-colored figure instantly sensed his presence and, without a word, launched a counterattack. Instantly, a pillar of crimson light, as thick as a thumb, shot forth from its blood-red eyes. With incredible speed, it rapidly grew in size and thickness as it hurtled toward Zhao Sheng. In a flash, the crimson light expanded into a massive, earth-shattering pillar, shattering the void for tens of miles. Its tip pierced through the barriers of space and time, surging into the gloomy sky, its ultimate reach unknown. This attack was truly powerful, and anyone below the return to void stage would have been hard-pressed to escape it. Unfortunately, the foe it faced was a return to void semi-immortal. In a flash of lightning, Zhao Sheng's figure emerged, slowly descending 100 miles across from the blood-colored true spirit. Overhead, the thick thunder clouds surged violently, the lightning scattering rapidly and fading rapidly, seemingly beginning to cease. At the same time, a wave of laws imbued with destructive power suddenly surged through the surrounding void, suddenly overpowering another wave of despair. The true spirit, sensing that its own laws were being subtly restrained, felt a surge of apprehension. Its 6 fingers suddenly formed a series of incantations, and the blood-tinged sky transformed into a vast blood-colored spiritual cloud, enveloping the mountain gate below. The next moment, countless human spirits silently merged into the cloud, adding a touch of power to it. Meanwhile, under the protection of the blood cloud, scattered natal spirit banners slowly rose, only to be gradually corroded by it. As soon as the natal spirits were freed, they were suppressed by the power of despair and instantly assimilated and devoured by the blood cloud. Although all this happened silently, Zhao Sheng observed it all, but he made no move to stop it. At that moment, the blood true spirit suddenly spoke, and his words impressed Zhao Sheng. I am the Red Spirit Venerable. I wonder how our sect has ever offended you before? A high-ranking cultivator who has returned to the Void Realm, yet you, despite your status, have slaughtered the entire Ghost God sect. Have you forgotten the covenant of the Upper Realm's immortal constitution? You must know that slaughtering the human race of the Lower Realm without cause is one of the 9 unforgivable sins, and you will be punished by heaven afterward. This thing actually remembers the immortal constitution of the spirit realm so clearly. Zhao Sheng marveled at this, immediately realizing that the true spirit facing him was truly extraordinary. Haha. An alien creature actually dares to talk to me about the immortal constitution of the spirit realm. This is truly ridiculous. Zhao Sheng practically burst out laughing, his face filled with sarcasm. The Ghost God sect has sacrificed human beings throughout its ranks. Over countless years, countless innocents have perished at the hands of you evil demons. How could I allow such a heartless and cruel sect to continue to exist in this world? You, a half-human, half-ghost thing, instead of hiding and surviving, you openly feast on humans. Your crime is simply unforgivable. Today, I, the old man, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and subdue this evil creature of yours." As soon as his words left his mouth, a roaring sound erupted from the void. Dense spheres of purple lightning materialized from thin air and instantly plummeted down, pouring down like a torrential rain. Wherever they passed, the void shattered, creating countless spatial fissures. Faced with such a formidable attack, the red spiritual venerable sneered disdainfully. His eyes blazed with flames, and instantly, the blood cloud enveloping the earth rolled back, like a torrent, rapidly engulfing the fouling purple thunder spheres. In an instant, the blood cloud shattered, 1-mile-wide hole after another, the entire cloud fragmented and shattered, seemingly dissolving into thin air. The law of despair, originating from the thoughts of living beings, though considered one of the great Dao principles, is an acquired Dao, far inferior to the innate Dao of destruction. Furthermore, thunder is the most masculine and masculine element in the universe, capable of suppressing all evil and foul things. This Qi, divine banner is a yuan-yang spiritual treasure with sinister properties. Meeting Zhao Sheng today is like encountering his natural nemesis. Every explosion of purple sky divine thunder makes the hidden blood cloud thinner and more unstable. Seeing this, Qi Shenlings unhurriedly waved the banner, releasing a large ray of blood light that merged with a blood cloud above, temporarily stabilizing the blood cloud barrier. At the same time, Qi Shenlings unroared in frustration. "Wait! You are so unreasonable. I swear I have never killed anyone, otherwise how could the laws of this world tolerate me? Stop it now, or we will both suffer in the end. You haven't killed anyone, but trillions of people have died because of you." How could I not understand the farmer's story? Zhao Sheng's eyebrows rose, and without a second thought, he thrust his hands downward. Hundreds of miles of void suddenly collapsed, its willpower field suddenly transforming into a towering mountain, bearing down fiercely on the 1,000-foot-tall divine banner. Instantly, the red divine banner trembled violently, as if under immense pressure. The blood-colored figure twisted and blurred, as if unable to maintain its form. Roar! With a shrill roar, the blood-colored true spirit shattered into streaks of spiritual light, instantly flying back to its original form. The next moment, the red divine banner suddenly erupted in a torrent of blood-red light, and an extremely cold willpower field surged out like a raging wave, instantly colliding head-on with Zhao Sheng's willpower field. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's heart suddenly chilled, and his mind and thoughts couldn't help but surge with despair. This despair came with an inexplicable force, like the despair of total despair, or the instinctive despair of facing something unimaginable. But the next moment, Zhao Sheng's magma-like, surging willpower shattered the wall of despair, freeing his consciousness from despair. At that moment, Zhao Sheng felt his body tremble, his hair standing on end, as if he had encountered some indescribable, terrifying being. His soul couldn't help but tremble. The law of despair was incredibly strange, it could indirectly attack the opponent's soul through the instincts of the living body. This strange attack disrupted Zhao Sheng's willpower field, significantly reducing its power. Seizing this opportunity, the red divine banner suddenly swirled, and a blood-red sun emerged from its surface, its light so blinding that it was impossible to look directly at it. As soon as the blood-red sun appeared, it expanded in all directions at an incredible speed, instantly enveloping the heavens, the earth, and even the surrounding void for 1,000 miles. Zhao Sheng felt a pain in his soul, and consciousness instantly returned to normal, hastily suppressing his restless physical instincts. The scene in front of him changed completely, and the whole person appeared in a very strange place in a bloody world. Above his head was a bloody cloud curtain, and below was an endless sea of blood. Densely packed ghosts were floating on the sea, and their number was too numerous to count. Real spirit world, Zhao Sheng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The reason why Yuan Ling Bao was vaguely comparable to a powerful person in the fusion realm was that the most important point was that Yuan Ling Bao had already bred a unique real spirit world, which could almost be regarded as the origin of the cave heaven opened up by the fusion realm. You are quite knowledgeable. That's right, this is the world of despair dominated by this deity. You are lucky to be buried here today. As these words rang out, a 6-foot-tall, ugly, indigo-faced, and fanged giant fell rapidly from the cloud curtain. He was covered with a blood-red copper helmet and a faint red light lingered around him. The red light carried an indescribable despair. "Oh, really? A mere fake treasure, and you dare to claim to be the master of the world? Zhao Sheng said indifferently. After the brief confrontation just now, he had already seen through the other party's true form. The grade of this red divine banner should be above the true form, but it did not meet the standards of the Yuanyang spiritual treasure. If he had not really clashed with it, he would have been intimidated by this thing. Hey! You dare to be stubborn in my territory. When I capture you later, I will torture you for tens of thousands of years. As soon as these words came out, bursts of desperate wails suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. These sounds were sometimes far away, sometimes near, each one more desperate than the last. The strange and invisible power of despair entered his ears, and it hit Zhao Sheng's soul again and again. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled slightly, and his consciousness was in a trance. He suddenly felt an irritable feeling of dying together. It seemed that only by rushing forward immediately and fighting the opponent desperately could he calm the irritability in his heart. But the next second, his soul dived into the depths of the soul sea, and a cool breath like water suddenly flowed through his heart, and all the restlessness and crazy thoughts disappeared. After seeing Zhao Sheng's eyes flushed, the Red God Spirit Venerable immediately regained clarity, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This desperate ghost howl is a collection of the wails of billions of dying human beings. It is enough to confuse anyone's mind and directly trigger the death thoughts in the deepest part of the heart. Even the Great Tribulation Venerable would be affected to a certain extent if he was not prepared for it. The returning void cultivator before him had surprisingly quickly shrugged off the ghost's howling. Could it be that his soul was protected by a rare treasure, allowing him to escape this catastrophe? Naturally, the next series of killing moves would be impossible. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light, and lightning erupted from his body. He suddenly and dramatically expanded, transforming into a thunderous giant over 20 feet tall in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the Red Spiritual Venerable snorted coldly, his divine eyes suddenly illuminating, resembling a blood-red sun. Boom! The sea of blood below suddenly roiled violently. Countless ghosts suddenly rode on the rising waves of blood, swooping down on Zhao Sheng with ferocious momentum, like moths to a flame. Simultaneously, thick, pitch-black chains materialized from thin air around Zhao Sheng, entangling his limbs, chest, and abdomen before he could react. Wherever they touched, his skin quickly turned black and rotted, billowing with black smoke and a faint hissing sound. Every inch of these chains was branded with the curses and despair of countless people, and was filled with the power of vast laws. Unless everyone's curse was eliminated, these chains of despair could not be destroyed at all. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's body suddenly stopped in midair. He closed his eyes, and the radiance of his will, which had increased nearly tenfold, burst out from his body. The dazzling purple light submerged all the chains. The formerly indestructible chains of despair became extremely fragile, breaking off on their own and then vanishing. The next moment, the thunder giant seemed to transform into a giant thunder axe capable of splitting the sky and earth. With pure and incomparable violence, it struck the sea of blood below at almost the speed of light. Wherever it passed, countless ghosts, surging blood waves, and chains of despair were all destroyed without a trace. Boom! After a deafening roar, the boundless sea of blood below suddenly cracked, opening up a vast, endless abyss from the center. Its walls were enveloped in boundless lightning and fire, creating the illusion from afar that the entire sea had been split in two. Bang! In mid-air, the ghostly giant suddenly exploded without warning, instantly transforming into wisps of dim red light and merging into the surrounding world. The next second, the boundless sea of blood closed again, the abyss of lightning and fire filled with endless blood. Raging waves surged across the surface, and dense swarms of ghosts quickly dove to the seafloor, swarming towards the remaining lightning and fire like moths to a flame. Each time a ghost was incinerated by the lightning and fire, it found eternal liberation. Soon after, an immense vortex suddenly formed in the center of the sea. Waves of roaring rose faintly from beneath the surface, growing clearer and clearer, as if a massive creature was about to break free from the vortex. The next second, the vortex collapsed with a bang, and a colossal blood-red giant soared into the air. Within the blood-red giant's body was a massive 9-foot-tall skeleton, its bones shimmering like jade, as if crafted from the finest blood jade. Its head, the size of a house, resembled those of the Gitchi tribe, but within it lay a dark red little figure gazing downward with a hint of fear, its hands trembling with a crystal-clear blood-red banner. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's thunder giant followed closely behind, bursting out of the sea, its body shrouded in a dense black light. A closer look revealed that this black light was composed of countless dust-sized spirits. Zhao Sheng's mind suddenly shifted, and the thunder giant erupted with layers of lightning and fire, incinerating the black light in the blink of an eye, forever depriving countless spirits of reincarnation. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. The blood-red giant suddenly collapsed inwards at a rapid speed, its entire body transforming into a rolling tide of blood that quickly merged with its skeleton. With the naked eye, layers of flesh could be seen growing on the jade-like skeleton. As the blood-red giant vanished, a 9-foot-tall, nearly perfect-looking Gichi giant emerged in its place. Although its indigo face, fangs, and bare skin made it uglier than a typical Gichi, the terrifying aura it exuded was beyond imagination. Chapter 713, Once the five elements thundering appears, the divine banner cannot escape. In a flash of lightning, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared 100 miles away. He gazed warily at the living Chijian. So this is your ultimate goal? A delusion of resurrection from the dead. Interesting, Zhao Sheng stared intently, his heart aflame with fighting spirit. At that moment, the Chijian giant, 100 miles away, suddenly burst into unbridled laughter and reached out to grab Zhao Sheng from a distance. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a massive, violet-blue hand descended from the clouds. Its 5 celestial claws, shrouded in countless black lights of despair, clutched Zhao Sheng fiercely. Before the hand even reached him, the surging force of the law of despair had already subdued him, causing the sea of blood below to surge in response. Zhao Sheng raised his arm and punched the giant hand directly above him. With a resounding boom, a blinding pillar of lightning several miles in diameter shot up into the sky and struck the palm of the violet-blue hand. The giant hand shattered instantly, exploding into a cloud of flames that scattered everywhere. Zhao Sheng's body sank 3 feet, lightning flashing violently around him. He regained his composure, trying not to let a trace of surprise show on his face. The cyan-purple hand was immensely powerful, imbued with a strange law that far exceeded his imagination. The scattered flames didn't vanish, but instead suddenly transformed into blood-red bone claws that appeared out of thin air at Zhao Sheng's limbs, chest, and abdomen, instantly grasping him tightly. Before Zhao Sheng could react, the ghost chi giant sneered, "I've got you. See if you can survive this." Before the words had even finished, Zhao Sheng felt a chilling chill penetrate his bones. Simultaneously, as the blood-red claws tightened, a force as powerful as the crushing of mountains and hills pressed down upon him. His bones cracked, his internal organs shifted, and even his sturdy body was finding it difficult to withstand the force. The red spiritual venerable was suddenly startled, surprised to see that the claws, capable of easily destroying the golden flesh and jade bones of a great accomplishment realm cultivator, hadn't crushed the opponent's flesh. HMPH, you still dare to resist? Die? The next second, the red spiritual venerable let out a low cry, and his natal divine banner suddenly flew out of his body, rising high and shedding a vast expanse of black light. Each bloody claw instantly turned pitch black, emitting an indescribable aura of despair. With all his might, he clenched inwards again, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force against Zhao Sheng's body. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's entire body erupted in a brilliant purple-black light, and a veil of nearly indestructible purple-black scales suddenly appeared on his body, easily blocking the bloody claws from his body. Once again, the bloody claws returned in vain, causing Zhao Sheng excruciating pain but no effect. The Quichong is a rare insect of the immortal heavens, its innate talent focused on defense. Its scales offer the strongest defense among all insect species, earning it the name Quichong. Zhao Sheng let out a low cry, and his body suddenly grew in size again, instantly expanding from 20 to 30 feet. His overall combat power surged, reaching the return to void great perfection realm. At this moment, all of his blood claws were instantly and forcefully ruptured. Scarlet Spirit Venerable, startled, raised his arm. A crystalline blood banner suddenly emerged from his palm, a vast expanse of black and red flames rising from its surface. The tip of the banner pointed towards Zhao Sheng. Instantly, a black light shot out from the tip of the blood banner, piercing towards Zhao Sheng. Wherever it passed, a long rift in the nearby void ripped open with a crackling sound, and a vast amount of the power of the laws poured out from the rift. This black light was so sinister it seemed to defy space and time, striking Zhao Sheng's chest before he could dodge. The black light instantly expanded, covering his entire body. Startled, Zhao Sheng immediately channeled all his magical power, unleashing boundless lightning, mingled with the radiance of his will, which continuously washed away the enveloping black light. Unexpectedly, The black light, like a maggot in the bones, possessed an extremely tenacious vitality. Even as the lightning of his will extinguished more black light continued to spawn. In that brief instant, the red spiritual venerable suddenly waved his blood banner with a solemn expression, chanting a loud incantation, "You who were born to bear the sins of all living beings. I curse you with the resentment of generations of Qi Shen, flesh rotted, bones withered, blood dried, head severed." With each curse, millions of human souls from the sea of blood below became sacrifices, transforming into strands of cursed power that imbued Zhao Sheng with power. A terrifying scene unfolded. Zhao Sheng's muscles ruptured, exposing the bones beneath. His skeleton, like dry bones weathered by countless years, rapidly withered and fractured. The next second, his entire body's blood mysteriously dried up, leaving him reduced to lumps of grayish-black blood. Then, Zhao Sheng's neck inexplicably broke in the middle, and his head soared into the air. Countless black lights, like living creatures, penetrated through his 7 orifices, attempting to curse his soul. This Qi Shen fatal curse was the ultimate killer weapon of the Red Spiritual Lord. It was created specifically to target powerful humans. It cost billions of human souls, channeling the resentment and despair of those souls. Finally, guided by the Qi Shen's resentment, it cursed the human race's mighty might with a single blow. The black light rushed into the soul sea, transforming into ghostly figures wailing in despair, lunging towards the soul. At the critical moment, a silver-white ring suddenly rose from the soul sea, its surface radiating a faint, 5-colored lightning. A flash of 5-colored lightning swept across, instantly dissolving the ghostly figures in the sky. Outside, Zhao Sheng's nearly decayed body suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. Its body rapidly expanded, and thick yellow hair sprouted from its body. Its forehead bulged, its jaw narrowed, its eyes shone like the sun and moon, and 2 snow-white fangs protruded from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a giant yellow ape, over 30 feet tall, proudly emerged, emanating an unstoppable aura of tyranny that dimmed the heavens and earth. Zhao Sheng transformed into the sun and moon divine ape, his divine ape bloodline immediately manifesting while his human bloodline subsided. With the divine ape's true form complete, the power of the Qi Shen death curse was drastically reduced, its lethality plummeting by 90%, no longer posing a threat to Zhao Sheng. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng's body healed at an unimaginable speed, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. This sudden change nearly stunned the Red Spirit Lord. This. Impossible, the Red Spirit Lord roared in shock and anger. The giant ape Zhao Sheng transformed into bared its teeth at him, a grin filled with arrogance and mockery. He pounded his chest with both hands, feeling the immense power within him, and couldn't help but roar to the heavens. HMPH, whether you're human or demon, it doesn't matter. Today, I will kill you and use this body as my incarnation. Prepare to die. With a sinister grin, the Red Divine Spirit Lord suddenly lunged forward. With a clawed fist, it clenched like a dragon, shattering the very air as it charged straight at Zhao Sheng's face. Never forget. The GUI Qi clan is renowned for its physical prowess, and the great Qi giants have even approached indestructible forms. In his lifetime, the Red Divine Spirit Lord was the most powerful of all the great Qi giants of the GUI Qi clan. Before his death, he had reached the late stage of return to void, otherwise he wouldn't have wielded the Qi divine banner. Zhao Sheng snorted coldly and launched a similar punch, its tip blazing with blinding lightning. The 2 unequally sized fists collided. A resounding, earth-shattering sound echoed, sending a boundless wave of blood surging from the sea of blood below. The surging tide rippled back, instantly wiping out countless ghosts and spirits. The Red Spiritual Lord's entire body trembled violently, sending him flying. His right arm, along with half his body, was reduced to ash. Lightning spread throughout his body, causing flesh and blood to vanish rapidly and bones to shatter. With a crash, the Red Spiritual Lord plunged fiercely into the sea of blood, instantly raising a torrent of blood. The sun and moon divine ape swayed slightly, steadying itself, then lowered its head to gaze down at the bloody sea below. The sea churned for a moment, then gradually calmed. But then, with a resounding boom, the very world shook. The sea suddenly exploded, and the Red Spiritual Lord soared into the sky, his body restored to its original form. His face was grim and terrifying, filled with an aura of unparalleled tyranny. He grasped the long pole of the divine banner with one hand, and with a twirl, it suddenly transformed into a blood-red spear over 30 feet long. He hurled it fiercely at the Sun Moon divine ape in midair. The moment it was launched, the blood-red spear pierced the void, piercing through the chest in an instant, showering blood. Zhao Sheng felt a sudden pain, but remained calm and advanced. With a flick of his body, he was instantly before the Red Divine Spirit Master. A massive, furry palm slammed down upon the Red Divine Spirit Master's forehead, like a palm strike from the sky, imbued with immeasurable power. Bang! The Red Divine Spirit Master's head was crushed into his chest, resembling a headless corpse. Zhao Sheng, unyielding, launched his golden fists down like a whirlwind of fire, unleashing countless blows in an instant. A resounding bang. The Red Spiritual Venerable's massive body was shattered, his flesh shattered, countless bones broken, most reduced to dust. His skull, in particular, was completely shattered, never to heal. Zhao Sheng, his expression impassive, prepared to utterly slay his subordinate, when another abrupt change occurred. The world before him suddenly collapsed. Centered on his position, the surrounding void distorted dramatically, unleashing forces beyond imagination that distorted space and time. The sky collapsed. The sea sank. This world was rapidly heading for destruction, taking with it Zhao Sheng, who was unable to escape. The complete collapse of a world comparable to a cave heaven was so devastating that even a mere fusion realm master would be succumbed, let alone a return to void semi-immortal. This was the Red Spiritual Venerable's final killing move. If the world of despair were destroyed, all the ghosts within would be reduced to ash. The Red Divine Banner would also be severely damaged, requiring thousands of years to nurture a new world of despair. Yet, the thought of slaying that formidable foe made the Red Spiritual Venerable feel it was worth it. It was a pity that his peerless body had been wasted. The sky was dark, the clouds shimmering a dark red. Below, smoke billowed, and the earth lay in ruins. A chilling wind howled, but it couldn't dispel the thick, bloody odor that permeated the air. Suddenly, a crystal-clear blood-red banner fell from the void, its surface suddenly blazing with blood. A vague, ugly humanoid figure emerged from within, its face a mixture of ecstasy and fear. Hey! No matter how powerful you are, you still died at my hands. Although the disaster that wiped out my family has been largely avenged, that person's arrival is strange. I must trace his origins and find out where he came from. If he has a powerful background, well, I'd better hide. Qi Shenlingzhen was still pondering with lingering fear when a huge figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the void not far away. He took a closer look and his face suddenly changed drastically. What appeared before him was a scarred yellow-haired giant ape. Who else could it be but Zhao Sheng? Zhao Sheng steadied himself, and blood billowed from his body. Countless granulation cells sprouted from the wounds all over his body, wriggling and growing wildly, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that this person was still alive, Qi Shenlingzhen was as if he had seen a ghost. In horror, he retreated back into the blood banner. Immediately afterwards, the red, Qi, divine banner violently shattered the void, swiftly plunging into the gloomy sky, vanishing. This pseudo-primordial yang spiritual treasure's silent escape was truly jaw-dropping. Zhao Sheng's sun and moon divine ape, observing this, suddenly had a stern expression. While renowned for its immense strength, the sun and moon divine ape was comparatively slow, often unable to catch up. With a fleeting thought, he slowly retracted his divine ape transformation, transforming once again into the thunder giant. The next moment, the thunder giant shattered the barrier of time and space with a single punch, then vanished into the gloomy sky. Upon entering the gloomy sky, a pure white shield instantly enveloped Zhao Sheng's body. This shield, a blend of mana and willpower, shielded him from the external temporal storm. By this point, the red divine banner had vanished, making it extremely difficult to trace its direction of escape. However, Zhao Sheng remained unfazed. He suddenly turned his head, glanced in a certain direction, smiled faintly, and vanished into thin air. The next moment, he appeared 1,000,000 miles away, 1,000 miles ahead, a streak of blood-red light hurtling towards him. In the gloomy sky, a mere 1,000 miles seemed like a short distance. In a flash, the blood-red light reached dozens of miles before abruptly stopping, manifesting as a shimmering blood-red banner. You're going too far. I'll fight you. The Scarlet Spiritual Venerable poked its head out from within the banner and roared at Zhao Sheng in exasperation. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of hideous blood-red shadows burst forth from the banner, hundreds of them, all madly charging at Zhao Sheng. At a glance, all the shadows resembled the Red Spiritual Venerable, making it impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake. Zhao Sheng's expression was indifferent, a flash of lightning blazing around him, and a brilliant spiritual light shot up from his temples. The next moment, an indescribable roar resounded through the dark sky, and then a silver-white ring rose from the spiritual light, slowly sweeping out unimaginable fluctuations of the law of thunder, instantly annihilating the blood shadows that were rushing over. Chapter 714, Clouds and Mist. Zhao family. Immortal artifact. Who are you? The red divine spirit, a magical spirit, was extremely sensitive to its kind. As the five elements lightning ring appeared, it instantly realized its true form and was terrified, as if it had seen its natural enemy. Zhao Sheng, unaware of the red divine spirit's fear, focused solely on controlling the five elements lightning ring. Even with his current abilities, controlling this treasure was still incredibly challenging. Terrified, the red divine spirit instinctively rewound the blood banner, escaping 1,000 miles in a flash of blood. Boom! A vast, invisible thunder echoed from the five elements lightning ring, which vanished in a flash. The next moment, the red divine banner was caught squarely in the five elements lightning ring. Layers of five-colored lightning spread across the blood banner surface. The Qi clan's sacred banner trembled a few times before becoming dim and obedient. Zhao Sheng flew forward, grasped the red divine banner's crystal shaft, and channeled his divine consciousness into it. He immediately sensed the artifact's true spirit near death, its only faint plea for mercy reaching his consciousness. Seeing this, his eyes sharpened, and his willpower surged forth, transforming into a cold, radiant light that madly sank into the red divine banner, beginning to seal the spirit's consciousness bit by bit. After a long moment, the red divine banner fell completely silent, appearing like an ordinary little banner. Its true spirit had been completely sealed, temporarily plunging into eternal silence. Only then did Zhao Sheng finally feel relieved. He reached out and removed the red divine banner, once again performing several sealing techniques, before solemnly placing it into the Sumeru dimension. Then, he clasped his hands together, and a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from his body. A powerful divine consciousness and willpower surged, slowly drawing up the five elements lightning rings. As if lifting an immensely heavy object, he gradually absorbed the treasure into the purple mansion Soul Sea, handing it over to the Bai Shi Shu for further suppression. Soon after, Zhao Sheng reappeared above the raised ghost god sect's mountain gate. His expressionless face gazed down upon the land, a brilliant divine light emanating from his brow. Instantly, a vast divine consciousness, as vast as the heavens and earth, expanded in all directions with unparalleled force. In a flash, an area thousands of miles in radius was under his control, his divine consciousness seeping into every inch of the land like water, extending hundreds of miles underground. At this moment, nothing could escape his exhaustive search of heaven and earth. "Command, rise," Zhao Sheng bellowed, a vast, indifferent voice echoing across thousands of miles. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. The earth suddenly erupted in a cloud of dust. From both the surface and deep underground, countless objects soared into the air, densely packed like a vast, vibrant ocean of dazzling colors. Magical weapons, jade slips, elixirs, spiritual stones, and treasures of heaven and earth. One by one, every valuable treasure was lifted high into the heavens, slowly converging into streams of treasure, like long dragons of precious light, illuminating the heavens. Zhao Sheng extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. A faint glow emanated from his fingers. Then, like hundreds of streams merging into the sea, streams of treasure rushed into his palm, vanishing in an instant. The scene was like a miracle. In the hidden corners of the ghost god sect ruins, the few who had barely survived the annihilating celestial thunderbolt watched in astonishment, their hearts filled with shock. Moments later, the entire trove of treasures accumulated over millennia by the dominant ghost god sect fell into Zhao Sheng's hands. This haul was truly enormous. Even though the zoomy space, vast enough to hold a mountain, was now 99% full, barely brimming with storage. Zhao Sheng was delighted. Although most of the treasures were of little interest to him, they were perfectly suitable for the Zhao family. This, in turn, was a gift from the ancestors to future generations. As he sorted through the trove, two furtive figures approached stealthily. "Master, when will that person in heaven leave? Stop sending messages, or he'll hear you. Feigner, quickly follow Master and hide in the secret vault. Stay there for at least a few years before you can leave. Be extremely careful now. The ghost god sect's legacy must not be broken. We'll rely on you and me to revive it in the future, Master. I'm afraid. Well, What were you mumbling just now, disciple? I'm saying, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that person is going to kill us all, bah. Fear of, the master had barely begun to curse when his face suddenly flushed crimson, his body stiff as wood, as if bound by some force. His disciple beside him looked much the same, suffocating, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The next moment, the two of them involuntarily soared into the air, and the earth in front of them cracked, automatically forming a passage leading directly to the ground. At this moment, 6 more people had encountered the two of them, including a nascent soul stage ancestor. These 8 thought they had escaped unscathed, unaware that Zhao Sheng's every move was being observed. A few breaths later, 8 pitiful figures lay prostrate at Zhao Sheng's feet in the empty sky, their eyes rolled back and their bodies twitching uncontrollably. Feeling that a personal interrogation would be too slow, Zhao Sheng resorted to soul-searching techniques, reviewing each person's life memories. After all, every member of the Ghost God sect was guilty of heinous crimes and deserved death. HMPH, they don't even know. Not even the nascent soul knows. It seems the 9-nether pagoda truly isn't within the Ghost God sect. Who has it fallen into their hands? After reviewing everyone's memories, Zhao Sheng's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. The next moment, the 8 heads below exploded, spilling red and white brain matter into the sky. 8 headless bodies then plummeted to the ground, quickly turning into pulp. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized he was aimlessly searching for clues. Since the Ghost God sect didn't have any, he might as well simply seek out the Zhao clan members of this world and inquire. With a single thought, his presence vanished from the sky. Shanzhou is a mountainous region, its terrain dominated by numerous peaks and valleys, as well as countless deep valleys. Beneath the earth lies a maze of caves and underground rivers, even 3 subterranean oceans spanning billions of miles. In the eastern part of Shanzhou, a region rich in spiritual energy lies known as the Yunwu Mountains. Shrouded in perpetual mist year-round, its complex terrain has long been uninhabited, yet many rare elixirs are found here. However, little known is that within the Yunwu Mountains, a spiritual realm has been opened up, and at its center lies a magnificent mountain city stretching hundreds of miles. This city, called New Zhao City, is the main seat of this branch of the Zhao clan. As the sun rises in the sky, a beautiful valley outside New Zhao City blossoms with flowers, and exotic plants and magical herbs abound, creating a scene of beauty everywhere. At this moment, a young woman in a lotus dress, her skin whiter than snow and her features graceful, was walking slowly, half a step behind a graceful woman in green. They were mother and daughter. The woman, a member of the Xing generation, her real name Zhao Xingyu, had reached the late Jinden stage. The young woman in the lotus dress was Zhao Liner, the 6th of the Bo generation. She had just established her foundation 10 years ago. Looking back now, our ancestors overcame all odds and fought bloody battles to establish a stronghold in the mountains. I never imagined that, 1,000 years later, the younger generation would have completely forgotten their original mission. I greatly underestimated human nature, the beautiful woman in green, Zhao Xingyu, said with a wry smile. Mother, you finally emerged from seclusion, and your daughter finally had a moment alone with you, and you're saying these things that dampen the mood. The young woman in the lotus dress sighed softly, a hint of complaint. Liner, you don't understand how glorious our ancestors once were. It's a pity that our descendants are unworthy, bringing shame upon our ancestors. Now we've fallen under the yoke of another clan. The young woman in green paused, looked up at the sky, and spoke slightly absent-mindedly. It had been nearly 500 years since she first arrived in the Chunsheng realm on the Taishang Shenzhou. In those 500 years, the very blades of grass and trees of grass in her hometown had become blurry, only occasionally glimpsed in dreams. Liner, do you know that 2,000 years ago, our family had 7 nascent soul ancestors, but 1,000 years ago, only 3 remained. Now, only ancestor Mengan remains, struggling to maintain the family's reputation. The Zhao family's decline is truly lamentable and pitiful. I know my talents are limited, and I have no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. The young woman in the lotus skirt felt downcast and a little resentful upon hearing this, but when she thought of her family's current predicament, a hint of sadness slipped into her eyes. Mother, you don't have to be like this. Our family's cultivation resources are scarce. We can only provide for one of our 3rd great-grandfathers to break through to the nascent soul stage. We can't even gather the main ingredients for a 2nd nascent soul pill. The beautiful woman in green retracted her gaze and looked at her daughter, shaking her head and smiling. I know very well that without a great opportunity, your cultivation in this life would most likely stop here. But you, Lioner, possess a wood spirit body and are extremely intelligent. After joining the Supreme Induction sect, you have already broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment in just 30 years. If nothing unexpected happens, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. Perhaps you can even survive the nascent soul tribulation and become a nascent soul ancestor with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Lioner can be where she is today thanks to Master's careful teachings, and even the many precious elixirs he has bestowed upon her. Master regards me as his successor, and I will be forever grateful, Zhao Lioner said sincerely. Seeing this, the beautiful woman in green hesitated. After gazing at her daughter's beautiful face for a few times, she sighed secretly. Your master is an old friend of mine. We once ventured into the world of immortal cultivation together. Hundreds of years have passed, and she's now the Grand Elder of the Supreme Sense sect. I'm afraid she's forgotten our old friendship. Lioner, you should be careful from now on. Before she could even utter the words be more careful, a man suddenly appeared before the mother and daughter. He was handsome, with an unworldly demeanor, emanating an indescribable charm, as if he were a separate entity from the universe, a natural and self-contained being. This man was none other than Zhao Sheng, the teleported figure. The young woman in green's expression suddenly changed upon seeing Zhao Sheng appear out of nowhere. She immediately pulled her daughter behind her, holding an emerald basket filled with blooming, shimmering, spiritual flowers, all carved from jade. Stop. I'm not a bad person, Zhao Sheng said gently. His voice, like a spring, warm and refreshing, instantly extinguished the hostility between the mother and daughter, and a wave of goodwill blossomed in them. Senior, may I ask your name? What brings you to Beihu Valley today? The young woman in green bowed respectfully and asked in a low voice. At this moment, she had already realized the insurmountable gap between her own strength and that of the person opposite her, and she could not help but be extremely cautious. Zhao Sheng did not answer, but instead looked up and surveyed the valley before him, releasing an immense divine consciousness that instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 miles. Well, I really did find the right place. However, the youngsters here are so disappointing. The Zhao family is so big, but they only have one nascent soul to support them. It's a disgrace to me. It seems I need to put more effort into training these youngsters. Zhao Sheng's face was filled with dissatisfaction, and he muttered a few words to himself. Although his voice was low, it was heard clearly by the mother and daughter opposite him. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Zingyu, a young woman in green, saw her pupils shrink to their limit, then expand to their maximum. A surging wave of emotion suddenly surged within her heart. The man's words were boastful, but the meaning behind them was perfectly clear. She knew immediately that the man before her was also a member of the Zhao family, though she didn't know which branch or lineage they came from. She had heard her ancestors repeatedly mention that the Zhao clan's various branches were spread across the heavens and realms, their collective power unimaginably vast. Their ancestor, a returned to Void Realm Venerable, was renowned even in the upper realms. Zhao Zingyu suppressed her excitement and quickly bowed, her voice trembling as she spoke. Zhao Zingyu, of the Xing generation, greets the elders of our clan. I didn't know you were here before, so I hope you'll forgive any imperfections. Zhao Lioner, observing this, tensed up and quickly joined her mother in paying respects. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, waved his sleeve, and helped the two to their feet. He said calmly, you two don't need to know my origins. Just know that I am also a descendant of the Zhao family. You two are also destined to be with me. Today, I will grant you an opportunity. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and several streams of light shot out. When they flew in front of Zhao Zingyu and her daughter, the light suddenly split in two, landing in the arms of each of them. The young woman in green didn't have time to see what was in her arms. She immediately thanked him again. Elder, I dare not refuse this gift. On behalf of your daughter, I also thank you for this opportunity. I hope you will leave your name or two, so that I can day and night. Mother, please stop talking. That elder has left. Please take a look at what is in your arms. I'm afraid we have accidentally gained a great opportunity. Zhao Lioner tugged at her mother's sleeve and said in a hurried voice. Upon hearing her daughter's words, the young woman in green finally looked down at the treasures in her arms. She was so shocked she exclaimed. Yuan Yingdan, there are actually two. Besides two top-grade Yuan Yingdan jars, she also held a jade slip and a crystal-clear medicine pestle. These treasures shone with a dazzling brilliance, their extraordinary qualities evident at first glance. Beside her, Zhao Lion trembled with excitement, clutching the jade slip containing the cultivation method in one hand and the green jade jar tightly in the other. She had never imagined that the once hard-to-find Ji Jindan would be so valuable. She would have four. Furthermore, the most precious item was the jade slip specifically bestowed upon her by that elder, the King Mu Chang Shengjing. Just the name spoke of the extraordinary power of this cultivation method, undoubtedly a supreme technique. Zhao Lion hadn't yet grasped the sheer value of the King Mu Chang Shengjing. Just like Zhao Zhengai, who didn't understand at first that the jade slip of cultivation technique bestowed by Zhao Sheng was the treasure that could truly change her fate. But it wouldn't be long before she understood this. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Shocking Tragedy. Just as Zhao Sheng, searching for the whereabouts of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda, made initial contact with the Yun Wuzhao clan, 16 eons away, the world of Zhongzhao's immortal cultivators was gripped by a devastating genocide, leaving everyone in a state of panic. 10 days prior, all the major sects and aristocratic families in Zhongzhao were on edge. Upon learning that the Ghost God sect had been utterly annihilated, each faction dispatched its most elite personnel to the heavenly burial grounds at top speed, seeking first-hand intelligence. A few days later, leading factions such as the Immortal Artifact sect, the Original Demon sect, the Supreme Induction sect, the Zhao clan's Central sect, and the Alchemy clan obtained definitive intelligence, confirming the complete annihilation of the Ghost God sect. This shocking genocide spread like wildfire throughout Zhongzhao's immortal cultivators, rapidly spreading to the western wastelands, the northern Frigid Sea, and other outer realms. The Xianzhu realm, previously tranquil for centuries, was once again roiled by this incident, creating a state of intense tension. Numerous giant and true immortals and even nascent soul patriarchs hurried out of retreat, unusually frequenting visits with friends. Meanwhile, the various sects in Zhongzhao urgently activated their mountain gate formations, acting as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Dending and Xianqi sects even declared their mountains closed for 100 years, prohibiting any outside visitors. These two sects, situated adjacent to the heavenly burial ground, naturally feared a mysterious and terrifying culprit who had wiped out their clans. As the various sects in Zhongzhao braced for a formidable threat, desperately trying to identify the murderer, a sudden burst of unbridled laughter erupted from the city lord's mansion in Shanshuang City. The roar, like thunder, instantly spread throughout the city, echoing relentlessly in the air. The Zhao clan leaders within the city were perplexed by the sound, wondering why the Lingshan patriarch was laughing for no apparent reason. However, some quick-witted individuals quickly recalled the recent tragedy of the Ghost God sect that had rocked Zhongzhao. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, as if they had grasped a profound secret. Could it be that it was our Zhao family who annihilated the entire Ghost God sect? Almost simultaneously, a strikingly similar thought crossed the minds of many smart people. Two anxious giant and true immortals, unable to contain their curiosity, immediately flew into the city lord's mansion and hurried to the ancestors' cave to pay their respects. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Zhao Lingshan had already quietly departed, his whereabouts temporarily unknown. Unnoticed, a streak of yellow light pierced through the 9-layered sea of clouds, speeding towards the ascension platform atop Xianzhu Mountain. Soon, Zhao Lingshan, controlling his light, quickly reached a vast, ethereal ascension platform, only to be blocked by the defensive formation outside. Gazing at the deep, dark, and murderous tranquil void ahead, Zhao Lingshan's joy faded, his brows furrowing as if sensing something was amiss. Just as he was hesitating whether to call out, a vast expanse of dazzling starlight suddenly appeared in the void ahead. A narrow, dim path of light then extended from the depths of the starlight, winding its way directly to his feet. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan's brow furrowed even deeper, his expression gloomy. Haha, brother Lingshan, long time no see. How could you bear to leave Mountain City and fly to the Ascension platform today? You didn't even let me know beforehand, so I could greet you. A clear, spring-like voice echoed, and an old Taoist with a long beard and sage-like demeanor approached from the end of the path of light. After just a few steps, he was standing not far from Zhao Lingshan, staring directly at him with a smile. Zhao Shen's pupils shrank slightly, his expression slightly apprehensive. "Fellow Taoist Kishan, you're too polite. I'm just an old man on the verge of death. What merit or ability do I have to trouble you to come out and greet me?" Zhao Shen said with a smile and a bow. Taoist Kishan is a nascent soul cultivator who has guarded the ascension platform for nearly 100 years. His strength is unparalleled in this realm. Considering that in the Xianzhu realm, where spiritual energy is dwindling, there are only 3 or 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the entire realm, demonstrating the high status of Taoist Kishan. Zhao Shen's fear of him stems not from his status as a cultivator, but from his status as the Grand Elder of the Supreme Induction Sect. For thousands of years, the Supreme Induction Sect has continuously suppressed the Xianzhu Zhao family, so the relationship between the two families is naturally unpredictable. Upon hearing this, the Kishan Taoist smiled faintly and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, is there anything important that brings you to the ascension platform? If so, why not come inside and discuss it?" Zhao Shen waved his hand, politely declining, "No need. I was just passing by and stopped by to take a look. Now that I've seen it all, I'm heading back to Mountain City." Although the Kishan Taoist knew he was lying, he didn't deliberately expose it. He simply watched with a cold gaze as Zhao Shen fell through the boundary membrane and vanished into the distance. "Why come at this critical moment? Do you really think that I, stationed at the ascension platform, have lost my sight and hearing?" the Kishan Taoist suddenly muttered to himself. The next moment, his entire body trembled, his eyes blazing with light, and he gasped, "Hiss! Could it be that the Zhao family was responsible for annihilating the entire Ghost God sect?" The Kishan Taoist never underestimated the Zhao family, once the foremost clan of Xianzhu. He had reviewed the sect's top-secret intelligence, and all indications indicated that the Xianzhu Zhao clan had been secretly seeking a retreat as far back as 6 or 7,000 years ago. Before the Great War between the two realms, the clan had already secretly relocated some branches to the netherworld and the underworld, and later even intensified its efforts to migrate members to even more foreign realms. Their far-reaching planning and keen foresight were unparalleled in the Xianzhu realm. Even the Linksa True Lord of that time repeatedly mentioned in his notes, "The Zhao clan is favored by the heavenly Dao, producing countless geniuses and prodigies throughout the generations, and the prosperity is unwavering. If there is 10% of the Xianzhu realm's fortune, the Zhao clan alone accounts for 3. Consequently, for nearly 10,000 years, successive true lords of the sect have considered the Xianzhu Zhao clan their greatest rival, repeatedly attempting to disrupt their momentum. Unfortunately, it wasn't until the last 3,000 years that the Supreme Induction clan, taking advantage of the dwindling spiritual energy of the realm, gradually disintegrated the Xianzhu Zhao clan, and with a stroke of luck, siphoned off a significant portion of their fortune. Taoist Kishan pondered silently, then suddenly produced a jade talisman, entered some information into it, and tucked it away into his sleeve. Almost instantly, deep within a cave heaven beneath a silent, dead star, a startled cry erupted from the palace. Then, streams of light shot out from the palace, radiating in all directions. Taoist Kishan's astonishing speculation prompted the Supreme Induction sect to make new moves. Several nascent soul refiners in seclusion were awakened, and the Mountain Gate formation soon activated its 3rd level. All of the aforementioned events occurred just days before Zhao Sheng arrived in the Spring Life realm. A few days later, Zhao Sheng teleported to the Spring Life realm and, in a single move, annihilated the entire Ghost God sect. At that moment, he failed to notice that an ordinary meteorite had landed in the sky above the Wuhu Mountains, perfectly disguised. Everything below was being monitored by the spiritual light mirror, yet Zhao Sheng remained unaware that his presence was no longer a secret to some. Just as he was heading towards the Cloud and Mist Mountains, the Supreme Induction sect suddenly panicked. For a moment, the atmosphere at the sect gate grew uneasy, yet the vast majority of disciples remained oblivious. Soon, all remaining nascent soul ancestors within the sect were urgently summoned. Even True Lord Feng Yi was alarmed. Upon learning of the suspected appearance of a return to Void Semi-Immortal, True Lord Feng Yi could no longer remain silent. He immediately met with his sect's nascent soul ancestors to urgently discuss countermeasures. "True Lord, something bad has happened. That person came from nowhere, and as soon as he showed up, he brutally slaughtered the entire Ghost God sect. Half a month ago, the Xianzhu realm urgently sent back information that the Ghost God sect branch over there was also wiped out. Now it seems that the person who made the move is either that return to the void half-immortal or someone who has a very close relationship with him. Could it be that there is a second return to the void half-immortal who has made a move? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Impossible. The status of a return to the void half-immortal is so noble. One person making a move is already the limit. How could there be a second one? The murderer from the Xiansu realm is probably just a true lord of transformation, and his cultivation should be above the middle stage. True Lord Fengai, the great uncle master from Kishan, sent back news a few days ago. According to his guess, this matter should be related to the Zhao family. Huh? Junior brother King, are you serious? Is it really the Zhao family's doing? It's unlikely. What's possible or impossible? No matter if he has any relationship with the Zhao family or not, as long as that person doesn't come to cause trouble for our sect, why should I care about him? Let the Ghost God sect be destroyed. Anyway, I have been unhappy with it for a long time. Senior brother Kingju, please pay attention to your manners in front of the true Lord. You were too rude just now. The Ghost God sect is related to an important matter of our sect. Once something happens to it, the major event that our sect has been planning for 1,000 years will be aborted halfway and fall into nothing. Can you still come out happily now, that person? I guess he won't come to our door. It should be a false alarm. What we should discuss now is how to properly deal with the aftermath. At the same time, we must find a sect to replace the Ghost God sect as soon as possible, so as to continue our sect's plan. Grandmaster Kingayan, what do you think of the Wu Aya sect? With the strength of this sect, it is more than enough to replace the Ghost God sect. Junior brother Belan's suggestion is a good one. The Wu Aya sect has been established for over 10,000 years and has a very deep foundation. Its true skill, the Xingqian Sutra, is missing the last 2 levels. It just so happens that the complete version of this skill is collected in our sect's Sutra Cave. It would be perfect to use it to lure people into the trap. The Wu Aya sect's members have always been unruly and difficult to guide. In my opinion, it would be better to switch to another sect. The puppet sect that occupies the western part of the mountain island is very good. This sect, senior brother Kinkyu is right, it was a top secret meeting, but somehow everyone went off topic. Seeing a group of Yuaning juniors enthusiastically discussing the new sect candidate, Fengai's Henjin, who was sitting at the top, said nothing, and watched coldly with an expressionless face. No one knew that at this moment he was uneasy and even felt inexplicable fear. Apart from the Zhenjin of past generations, no one in the Taishanganiying sect knew the huge secret. The so-called huge secret was that there was a Yuanayang spiritual treasure hidden behind the Ghost and God sect. After the annihilation of the clan, the returning void semi-immortal escaped unscathed, proving that even the Yuanayang spiritual treasure was no match for him. This meant that this person was no ordinary returning void semi-immortal. Their true strength must far exceed everyone's imagination. It would be fine if he didn't come, but if he did, they would have to summon the clan's most precious treasure to fight him. As for whether they could repel him, true Lord Feng Yi was in a state of turmoil, trying not to speculate. Alice, I hope the worst doesn't happen. Otherwise, I can only, true Lord Feng Yi sighed, his eyes dimming slightly. At the foot of a majestic, 800-foot-tall peak, towering ancient trees grew, forming a subtle natural formation that protected the sacred mountain behind. From the outside, it appeared to be just a vast, lush forest, with no hint of a hill behind. However, few knew that this unnamed hill was the Yunwu Zhao clan's most secret stronghold, precisely because it was the training ground of Patriarch Menghan. One day, the arrival of a figure suddenly shattered the long-held tranquility of the ancient forest. Zhao Sheng emerged from the forest, looking up at the sacred peak ahead. A smile suddenly broke across his face. Not bad, not bad. You've integrated the principles of wood, earth, and water into one formation, and done so masterfully. I see the Yunwu Zhao family isn't entirely without merit. At least they know how to win hearts and minds. Zhao Menghan? Interesting, interesting. As he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng began to ascend the mountain. Everywhere he passed, the layers of formations seemingly lost their effectiveness, completely unresponsive. Before long, the summit of the mountain came into view, crowned by a simple, quaint bamboo building. Zhao Sheng's gaze flashed, and he suddenly appeared beneath the building. His spiritual sense gently touched the figure cultivating within. Ancestor Menghan? No. Zhao Menghan's eyes snapped open, a flicker of horror in their eyes. He immediately rose and dodged out of the building. Once outside, He immediately spotted a handsome young man, beaming at him. Zhao Mengen felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the man's ethereal aura, as if he could vanish at any moment. He also felt as if he were no longer in this world, his presence was undetectable. At that moment, Zhao Mengen instantly realized the realm of the person before him was far superior to his own. He absolutely must not offend him. Junior Zhao Mengen, I didn't realize you were coming, senior, and I didn't come to greet you. I beg your forgiveness. As he spoke, Zhao Mengen suddenly bowed deeply, his manner extremely respectful. No need for formalities, Zhao Sheng said calmly. Zhao Mengen nervously stood up straight, about to ask the man's purpose, but as he opened his mouth, a sudden shock struck him. He shut his mouth tightly, respectfully awaiting the senior's inquiry. As far as I know, you were an orphan, adopted early into the Zhao family because you were found to have spiritual roots. This means you have no Zhao blood in you, Zhao Sheng suddenly spoke. Zhao Mengen's mind raced at this. From just these few words, he had grasped a wealth of crucial information. Zhao Mengen's success stemmed not only from his exceptional spiritual roots, but more importantly, from his exceptional intelligence. There's no hostility in his words, but rather a hint of teasing. This suggests this person is a friend, not an enemy, and is likely close to the Zhao family. Perhaps this person is an elder of the Zhao clan. At this thought, Zhao Mengen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, vaguely guessing why this person had emphasized his orphanage from the very beginning. Chapter 716, Defying Fate and Using Courtesy Before Force. After Zhao Mengen figured it out, he slowly raised his head, looked straight over, and said calmly to Zhao Sheng, "Please forgive me for daring to ask you a question. Does it matter whether I have Zhao blood or not? In my opinion, it doesn't matter at all. What's important is that I always remember that my surname is Zhao, and I have never forgotten my mission and responsibility." He said these words with great force, sincerity and earnestness, which made people feel good about him. Zhao Sheng remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. Suddenly, he asked, "I see your time is nearing, and you probably won't have many years left. In recognition of your contributions to the Zhao family, I grant you a chance to change your fate. However, this opportunity is extremely risky. If you fail, you'll be dead. Furthermore, I'm not entirely sure whether it will ultimately succeed. I'm totally willing. Whether I live or die, I won't regret it." Zhao Mengen was overjoyed at the chance to change his fate, not caring about the dangers. He simply agreed. After all, he was over 1,500 years old, and had only passed away in the last 20 or 30 years. Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his choice. "Come with me. I have something to ask you." With that, Zhao Sheng walked towards the bamboo building. Zhao Mengen, with a fleeting thought, quickly followed, entering. The bamboo building looked simple from the outside, but its interior was remarkably elegant. The floor was paved entirely with thousand-year-old jade bamboo, clearly forming a natural formation for calming the mind. Hanging on the four bamboo walls were scrolls depicting mountains and rivers, each meticulously detailed down to the smallest stone and plant. Zhao Sheng glanced over the topographic maps and was amazed. The terrain depicted in each scroll was truly natural, forming a natural formation naturally. Natural formations are incredibly rare, each a product of heaven and earth, and a favorite of formation masters. Remember, Zhao Sheng was also a master of formations, so naturally he was intrigued by these maps. While not exactly avid, he was curious. He wondered how Zhao Mengen had amassed so many natural formations. Of course, his curiosity was mere curiosity. He would never seize someone's treasured possessions. After reviewing it, Zhao Sheng had a rough idea of how Zhao Mengen had been able to reach the nascent soul stage. He believed these formation diagrams played a significant role. His guess was correct. After forming his golden elixir, Zhao Mengen wandered away, only to stumble upon the mausoleum of a formation master. Within his coffin, he fortunately found 13 formation diagrams and the master's insights. Zhao Mengen's current status was largely due to this opportunity. Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze, walked a few steps without stopping, and sat down cross-legged on a cushion. Zhao Mengen followed closely behind, nimbly taking a seat at the bottom. "My surname is Zhao, my given name is Zai. I come from the Tesa spiritual realm. My cultivation is slightly higher than that of the God transformation realm. As for my generational ranking, we won't discuss it. I originally came back this time only to retrieve the relics left by the Kyongshan patriarch. However, seeing that you are quite proficient in the art of formations, I suddenly felt like giving you a chance and, by the way, leaving a legacy for the Zhao family. Zhao Menghan was surprised and delighted to hear this, feeling that he had a powerful backer behind him. However, he would not take the other party's false modesty seriously. Being slightly higher than the God Transformation realm meant that his strength must be above the Return to Void realm. If this wasn't a huge backer that fell from the sky, what else could it be? Zhao Menghan didn't dare to neglect him and hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, Zizu, what are the relics of the Kyongshan ancestor you mentioned?" Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "As you expected, there are 4 relics, the 10,000 fire cauldron, the sun-chasing bow, the Zumi ring, and the 9 nether tower. I dare not deceive Zizu. The 10,000 fire cauldron remain with the ancestral lineage of the Xianzhu realm. The sun-chasing bow and the Zumi ring fell into the hands of the Supreme Induction sect. As for the 9 nether tower, its whereabouts seem to be a mystery. I've thought about it carefully, and it seems to have disappeared for no apparent reason 2,000 years ago. HMPH, incompetent." Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard that the 9 nether tower had disappeared. An invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain instantly fell on Zhao Menghan. "Zizu, please calm down. We, your unworthy descendants, have lost our ancestral relics and disappointed you." Zhao Menghan felt his scalp tingle. He immediately kowtowed and apologized profusely. Zhao Sheng suppressed his leaking willpower, his expression regaining composure. He asked calmly, "Where's the sutra library? I need to go in. It's in the Ghostbun forest in the back mountain." "I'll take you there right away." Zhao Menghan, incredibly intelligent, instantly guessed Zizu's purpose for going to the sutra library. He was simply looking for clues to the 9 nether pagoda's location by poring over the handwritten notes of past generations. "No need. You wait here. I'll be back soon." With that, Zhao Sheng waved his right hand, and a gigantic, shimmering mountain of treasure suddenly appeared on the ground before him. Its summit reached the rooftop of the bamboo building, occupying an immense area, nearly filling up half the structure. Zhao Sheng glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly. Most of these items had been looted from the Ghost God sect because they hadn't been cleaned. Many of the magical instruments and treasures were still stained with blood. The thick, unpleasant odor of blood instantly filled the entire bamboo building. Although Zhao Menghan had intended to actively curry favor from the outset, he never expected the rewards to arrive so quickly, and so abundantly beyond his wildest dreams. Gazing at the vast mountain of treasures piled to the roof, even he, a seasoned veteran, was stunned. Within the mountain lay an endless variety of natural treasures, including thousand-year-old elixirs, precious metals, magical instruments, and ancient texts and jade slips. Spirit stones alone numbered in the millions, the lowest of which were mid-grade or higher. These treasures simultaneously shone with a brilliant, resplendent light, illuminating the entire bamboo building. However, Zhao Menghan quickly became increasingly alarmed, as a sense of something was amiss. Many of the treasures within the mountain bore the distinct style of the Ghost God sect. This was particularly true of the chaotically piled banners. The ferocious, lifelike figures emerging from their surfaces revealed them to be ghost-suppressing banners, the most distinctive symbol of Ghost God sect disciples. However, this number was too much, at least over 200, including 7 or 8 ghost-controlling banners radiating heavenly light, their rank reaching the level of magical artifacts. "Zizu, has the Ghost God sect offended you in some way? There are quite a few of these ghost-controlling banners." Zhao Menghan thought of a terrifying possibility, but he didn't dare to speak directly, so he asked tactfully. "A lot? Not much? I have plenty here. That Ghost God sect you mentioned, I just passed by its gate and raised it." Zhao Sheng had intended to leave the items and leave, but since he was asked, he replied casually. "Zeist, Zeist? Zeist should be another meaning of annihilating a clan, right? Perhaps." Zhao Menghan's eyes twitched. He felt he had heard correctly, but perhaps what he was thinking was consistent with what Zizu had said. "The Ghost God sect is just gone." Zhao Menghan's tone was vague, as if he were a little uncertain. Zhao Sheng ignored him, and in a flash, he vanished from the bamboo building. Zhao Menghan suddenly woke up and quickly scanned the entire bamboo building, but he didn't see Zizu. Seeing this, he reaffirmed his guess. Zizu's cultivation must be above the Return to Void stage, otherwise how could he have the legendary teleportation ability? The next second, Zhao Menghan's attention returned to the treasure mountain in front of him, and suddenly he captured a white jade slip. After a brief scan with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then, as if to confirm, he quickly put the jade slip against his forehead. When he took the jade slip off his forehead, his face was already full of surprise. The jade slip recorded a ghost martial art called 9 turns to control the divine art. It was of a very high grade and could be practiced all the way to the nascent soul realm. The most amazing thing was that this martial art was one of the true martial arts of the Ghost God sect. Although the jade slip lacked the last 3 layers of the formula, it was still a profound true method. However, on second thought, Zhao Meng'an laughed excitedly. The entire Ghost God sect was destroyed by Zizou alone. How could he miss the true martial arts of this sect? I'm afraid that all the true martial arts manuals would be wiped out. A mere incomplete 9 turns to control the divine art is nothing to worry about. Hey, what is this? Zhao Meng'an suddenly found an out-of-place thing from under the treasure mountain. At first glance, this thing was silver-white all over, with a beast head and a human body, and its body was as long as 2 feet and 7 or 8 feet. There were countless gaps all over the body, and it was dilapidated with pits and crookedness, but from time to time it emitted a mysterious light, which was bright and dim, as if it was breathing. After the second look, Zhao Meng'an was very sure that this was an almost damaged humanoid puppet. But when he looked at it for the third time, he felt a chill in his heart, as if he was half stared at by a ferocious beast, and an indescribable fear arose in his heart for no reason. It seemed that he would die at any time. And the source of the fear came from the humanoid puppet in front of him. Zhao Meng'an didn't dare to look any further, and hurriedly turned his eyes away. He didn't even dare to touch the puppet with his divine consciousness. He was very afraid that this broken puppet would suddenly come alive and give him a fatal blow. It's too dangerous. How could Zizou leave such a dangerous thing? Unintentional or intentional, the shortcoming of smart people is that they always let their imagination run wild. It can also be said that they have a very rich imagination. However, Zhao Meng'an was not wrong this time. This spirit puppet was indeed left behind intentionally by Zhao Sheng. His purpose was to test the other party's character and eyesight. It must be said that Zhao Meng'an was very lucky. He was not blinded by the treasure mountain and discovered this spirit puppet in time. Moreover, he was not fascinated by it, so he passed this test. Just when Zhao Meng'an was circling around the treasure mountain, secretly counting the number of treasures, Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air in the bamboo building again. Seeing this, Zhao Meng'an immediately bowed his head and saluted, respectfully welcoming the return of the ancestor. Zhao Sheng nodded with a gloomy face, which was considered a reluctant response. In just a few moments, he had searched through all the collections in the sutra library. However, the strange thing was that there was no mention of the whereabouts of the 9 Nether Tower in all the records of the predecessors. Even the term 9 Nether Tower was rarely mentioned in all the notes and ancient books. Everything is like an invisible giant hand that deliberately wants to erase the existence of the 9 Nether Tower. Its ultimate purpose cannot help but make people think deeply. The more Zhao Sheng thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He couldn't help but wonder, is it really impossible to find the 9 Nether Tower? If it is still in the Chunsheng realm, it would be fine. Even if it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, you can always find its whereabouts. I am afraid that some experts have seen the traces of the 9 Nether Tower and have already taken it away from the Chunsheng realm and have disappeared since then. The universe is vast and boundless. Unless a miracle happens, how can he find the whereabouts of the 9 Nether Tower? Zhao Meng'an saw that Zizou's face was not good, and he didn't dare to say a word. He stood beside him with a respectful face, waiting for Zizou to ask. Don't think about it. Supreme Induction Sect, right? It's you. It's best if the 9 Nether Tower is in your hands, otherwise I will overturn your nest. Zhao Sheng was anxious at this time. He no longer cared about the connection between the Supreme Induction Sect and the mysterious Supreme Religion, and directly took his anger out on this sect. Once he made up his mind, he suddenly looked up at Zhao Meng'an beside him and said in a deep voice, "Do you know where the gate of the Supreme Induction Sect is?" Zhao Meng'an immediately replied, reporting to Zizou, "The gate of this sect is not on the Chunsheng realm, but under a dead star outside the realm." "I know the specific location of the gate of this sect." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. "Very good. If I ask you to go to the Supreme Induction Sect to exchange for the ancestors' treasure, are you willing?" "Junior is willing," Zhao Meng'an said without hesitation. Zhao Sheng's eyes became 3 points gentler, and suddenly there were divine lights between his eyebrows. Then, a lifelike Zhao Sheng slowly walked out from his eyebrows. In a flash of light and shadow, this return to void spirit instantly sank into Zhao Meng'an's eyebrows and disappeared. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed slightly, and he felt that he suddenly had a new perspective. This perspective naturally came from Zhao Menghan in front of him. Everything this person saw and heard afterwards was as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Zhao Menghan did not feel a bit strange, but was very shocked, because he finally confirmed his guess. Zizu was able to achieve the differentiation of the primordial spirit, and his cultivation was indeed above the return to void. Zhao Sheng took more than a dozen magic weapons and a pile of ghost-controlling banners from the treasure mountain, put them into the storage bag, and casually stuffed them into Zhao Menghan's hand. Since we are exchanging treasures, we can't go empty-handed. The things in the storage bag are for exchange. When you get there, this and that. Zhao Menghan nodded repeatedly, and then suddenly understood, and tried to ask, you mean, use courtesy first, then force? Zhao Sheng did not respond to him, but patted him on the shoulder gently, and said meaningfully, go. You just need to remember one thing, don't lose face for the Zhao family. Junior will remember your teachings. I will never let Zizu down. Zhao Menghan understood, and immediately expressed his opinion in a passionate tone. Chapter 717, The Secret of Lingshu and Entering the Mountain Gate. A moment later, a streak of azure light shot up from the depths of the Yunwu Mountains, speeding towards the vast sea of clouds. Outside the bamboo building, Zhao Sheng looked up as the light vanished into the sea of clouds, then turned and walked inside. Returning to the building, he gazed at the mountain of treasures, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Suddenly, with a wave of his long sleeve, the vast mountain of treasures vanished, replaced by 13 battered Lingshu magic puppets, each with a beast-headed human body. Each magic puppet took up a considerable amount of space, and the 13 puppets lay scattered on the ground, practically covering the entire floor. Zhao Sheng walked among the puppets, scanning them all, quickly and accurately selecting the parts that would be useful. Snap! Not long after, he suddenly snapped his fingers. The next second, a subtle, creaking sound echoed from within the building, reminiscent of the mechanical whirring of gears and the disassembly of mechanisms. Each magic puppet blossomed like a profusion of flowers. Under the pervasive divine consciousness, they continuously disintegrated into thousands of incredibly intricate puppet mechanisms. In a blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered in layer upon layer of thick mechanical parts. Zhao Sheng hovered in midair, his 10 fingers flexing and stretching, as if manipulating countless invisible threads. In just a few breaths, fist-sized, multicolored crystal beads suddenly flew out from the puppet's head. They soared into the air and slowly swirled around Zhao Sheng. Some glowed with a faint, iridescent brilliance, while others were dim, as if completely damaged. These multicolored crystal beads were the puppet's most crucial core component, the central spiritual hub. As streams of divine consciousness and will continuously poured into the beads, the central spiritual hub's numerous secrets were gradually revealed. The more Zhao Sheng devoted himself to analyzing it, the more he was struck by the spiritual hub's complexity. These spiritual spheres resembled intricate planets, possessing multi-layered crusts, each inscribed with a dense tapestry of ancient symbols, their intricacy and sheer number rivaling those of human cells. Fortunately, due to the immense passage of time, the spiritual sphere's internal energy had nearly depleted, and the initial defensive barriers had become nearly ineffective, making Zhao Sheng's acquisition easy. Of course, without reaching the return to void realm, he would have been unable to penetrate the central spiritual sphere's deepest secrets. As Zhao Sheng immersed himself in deciphering the spiritual sphere's mysteries, time seemed to accelerate eons. Only when a desolate, silent dead star appeared within his perspective did Zhao Sheng abruptly break free from his fascination and quickly focus on another perspective. We're here so soon. Time flies, he muttered to himself, suddenly extending a finger and lightly tapping a multicolored crystal bead. The next moment, the multicolored crystal bead seemed to activate, its surface suddenly illuminating with brilliant circles of spiritual light that instantly expanded in all directions. The formation barrier within the bamboo building was instantly stimulated by the spiritual light. The formation scrolls on the surrounding walls suddenly blazed with light, condensing into a series of light curtains resembling mountains and rivers, attempting to contain the multicolored spiritual light. However, it had little effect. The spiritual light seemed to possess incredible penetrating power, almost ignoring the formation barrier and continuing to expand outward at the speed of light. Zhao Sheng was slightly startled. The pervasive force field of will instantly converged and solidified into layers of barriers, instantly blocking the multicolored spiritual light within the building and freezing it in midair. Kaka, the multicolored crystal bead emitted a crisp sound, and its smooth, crystalline surface suddenly bulged with dense clusters of crystals, then rapidly expanded. In a few breaths, the spiritual core suddenly expanded to a diameter of 378 feet, as huge as a floating hill. At this moment, the densely packed crystal clusters transformed into finger-length crystal pillars, inscribed within them with intricate three-dimensional symbols, remarkably revealing the Dao's true texts one after another. Dao's true texts. These all seem to originate from the same source. They seem to represent the Dao's true text emptiness. Zhao Sheng immediately made a judgment. In his previous life, he had remembered several great Dao mantras, and the empty mantra was one of them. Fortunately, he recognized this Dao mantra, otherwise he would have been groping in the dark. After observing for a moment, he cast his gaze into the crystal ball, and through the layers of crystal shells, he vaguely saw a fragmented spiritual light cloud. The light cloud roughly pieced together the shape of a leopard, which matched the appearance of the leopard-headed human puppet very well. Zhao Sheng stared at the spiritual light cloud for a long time, and his spiritual thoughts continued to stimulate this spirituality. For a moment, his mind was full of spiritual light, and countless mysteries related to puppets flowed endlessly in his heart. 2 points of light lit up in his eyes, and a layer of lightning suddenly appeared on his body, and then an incomparable, yet heavy as a mountain aura burst out. The void within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly shook violently, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered towards the bamboo building. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and soon there were bursts of thunder, lightning and thunder. This unusual celestial phenomenon immediately alarmed the entire Zhao clan. Countless people walked outside and looked up at the sky, but soon turned their gazes to the ancestor's place of retreat. What on earth has happened? Is the ancestor about to break through? Look, spiritual energy is turning into clouds, and the heavenly tribulation is approaching. I wonder which foundation establishment elder will be undergoing the golden core thunder tribulation. Could it be the one from the high generation, or maybe Zhao Yaoj, the King Fang sword maniac? Haha. It looks like our Zhao clan will have another golden core elder. Not good. This celestial phenomenon doesn't look like a thunder tribulation, but rather a divine punishment. Hurry and give orders to activate the mountain protection formation with all our strength to prevent any uninvited guests from breaking in. The Zhao family reacted extremely quickly. Soon, under the orders of the various giant and elders, countless clansmen ran and flew, and important buildings in various places raised formation barriers. Not long after, a huge light shield covering hundreds of miles slowly condensed, covering the entire Zhao family residence. Zhao Sheng was very clear about everything that was happening in the outside world, but he had no intention of showing up. After the colorful spiritual light was imprisoned inside the bamboo building, it lasted only less than a breath before dissipating into thin air. Then, the spiritual light cloud in the crystal ball became extremely dim, and several pieces of light cloud fragments disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng exhaled a long breath, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The instantaneous change in the spiritual power just now was tantamount to actively exposing many of his own secrets, which gave him a hint of opportunity. Although he couldn't describe it specifically in words, he was about 3 times sure that he could successfully repair this spiritual pivot. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng suppressed the turmoil in his heart and released his willpower field once again, enveloping the crystal ball before him. It then flowed into the core space of the spiritual axis, along the cracks eroded by the threads of divine consciousness. Just as Zhao Sheng began to deeply analyze the secrets of the spiritual axis, Zhao Menghan, with a burning heart, controlled his escape light and quickly landed on the desolate and silent land of the Dead Star. He looked around, identifying the surrounding terrain while spreading his divine consciousness, covering an area of hundreds of miles in an instant. Yunwu Zhao, Heavenly Array Layman Zhao Menghan, has come to pay respect to the Mountain Gate today. Fellow practitioners of the Supreme Induction Sect, please show yourself. The clear and confident voice vibrated a void with a divine thought, and spread over 1,000 miles in an instant. He shouted it 3 times in this way. Suddenly, a group of apricot yellow auspicious clouds suddenly rose from a ring-shaped mountain 300 miles away, and soon floated towards him. Not long after, the auspicious cloud flew close, and on it stood a middle-aged Taoist with a thin figure and ruddy complexion. When Zhao Menghan saw the newcomer, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he immediately bowed and smiled and said, "I am sorry for the presumptuousness of the junior to come here, and I never expected to alarm senior Kinkyu to come forward." Taoist Kinkyu is the most accomplished cultivator of the Qing generation within the Supreme Induction Sect. As early as 800 years ago, He had achieved breakthroughs to the late nascent soul stage, becoming one of the few great nascent soul cultivators in the Chunsheng realm. Outwardly, Taoist Kinkyu is the face of the Supreme Induction sect, possessing not only an extremely high status but also immense power. For the past few hundred years, he has retreated into seclusion, never appearing in the world of immortal cultivation. Some sects even believe he has secretly passed away. Zhao Mengan was therefore startled to see him emerge, and he became even more cautious. Fellow Taoist Menhan, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. Why are we so distant today? We're old friends, there's no need to be so formal. Taoist Kinkyu returned the greeting with a smile. This unusual behavior once again puzzled Zhao Menhan, who couldn't help but wonder, something's wrong. What's wrong? Taoist Kinkyu was always arrogant and looked down on others. When had he become so approachable? Before he could figure out the reason, Taoist Kinkyu spoke again. By the way, you haven't asked fellow Taoist why you came? After all, the mountain gate of our sect is located on the dead star outside the realm, and few people have come here for thousands of years. Fellow Taoist Zhao must have something important to discuss with you since you came here this time. Zhao Mengan was interrupted by him and had to continue. To be honest with you, Senior, the reason I came here is that I hope to exchange the relics of our ancestors from your sect. Oh, what relics? Fellow Taoist, you might as well say it directly. After listening to this, Taoist Kinkyu suddenly showed a hint of curiosity on his face. Zhao Menhan took a deep breath and said loudly, these are the things of our clan's ancestor Kyongshan, the sun-chasing bow, the sumo ring and the 9 nether tower. Taoist Kinkyu's expression changed slightly, and he fell silent, his aura rising and falling like the tide. Zhao Mengan remained calm on the surface, yet he was extremely nervous, as if he feared the other party would reject his proposal outright. However, seeing the other party's attitude, his nervous heart suddenly relaxed. There is a way. This 9 nether pagoda has probably fallen into the hands of the Supreme Induction sect. However, Zhao Mengan was completely unaware that his every move was being observed by others. This others was not just one person, but a group of Yuanying masters. Even Feng Yi's Henjin later appeared. In the Supreme Palace, 7 or 8 Yuanying ancestors sat at the center of the altar, all staring intently at the spiritual light realm in the air, each of them observing Zhao Mengan's actions with rapt attention. Feng Yi's Henjin simply walked before the spiritual light realm, folded his arms and looked at the scene reflected in the mirror, his expression very solemn. There is no need to question why these Yuanying ancestors mobilized such a large force. They were originally like frightened birds, fearing that return to void half-immortal would come to their door. But just a few days later, Zhao Mengan came to their door for no reason, and claimed that he wanted to exchange for the ancestors' treasure. This abnormal situation that only happens once in 100 years, how could it not alarm these Yuanying ancestors? When he heard the 3 words 9 nether pagoda, the pupils of Feng Yi's Henjin's eyes suddenly shrank, like a frightened cat. The next second, this person quickly relaxed, but his eyes gradually became a little cold. Kinkyu, lead him into the mountain gate, Feng Yi's Henjin suddenly said, and his voice instantly passed through the spiritual mirror and into the mind of Taoist Kinkyu. Taoist Kinkyu was slightly startled, then smiled at Zhao Mengan and said in a gentle tone, Friend Zhao, this is not the place to talk, come with me quickly. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, then controlled the auspicious clouds and flew towards the crater where they came from. Seeing this, Zhao Mengan hurriedly controlled the escape light and followed closely behind. The 2 of them, one in front and the other behind, crossed hundreds of miles of void in the blink of an eye and soon landed in the crater. Only a few breaths later, Zhao Sheng, who was in the bamboo building, suddenly cried out in surprise, and looked up suddenly. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the bamboo wall and see the Death Star far outside the world. Weird. Could it be that the mountain gate of the Supreme Induction sect was really transformed from a certain cave? Otherwise, why did the connection between the distraction and the mind be severed as soon as he entered? Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng slowly stood up, and then swept his long sleeves, and all the puppet parts on the ground were gone, and the Lingshu crystal beads in the air also flew into the bottom of his sleeves and disappeared. The next second, he took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had appeared above the crater. At this moment, he was like a ghost, falling silently into the crater. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the valley was covered with thick gray-black dust, as if no one had set foot there for countless years. Zhao Sheng's eyes swept over and finally stopped on a gray-white stone pillar that was more than 10 feet above the ground. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe that this stone pillar was the entrance to the mountain gate of the Supreme Induction sect. At this time, Zhao Sheng could faintly sense that the surface of the stone pillar was lingering with a very weak fluctuation of time and space. It's a pity that he can't enter the secret cave behind the stone pillar unless he is invited by the owner. At this moment, Zhao Sheng was at his wit's end, helpless, unable to do anything but silently wait outside the door, hoping Zhao Mengan would adapt and at least avoid death. Even with his spiritual power protecting him, Zhao Mengan would have a hard time dying. But who knew if the Supreme Induction sect could destroy his spiritual power? After all, their influence was so deep and their background so formidable. Just as Zhao Sheng arrived, Zhao Mengan was facing a life-or-death crisis. He had never expected that upon entering the mountain gate, Taoist King Qiu would suddenly turn against him, even launching a surprise attack despite his status. Zhao Mengan, outmatched by his opponent and careless for a moment, was subdued and taken prisoner. Chapter 718, Master Chunjin. Brother King Qiu, what do you mean? I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding between you and me. Let me go, Zhao Mengan shouted in shock and fury. At that moment, his head, chest, abdomen, and danshan below his navel were all pierced deeply by gleaming golden needles. His magical power and nascent soul were blocked by the needles, completely stagnating. Taoist King Qiu's face was as gloomy as water. Suddenly, he sighed and said, Alice, a misunderstanding? Perhaps. Brother Zhao, there's no need to panic. If you can honestly answer my 3 questions, I will escort you out of the country with courtesy. As he spoke, 3 streams of light streaked down from above the sea of clouds and instantly landed on the white jade platform where the 2 men were standing, revealing 3 imposing elder Taoists. Zhao Menghan's heart was shaken by the sight of the 3 men, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, King Giyun, King Zhu, Belan. You 3 are here too. How could I possibly? Humph, he was interrupted by a cold snort before he could finish his words. Brother King Qiu, has this fellow confessed? The speaker was Taoist King Giyun, whose power had reached the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. He had once made a formidable name in the Chunsheng realm 1,000 years ago. My 3 junior brothers have arrived at just the right time. Join me in interrogating this man. Though slightly displeased, Taoist King Qiu managed a faint smile, his tone gentle. Zhao Menghan's heart sank upon hearing this. But then, a steady voice suddenly echoed in his mind, Don't panic. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Just listen to what they have to say, and then we can attack together. As these words rang out, a wave of divine consciousness as gentle as water flowed from his brows, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and his danshan qi. The next second, Zhao Menghan felt his body relax, his magical powers instantly freed from their restraints, regaining their freedom. He suppressed his surprise, his expression of grief and indignation remaining. Only then did he have the mind to survey his surroundings. He looked up and around, seeing a multitude of snow-white towers surrounding the platform, ranging in height from 100 to several thousand feet. Around the towers, floating islands of varying sizes hovered, each supported by massive milky white clouds. Further out, more snow-white towers could be vaguely seen, some partially visible, others just a hint of their spires. Densely packed floating islands hovered in the sky, swirling around the towers. At that moment, a profoundly hidden wave of divine consciousness emanated from his brows. Unnoticed, it instantly spread 3,000 miles, reaching the boundary of this cave heaven before reflecting back. The results of his investigation surprised Zhao Sheng immensely. The cave heaven before him was far too narrow and cramped, not at all like a normal divine paradise. Even more strangely, the entire outer wall was a layer of a smooth, mirror-like solid material, resembling a layer of jade-white, finest ceramic. Furthermore, the lower levels of this cave heaven were shrouded in mist, with all the towers built upon a sea of clouds. Beneath this sea of clouds lay an amber-colored sea, its water as viscous as pulp, reeking of the rich aroma of wine. The water wasn't water, but wine. Zhao Sheng was utterly astonished. Stunned by the strangeness of the mountain gate of the Supreme Induction sect, surpassing his expectations. While it seemed like an eternity had passed, it actually all happened in a flash. It was so fleeting that Taoist King Qiu barely finished speaking. King Giyun, King Zhu, and Belan exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Together with Taoist King Qiu, they headed a major faction within the Supreme Induction sect. While their cultivation levels varied, Their status was comparable. King Zhou and the other two had hurried here to prevent Taoist King Qiu from taking all the credit, in essence, to share the spoils. Taoist King Qiu smiled, turned his head to look at Zhao Menghan, who was silent beside him, and asked in a gentle voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I wonder if you can resolve the doubts in my heart? You came here suddenly, and the first thing you said was to ask for the treasures left by the noble ancestors. What is your ultimate purpose?" Zhao Menghan shook his head and chuckled, "Haha, I didn't say to ask for them, I said to exchange them. As long as your sect can return the sun-chasing bow, the 9-nether pagoda, and the Zumi ring to the Wish Master, my Zhao family will exchange them for treasures of equal value." Taoist King Qiu frowned slightly, feeling that the other party seemed to be fearless. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong, and his heart suddenly became more cautious. At this moment, Taoist Belan suddenly sneered and said, "Huh? Treasures in the hands of our sect should never be handed over. Tell me, what is the real purpose of your coming today? If you don't say it, don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Menghan felt something was wrong when he heard this. The other party's words were filled with malice, clearly distrusting his intentions. Thinking back to Taoist King Qiu's sudden attack, Zhao Menghan felt something was amiss. While the Supreme Induction sect and the Zhao family had engaged in countless clandestine conflicts, they maintained a cordial relationship, sharing a common denominator and always acting in unison. The question then arose, where did Taoist King Qiu and his companions come from with such venomous intent? Not only did Zhao Menghan sense something was amiss, but even Zhao Sheng's astral form sensed it. Unlike Zhao Menghan, who was completely clueless, he had already noticed a divine transformation cultivator secretly observing the situation. This person's identity was self-evident, True Lord Fengai, the sect's only divine transformation cultivator. "I don't know what you are asking. Let me state this again, I came here solely to retrieve the Kyongshan Patriarch's relic. Nothing else," Zhao Menghan said solemnly. Taoist King Qiu's eyes flashed, secretly receiving True Lord's instructions. The next second, his face was beaming, and he waved his hand to put all the golden needles into his sleeves, and at the same time said with a hint of apology, "It turns out that I misunderstood fellow Taoist Zhao. Don't blame me, fellow Taoist, our sect is about to hold the 1,000-year grand ceremony, so I was too nervous and mistakenly thought that fellow Taoist was an enemy who was deliberately making trouble on the spot." Zhao Menghan's expression eased a little, and his tone immediately softened. "Oh, so that's the case, I came at the wrong time, so everything will happen. I hope fellow Taoist Zhao will forgive me." Taoist King Qiu saw this scene and immediately smiled and comforted him. Zhao Menghan said seriously, "Since it's a misunderstanding, I certainly won't take it to heart. However, I hope that fellow Taoists will allow me to trade back the 3 relics of Patriarch Kyongshan for the sake of the deep friendship between our two families that has lasted for thousands of years." Taoist King Qiu was stunned, and immediately said lightly, "All this requires long-term consideration. Since fellow Taoist Zhao is here, why not stay in our sect for a while? It's a good opportunity for you and me to exchange our cultivation experiences." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Menghan's heart sank. From the meaning of these words, it was clear that the other party wanted to put him under house arrest. Just as he was hesitating whether to agree, a mist of lightning suddenly burst out from his brows. Boom! The lightning instantly enveloped the entire platform, and at the same time, the 4 Yuanying cultivators King Qiu, King Giyun, King Zhu, and Belan were all imprisoned in place, even their consciousness and thoughts were frozen. The next second, several streaks of purple gold lightning appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the necks of the 4 men before instantly transforming into 3 gleaming purple gold collars. At first glance, the purple gold collars shone with a faint lightning light, emanating an aura of extreme destruction. This startling change not only exceeded Zhao Menghan's expectations, but also caused the expression of Feng Yi's Henjin, who was hiding nearby, to change drastically, his face rapidly turning pale. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please show mercy." Seeing this, Feng Yi's Henjin was forced to reveal himself and solemnly bowed to Zhao Menghan. "You've finally come out." Before Zhao Menghan could even open his mouth, a voice echoed, though its tone was completely different from his own, more deep and powerful. As soon as the words were spoken, Taoist King Qiu and the other 3 suddenly regained consciousness and simultaneously felt the presence of collars around their necks. The 4 of them instinctively reached out to touch it, but just as their hands were halfway extended, they suddenly froze in midair, their bodies stiff as iron, and then a large amount of cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. The 4 of them dared not move at this moment, only daring to glance at Feng Yi's Henjin from the corner of their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The corner of Feng Yi's Henjin's eye twitched slightly, and he was secretly anxious, yet he maintained his composure. Everything is my fault. I shouldn't have let Qingchu test me, nor should I have treated our distinguished guests with such disrespect. I hope that, for the sake of our millennial-long friendship, you won't embarrass these juniors. I sincerely apologize to you, fellow Taoist, haha. What a hypocritical boy. If I hadn't seen clearly, I'd have been deceived by you, the distracted Zhao Sheng sneered, then added, hand over the relics of the Kyongshan patriarch immediately, and I'll turn and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your mountain gate. Feng Yi's Henjin, realizing the real culprit was someone else, suddenly had a grim expression. Our sect only possesses the Sun Chaser bow and the Sumeru ring, but the 9 nether pagoda is not in our possession. If you would like them, senior, I'm willing to offer them both. I only ask that you leave in peace. This man's weak attitude once again caught Zhao Sheng by surprise. He felt extremely puzzled. He had always felt that this person, as the current true lord of the Supreme Induction sect, shouldn't surrender so easily. But why, without even a tentative step, had he yielded so immediately? Zhao Sheng was unaware that he had been exposed. From the moment the thunder transformed into a circle, True Lord Feng Yi had confirmed his origins. He was none other than the mysterious return to the void who had destroyed the Ghost God sect. True Lord Feng Yi's only surprise was that this person had deep ties to the Yun Wuzhao clan and immediately demanded the Sun Chaser bow and the 3 treasures. While the Sun Chaser bow and the Sumeru ring could be returned in their original form, the 9 nether pagoda was a distinct possibility. He could not allow this treasure to be revealed to outsiders, let alone taken. Since you don't want to hand it over, I will have no choice but to find it myself. Although Zhao Sheng wasn't entirely sure he could find the 9 nether pagoda, he could discern a clue from Taoist Qingqiu's words and actions. Even if the 9 netherworld pagoda wasn't within the Supreme Induction sect, True Lord Feng Yi and his companions were inextricably linked to this treasure. You're going too far. Upon seeing this, True Lord Feng Yi's expression darkened, and he roared in shock and anger. Before he could finish his words, the man suddenly raised his head to the heavens and roared, with a formidable enemy at hand, this unworthy disciple, Feng Yi, respectfully begs Grandmaster Chunjin to appear, appear, appear. The echoes echoed over and over again in the sky above the cavernous heavens, instantly alarming the entire Supreme Induction sect. Countless disciples, true disciples, and even nascent soul ancestors were mobilized at the sound. In the blink of an eye, dazzling light erupted from the Supreme Spiritual Pagodas. Thick beams of light shot up from their spires, piercing the depths of the vast mist and cloud, roiling the heavenly spiritual clouds. However, even after the echoes faded, the so-called Grandmaster Chunjin still hadn't appeared. True Lord Feng Yi's face paled. Unwillingly, he lashed out again, roaring like thunder, a catastrophe is imminent, yet Grandmaster remains in deep slumber. Why doesn't he awaken at once? Wake up, wake up. The distracted Zhao Sheng found it amusing. In previous lives, he had never heard of Grandmaster Chunjin. Even when the Blood God led an alien army to invade the Xianzhu realm, the Supreme Induction sect failed to summon him. This sect was truly sinister, concealing itself too deeply. The name Old Yinbi bestowed upon the Supreme Induction sect was well deserved. Even as he muttered to himself, the sea of wine beneath the cave suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The waters churned violently, creating countless massive waves. Vast quantities of water rose into the sea of clouds, instantly transforming into rich, fragrant aroma of wine. In the blink of an eye, the intense aroma of wine filled the entire cave. The next moment, Zhao Sheng's vision blurred as a chubby figure materialized, accompanied by the intoxicating aroma of alcohol. At first glance, the figure resembled a child, with rosy lips, white teeth, delicate features, and delicate limbs as white as lotus roots. But the bald spot on his head was a salted egg. His face was visibly drunk, his eyes dazed, as if he hadn't yet recovered from his hangover. He seemed to be staggering, half asleep and half awake. Feng Yi's Henjin was overjoyed upon seeing this. He quickly bowed his head in greeting, respectfully saying, "Master, please be advised. This man has barged into our sect's gate without cause, and even dares to destroy our foundation. I, your humble disciple, implore you to apprehend this arrogant and ignorant individual." As he finished speaking, a brilliant divine light suddenly blazed from Zhao Mengan's brows, and a tall, slender figure emerged from the depths of the light, transforming into a seemingly ethereal figure, resembling Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng gazed solemnly at the Chunjin patriarch across from him, a mixture of surprise and relief filling his heart. This Chunjin patriarch wasn't actually a living being, but a magical spirit. Its existence was even more real and free than the red divine banner, and its main body was undoubtedly higher in rank than its true form. To have encountered another Yuanyang spiritual treasure just a few days later, his luck was unbelievably good. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng realized that this cave heaven was actually a Yuanyang spiritual treasure. No wonder the space was so cramped. With this thought, Zhao Sheng secretly heightened his vigilance, mentally prepared to sacrifice his return to Void Spirit. However, he was a little anxious because, since entering this spiritual treasure cave heaven, he had lost contact with the main body. Consequently, he couldn't send any messages, and naturally, he couldn't alert the main body to the Chunjin patriarch before him. Meanwhile, True Lord Fengai called out 3 times before finally awakening his own patriarch. The Chunjin boy yawned listlessly, stretched, and slowly sat down cross-legged. With drunken eyes, he glanced at the distracted figure below and suddenly uttered 2 words, "Imprison." The sound was neither high nor low, but it was like an inviolable law, and the entire world instantly responded. Zhao Sheng felt the void around him suddenly collapse towards him. At the same time, an indescribable invisible force descended from nowhere, and the surrounding space and time instantly solidified like a diamond, making him unable to retreat or move. Chapter 719, Violent Destruction of Stars, Chunjin submits. Seeing the spirit being imprisoned by the Grandmaster, True Lord Feng Yi was overjoyed and shouted, "Grandmaster, your divine power is boundless. With a single move, you've captured such a vicious individual, preserving our sect's foundation. We are truly fortunate to have you guarding our mountain gate." Alright, there's more trouble out there. What are you talking about here, boy? Grandmaster Chunjin waved his hand impatiently, then pointed upwards and grumbled unkindly. This, True Lord Feng Yi's face darkened upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "Grandmaster, is there another powerful enemy out there?" "Yes. This boy has imprisoned one of their spirits, so their true master has come to us now, and is now rubbing his hands together, ready to attack." The boy Chunjin wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and signaled with his eyes. Not far away, the humanoid spirit was frozen in mid-air, motionless like a statue. True Lord Feng Yi's brow furrowed, his eyes revealing a hint of unease, tinged with a hint of resentment. What should I do? Taoist Qingchu's heart raced with anxiety. However, due to the great weapon dangling from his neck, he, like the other 3, dared hardly move. They all stared intently at True Lord Feng Yi and the cross-legged Grandmaster Chunjin. The boy Chunjin noticed the changes in their expressions, then shook his head gravely, angrily scolding them. "Alice, the disciples of the Supreme Induction sect are truly getting worse with each generation. They haven't even broken through yet. Look at how terrified they are, bringing shame to old donkey. My incompetent disciple has brought shame to our ancestors." True Lord Feng Yi's words struck a chord, and he suddenly had an idea. He quickly questioned them, his face thick with shame. "Now, a formidable enemy has come to our doorstep, and everyone in our sect is filled with deep indignation. However, the enemy is a semi-immortal of the returning void realm, and none of us in our sect can match him. Our mountain gate is now in imminent danger, and only the Grandmaster can personally repel this enemy. I beg the Grandmaster to have mercy and rescue our entire sect from this peril once again." Boom. Just as True Lord Feng Yi finished his impassioned speech, a dull rumble suddenly erupted in his ears, and the platform beneath him began to shake violently. The entire cave heaven shook slightly, the numerous supreme spirit pagodas trembling, and the floating islands drifting away involuntarily. Even the sea of wine below suddenly surged with surging waves. "Grandmaster, what's happening out there?" True Lord Feng Yi's expression was horrified, and he glanced at the Chunjin boy in midair with a look of confusion. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, another roar, even louder than the previous one, echoed through the cave heaven, and the trembling intensified again, causing the platform to tilt slightly. Upon seeing this, the boy Chunjin suddenly calmed down. He suddenly reached out and scratched his bald head, grinning nonchalantly. So he's just a brute with nothing but brute strength? Go ahead and smash him hard out there. If you can hurt me even a little, you'll be considered a true master." As a Yuanyang spiritual treasure, the boy's body was incredibly strong, practically indestructible. How could ordinary brute force destroy him? Therefore, The boy remained unfazed, instead enjoying the excitement. Upon witnessing the scene, true Lord Fengai, his initial fear and anxiety, suddenly calmed down. He was well aware of the strength of Grandmaster Chunjin's body, and he certainly wasn't worried about the returning void semi-immortal breaking into the mountain gate. On the contrary, he secretly hoped that the enemy would enter the mountain gate, allowing Grandmaster Chunjin to eliminate him and prevent any future trouble. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose once again from the Death Star's surface. A fair storm howled across the surface, stirring up vast clouds of dust. The dust cloud quickly filled half the Death Star and rapidly spread into the outer void, threatening to obscure the sky and the sun. At this moment, the crater had collapsed, leaving a bottomless pit in its place. A vast horn of dust and earth, driven by the swirling vortex, transformed into a vast horn of sand and rock, which continuously soared from the bottom of the pit, unleashing its all-pervasive and violent force. Boom! At this moment, at the deepest point of the pit, a thunderous giant, 100 feet tall, swung its fists with unbridled force, smashing into the subsurface rock. With each blow, the compressed force of thunder poured into the rock below. In an instant, the subsurface rock seemed to be buried with billions of tons of gunpowder, and suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. As billions of tons of rubble were lifted high into the air, the depth of the pit dropped another full 300 feet. Simultaneously, the space-time fluctuations lingering in the void intensified several times. After his third punch landed, Zhao Sheng's vision suddenly became luminous, revealing a smooth, jade-white outer layer. This unusual object stood out against a backdrop of the vast gray-white rock formations. Haha, finally found it. It's a wine jug, just a little larger, Zhao Sheng chuckled softly, his enormous eyes suddenly gleaming with a faint golden-purple lightning. His massive, 100-foot-long lightning body suddenly expanded even further, erupting with countless, almost solid, rays of law-based lightning. In an instant, all of this law-based lightning converged on his right fist, making its tip blazing like a dazzling golden-purple sun. Boom! The sun crashed down, slamming into the strange white jade wall with indescribable force. The void trembled violently, instantly splitting open countless dark cracks in space. A massive wine jug, nearly 1,000 feet in diameter, was smashed deep into the rock, yet its outer wall remained unscathed. Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised by the scene. The moment his fist struck the jug's outer wall, 80% of the force of the thunder law was invisibly dissipated by the artifact. Furthermore, his pure and unadulterated violence failed to harm the treasure in the slightest. Interesting, Zhao Sheng suddenly became intrigued. He had finally found a prime target. It was a perfect opportunity to test the results of his cultivation in this lifetime. With this thought, Zhao Sheng roared, and thick golden hair instantly sprouted from his body, visibly transforming into a 100-foot-long golden ape. Transforming into the sun and moon divine ape, his physique surged again, his physical strength at least doubling. His mind was filled with uncontrollable, raging desire, and every movement was imbued with unimaginable force. The surrounding void seemed unable to withstand his presence, the barriers of time and space seeming to weaken. Zhao Sheng barely moved his body, and a dense web of spatial cracks appeared around him, swirling and extinguishing like fireworks. At this moment, if he so desired, he could easily pierce the barriers of time and space with his immensely powerful body and enter the first day of the Void Realm. After a few movements, Zhao Sheng suddenly grinned, revealing 4 massive fangs, a hint of brutality crossing his furry ape face. Boom! The next second, the Death Star's surface shook again, visibly cracking into deep, bottomless canyons. Zhao Sheng smashed the Chunjin pot into the Earth's core with punch after punch. The once solidified, dormant molten core was ignited by external forces, rapidly melting into a vast sea of magma. As if unable to withstand the internal impact, the Death Star, with a diameter of nearly 10,000 miles, erupted from its craters, spewing forth a torrent of fiery red magma. Thick black smoke then shot high into the sky, quickly filling the Death Star's sky. Looking out, the Death Star presented a terrifying spectacle of doom. Within Chunjin Cave Heaven, the once relaxed Chunjin child's expression gradually grew solemn, and later, a dark cloud loomed. The cave heavens shook violently, the towers toppled, the sea of clouds below ripped into countless pieces, and the sea of wine surged skyward, destroying countless suspended islands. Countless disciples of the Supreme Induction sect were terrified, seeking shelter from this sudden catastrophe. True Lord Fengai, sweating profusely, gazed in horror at the inner wall of the cave thousands of miles away. The once smooth, Pristine white wall was now riven with long, thin cracks. After being covered in a layer of brilliant white light, the cracks healed, disappeared, and reappeared again. This horrifying sight filled the entire Supreme Induction sect with utter terror. Most, unaware of what was happening, could only drift in panic. However, the nascent soul elders, sensing impending disaster, emerged from their retreat and flew towards the platform. Before long, a staggering 25 nascent soul cultivators had gathered on the platform. Unfortunately, before the returning void semi-immortal, these nascent soul cultivators were as weak as ants, easily destroyed with a wave of their hand. Even True Lord Feng Yi was merely a slightly stronger ant. Taoist Qing Huan glanced at Zhao Sheng's distracted state, a flicker of horror in his eyes, clearly recognizing the man. This man, wielding the spirit light mirror, had witnessed the entire extermination of the Ghost God sect with uncanny clarity, and had memorized Zhao Sheng's appearance. Taoist Qing Huan took a few steps closer to True Lord Feng Yi and spoke with a worried voice. Master, what happened outside? Could it be that person who's come knocking on our door? What should we do now? Don't panic. With Grandmaster Chunjin here, he'll make sure that person never returns. This time, the sect will be safe. Master Feng Yi, though nervous, remained calm and spoke to reassure everyone. At this point, the boy Chunjin stopped sitting cross-legged and stood up, pacing back and forth in mid-air with his hands behind his back. His expression was uncertain, as if he couldn't make up his mind about something. Impossible. How could a mere return to void half-immortal hurt my precious body? Could it be that this person is not a pure human, but a hybrid with the blood of a sacred beast? It should be, otherwise it doesn't make sense. No, I can't just passively take a beating like this. I must slip away as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get hurt too badly, it will be very troublesome to recover in the future. Humph. What half-blooded bastard dares to bully me? It's because I'm not good at killing, otherwise you'll be in trouble. After I get through this, I will definitely find helpers to retaliate. But who should I find? The eldest brother's Kanglong mace is at the critical moment of advancing to the Tongshan Lingbao, so it's not good to disturb him. The third brother's life and death gourd is too murderous and prone to killing too much. It is inevitable that he will be contaminated with too many causes and effects, which will be disadvantageous to both it and myself. It is best not to look for it. The sixth sister's Zhe Ling is easy to invite, but its master, Ling Luo Shangxin, has a strange temper. I heard that he seems to have been in seclusion for thousands of years. I'm afraid the sixth sister is guarding him and it is inconvenient for her to leave. Oh my, this is so annoying. It's all my fault for being a drunkard. Now the time has come, and I can't find a single helper. No one would have thought that the dignified Grandmaster Chunjin would be so secretly muttering and complaining, his temper like a child's. Grandmaster, shut up. Feng Yi's Henjin had just shouted 2 words when he was rudely interrupted by the Chunjin boy. He had no choice but to shut up and stare longingly at the Grandmaster's rosy face. Go back immediately and restore order within the sect as quickly as possible. Then, return to your positions and guard the mountain protection formation. Chunjin boy gave the order, and the Yuanings bowed their heads in acceptance, then dispersed. Only Feng Yi's Henjin and Kinkiu and the other 4 remained on the platform. Chunjin boy ignored them, casting his gaze on Zhao Sheng's distracted spirit. As for Zhao Menghan, he had long been ignored by everyone. Release the restraints. As soon as he finished speaking, the distracted spirit Zhao Sheng suddenly regained consciousness and was free. At this moment, Grandmaster Chunjin gently coaxed him, fellow Taoist, there's no hatred between you and me. Why fight? I'll let you go later. How about you ask that person to stop? Zhao Sheng surveyed the chaotic scene, his mind instantly forming a sense of purpose. He nodded and said solemnly, you can stop, but you must return all the relics of Patriarch Kyongshan. The boy Chunjin was delighted and immediately declared with a masterful air, that's easy. No matter how many relics there are, I will return them all. True Lord Feng Yi, who had heard this clearly, was instantly terrified. He ignored everything else and shouted, absolutely not, HMPH, how dare you? Chunjin's face darkened as he suddenly rebuked. Before he could finish his words, True Lord Feng Yi was struck by lightning, his face pale and speechless. This Grandmaster is here, and you have no right to question me. With that, the boy Chunjin's expression changed again. He smiled at Zhao Sheng and said, it's understandable that you, Taoist friend, wish to retrieve our ancestral treasures. I wonder what they are? This Grandmaster will immediately order them to be found and returned in their original form, Zhao Sheng said calmly. There are only three, the sun-chasing bow, the Sumeru ring, and the 9 underworld pagoda. As he spoke, his mind shifted, and he instantly dispelled the lightning rings from the necks of Taoist Kinkyu and the other 3 as a gesture of goodwill. Seeing this, the boy Chunjin's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile becoming even more innocent. Did you all hear that? Hurry and find those 3 treasures and return them as quickly as possible. Reporting to the Grandmaster, the Sumeru ring is in the hands of the True Lord, and the sun-chasing bow is currently in the Xianzihao treasury. As for the 9 underworld pagoda, we honestly don't know where it is. Got it. Hurry and return the sun-chasing bow. The boy Chunjin waved his hand impatiently. Taoist Kinkyu and his 3 companions didn't dare hesitate. They immediately bowed and vanished. True Lord Fengyi stood motionless, his expression utterly grim. Seeing this, the boy Chunjin's face darkened as he suddenly shouted, "Where's the Sumeru ring? Hand it over, Grandmaster." HMPH, True Lord Fengyi tried to argue, but was silenced by a cold snort. Chapter 720, Arrogant at first but respectful later, a man who knows the times is a hero. Feng Yi's Hunjin instantly seemed to have aged hundreds of years, his entire figure becoming utterly dejected. Reluctantly, he removed a dusty ring from his index finger. Then, he slowly shifted the treasures from the Sumeru ring into other storage bags, then, with a look of humiliation, handed it over. He had never imagined the situation would take such a dramatic turn. Grandmaster Chunjin, the Yuanyang spirit treasure guarding the mountain gate, not only refused to help his own people, but also aided outsiders in forcing him to hand over his treasures. It was utter disgrace. However, Feng Yi's Hunjin had misjudged one thing. In the eyes of the boy Chunjin, the resentment of a young divine transformation cultivator was insignificant compared to the grudge he had with a descendant of a returned to Void Realm Saint Beast. Zhao Sheng casually snatched the Sumeru ring and slipped it into his sleeve. Fellow Taoist is indeed a trustworthy person. However, I speculate on the whereabouts of the 9 Nether Tower, and perhaps only this young man who has reached the state of divine transformation can answer it. I would like to ask a question. Is that permissible? Just ask. If he dares to tell a lie, this ancestor will personally kill him, the boy Chunjin said with a smile. But its words shocked Master Fengyi's heart. He keenly noticed that there was no trace of politeness in Master Chunjin's words. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Master Fengyi and asked calmly, "Where's the 9 Nether Tower?" Master Fengyi broke out in a sweat, extremely unwilling and filled with grief and indignation. The other party had directly defeated him with just one sentence, leaving him unable to evade. His mind raced, and he suddenly decided to take a gamble. With a sincere expression, he replied, "Senior, I swear to heaven that I truly do not know the whereabouts of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda." Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly at this, a playful smile playing across his face. His indifferent gaze fell on True Lord Fengyi, and he suddenly fell silent. Grandmaster Chunjin, observing this, was surprised, then a touch annoyed. Without a word, he suddenly waved his hand, instantly pinning True Lord Fengyi to the spot. True Lord Fengyi's expression then turned to extreme fear, and a mouthful of blood and essence suddenly spurted out of his mouth, his aura instantly weakening. The next moment, a black light suddenly erupted from the purple palace between his eyebrows, soaring into the air before transforming into a gray-black stone pagoda, approximately a foot tall, octagonal, and 9 stories high. It was undoubtedly the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light, and his divine consciousness instantly enveloped the 9 Netherworld Pagoda, drawing it to his right hand and disappearing in a flash. "Haha, you dare to play tricks on me, my ancestor? You're far from being good enough." A flicker of surprise flashed in Chunjin's eyes, but he sneered disdainfully. True Lord Fengyi's face paled, but he clenched his teeth and remained silent, his dejected demeanor fading. He had only refined the 9 Nether Pagoda for less than 100 years when the old thief Chunjin handed it over, shattering his chance for enlightenment. The fact that he didn't go mad on the spot was a testament to True Lord Fengyi's cunning. Just then, Taoist Kinkyu arrived in a flash of light. Landing on the platform, he deftly produced a miniature silver bow, walked over to Zhao Sheng, and respectfully offered it. "Senior, here is the Sun Chaser bow. Please accept it." Zhao Sheng nodded, reached out, took the bow, and instantly stored it in the Sumeru space. Upon seeing this, Grandmaster Chunjin suddenly laughed and clapped his hands, saying, "Haha, Now the 3 treasures have been fully returned. Are you satisfied, fellow Taoist? Zhao Sheng smiled and said, fellow Taoist Chunjin is a man of great righteousness. I greatly admire you. I apologize for any offense I may have caused before. No, it was all just a bunch of incompetent kids who didn't recognize a master, which led to this farce. Fortunately, we resolved the misunderstanding in time, otherwise my precious body wouldn't have been able to withstand your beating, fellow Taoist. Haha. The boy Chunjin, conscious of his humor, actually clapped his legs and laughed heartily at the end. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng slowly smiled politely. Boom. Chunjin cave heaven shook violently again, and more and deeper cracks appeared on the inner wall of the spiritual treasure. Countless white lights emerged, working with all their might to eliminate the cracks. The Chunjin boy's laughter abruptly died away, and he clapped his thigh in feigned regret, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot something important. I'll let you out now, but you quickly tell that old man to stop." Before he finished speaking, soft, bright rays of light streamed down from the sky above the cave. At that moment, the distracted Zhao Sheng suddenly reconnected with the main body outside. In a split second, he transmitted everything that had transpired here back to the main body. Above the core of the molten sea, the thunder ape suddenly stopped, its eyes suddenly shooting out 2 long, piercing beams that fell upon a translucent white wine flask with a raised spout. It was bobbing in the fiery red magma, emitting a faint glow. After the recent beating, the Chunjin flask had shrunk considerably, now roughly the size of an ordinary wine flask. A slight crack appeared in the lid of the treasure, and a large beam of white light burst forth, emanating waves of rich wine aroma. Meanwhile, within Chunjin cave heaven, Zhao Menghan had barely recovered from his excitement and elation when he suddenly felt his body lighten, as if soaring into the sky on a cloud. A dizzying moment passed, and as he finally took in the scene before him, he was stunned to discover he had arrived in the outer starry sky. Beneath him, a massive planet was resurrecting. Countless streams of fiery lava erupted into the sky, while a boundless red-black haze rapidly engulfed the planet's outer layer, trapping it beneath a thick, blazing cloud. Leave now. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to protect you. Zhao Menghan had only taken a few moments to survey the surroundings when Zizu's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, its tone stern. His expression paled, and without hesitation, he transformed into a flash of light, fleeing towards the spring-birth realm. In a blink of an eye, he had already soared 100 miles, his speed increasing steadily. Within the Chunjin cave heaven, after seeing Zhao Menghan off, Zhao Sheng felt free to act. He immediately pointed at True Lord Fengai and said bluntly, "I'm taking this man with me. I hope you'll be kind enough." True Lord Fengai's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, then turned to despair. Meanwhile, the Chunjin boy's face darkened as dark as the bottom of a pot. Zhao Sheng's request had undoubtedly crossed its boundaries. As the Yuanyang spiritual treasure guarding the mountain gate, the Chunjin pot seemed aloof and supreme. But in reality, it was bound by certain oaths, forbidding aiding and abetting evil and intentionally killing our sect's disciples were 2 of the most prominent ones. Fellow Taoist, you're going too far. I returned the treasure in good faith, but you've taken it a step further. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Chunjin boy's expression was gloomy, as he slowly descended in front of True Lord Fengai. His eyes fixed on Zhao Sheng, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. The spiritual dissociation. Zhao Sheng said calmly, "This man harbors deep resentment, and his hatred is undeniable. I must take him away and prevent any future trouble. He must take Feng Yi with him, no matter what, because he might have discovered the secret of the 9 Nether Pagoda. This must not be known to a third person, so Feng Yi must die, or he will be uneasy." At this moment, a 1,000-foot-long precious light suddenly rose from the boy Chunjin's body. He laughed arrogantly, "Hey. If you want to take him, you must ask my permission first. A mere spiritual dissociation of returning to the void can be destroyed by mere hands. Compared to the life of a spiritual dissociation of returning to the void, which is more important? I believe you know the difference." "Of course the spiritual dissociation is more important," Zhao Sheng said with a faint smile. "Since you know, why don't you get out of my territory? Otherwise, don't leave at all." The boy Chunjin roared fiercely. As he spoke, his body gradually merged into the precious light, as if he was ready to kill at the slightest disagreement. "Alice, I don't want to lose face either, but if the trouble is not eliminated, the Zhao family will have trouble in peace." Zhao Sheng sighed and suddenly pointed at Feng Yi's engine. In an instant, a flash of lightning flashed in the void. Feng Yi's Henjin was so scared that his whole body trembled, but there was nothing unusual on his body. The reason for this was that he had already been protected by Chunjin Tongzi, and of course he would not be harmed. Okay. If I don't show my power, do you really think I only know how to drink? The boy Chunjin laughed angrily, and was about to kill the clone. But before he could make a move, the clone suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the sky. At the same moment, a giant thunder ape slammed into Chunjin Cave Heaven, and instantly merged with the clone, and then, with the force of thunder, violently smashed into the center of the platform below. The platform collapsed suddenly, shattered into dense stones, and fell into the sea of clouds. Compared with the surrounding 1,000-foot-high Supreme Spirit Pagoda, the giant thunder ape, which is only 100 feet high, undoubtedly seems a little small, but the vast pressure emanating from its body is in all directions of Gaia, and it threatens all living things. Seeing this, the boy Chunjin was not surprised but happy. If the real body of this beast had stayed outside, it really couldn't do anything to the other party. At that time, the other party was extremely stupid and actually took the initiative to walk into the trap. In this case, it's no wonder that it cut off the other party's dog head and used this person's soul to drink. Hehe. There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. There's no door to hell, but you keep barging in. I've lived for over 100,000 years, and I've never seen a human as stupid as you. Just take it, ugh. Before he could utter the word die, the Chunjin Cave Heaven suddenly shook violently, its inner walls and the void cracking with dense cracks, as if crushed by some indescribable existence, as if unable to bear it. At that moment, a burst of 5-colored lightning flashed from Zhao Sheng's brow, and a silver-white ring slowly revealed its true form. The terrifying aura unique to that immortal artifact instantly swept across the Lingbao Cave Heaven, nearly frightening the Chunjin boy mad. Good thing. Even if the 5 elements thunder ring was only a remnant of an immortal artifact, its essence and status far surpassed any Tongshan Lingbao, let alone the inferior Yuanyang Lingbao. Lingbaos were strictly ranked, with clear distinctions between high and low. Sometimes, a difference of even one level could mean a world of difference, a disparity so vast it was almost indescribable. This time, the Chunjin Pot's unfortunate encounter with the 5 elements thunder ring was like a mouse encountering a tiger. Not only was it unable to contend with it, it couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Zhao Sheng had already verified the wonders of immortal artifacts during the battle with the Red Divine Banner. Today, the same method was repeated, and it proved to be a sure success. Put it away quickly. It hurts, a shrill cry of pleading suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. The next moment, clusters of white light suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Sheng. They seemed to be alive and tried to coalesce, but they repeatedly collapsed mid-flight, unable to condense into the true form of Chunjin. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's mouth curled up, and he immediately pressed the 5 elements thunder ring, which had only partially emerged, back into his soul sea, leaving it to the Book of 100 Worlds to suppress. As the immortal weapon disappeared, the white light instantly condensed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a dejected, short, and plump boy. How did you get it? Forget it. It's better I didn't know. Fellow Taoist, you win. Take this damn thing away. Chunjin touched his forehead with lingering fear, looking at Zhao Sheng with an extremely complicated expression. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, and without further explanation, he casually picked up the collapsed Feng Yi's Henjin on the ground and said with a smile, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Supreme Induction Sect. After this matter is settled, I will come to visit you again in the future. I hope that fellow Taoist Chunjin will not turn me away then. What? You still want to come? Chunjin boy was frightened and almost exploded. Why, fellow Taoist, are you not welcome? No, Haha, of course I am very welcome. The gate of our sect is always open, and fellow Taoist is welcome to come again. Chunjin boy's smile was uglier than crying. At this time, it had already made up its mind that as soon as this evil star left, it would move to another place immediately, and it would be best to hide far away so that he could not find it. I can't afford to provoke you, but I can't afford to hide. The Chunjin boy secretly complained in his heart. Seeing the other party's expression, Zhao Sheng didn't care. He didn't want to make things too extreme. After all, the existence of the Chunjin pot showed that the Tai Shuang Ganying sect had an unfathomable background. It was probably related to the extremely mysterious Tai Shuang sect. The Tai Shuang sect originated from the Tai Shuang immortal heaven. The sect might be full of true immortals and people who had transcended tribulations as numerous as dogs. In front of the Taishuang sect, Zhao Sheng was probably not even a small ant. How could he dare to provoke someone from this sect for no reason? Zhao Sheng smiled and bowed, saying, "Fellow Taoist Shunjin is really interesting. You and I will inevitably have dealings in the future. See you in the future, goodbye." After that, the divine ape transformed and soared into the air, then disappeared from midair. Hiss. The Shunjin boy took a breath of cold air. He didn't even notice how the other party disappeared from its territory. He couldn't help but feel even more in awe of this person. The immortal weapon actually fell into the hands of a half-immortal who has returned to the void. It seems that I have to inform the higher-ups as soon as possible, and it would be best if they could send down 1 or 2 true immortals. If that person has an extraordinary background, I will hide as far away from him as possible. Shunjin boy's eyes rolled around, he kept muttering, and his body suddenly turned into countless streams of light and scattered away. At this moment, in a corner of the high platform, Taoist Kinkyu's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and his face was full of fear. Alice, if True Lord falls into that person's hands, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Once the True Lord is gone, our sect will be in trouble from now on. With this thought in mind, Taoist Kinkyu had already decided to stay away from the young Wu Zhao family and immediately retreat into seclusion, refusing to emerge until he had completed 300 years of cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Sheng, who had already returned to the Yunwu Mountains, would never have imagined that his momentary concern would bring him a series of troubles in the future. Bang! True Lord Fengai fell heavily to the ground, and the cold, hard ground brought him back to consciousness. He hurriedly got up from the ground and saw Zhao Sheng standing not far away. Instantly, he was terrified and filled with despair. I have a few questions. Just answer them honestly. After that, I will let you die a quick death. Believe me, you will never want to experience my methods. Zhao Sheng spoke in a slow and steady voice, but it made True Lord Fengai look bleak, and gradually lowered his head in resignation. First question. Have you been there? The Zhao Sheng mentioned was naturally referring to the great sage's mind realm, but he would not say it directly. Where is there? I really don't know what you're referring to, Senior. Feng Yi's Henjin looked up in surprise, feeling vaguely that he had missed something. Chapter 721, Zhao's Rise, the spirit puppet is formed. True Lord Feng Yi's answer was unsatisfactory. Zhao Sheng paused for a moment, then asked, where did you obtain the 9 Netherworld Pagoda? And how did you know its wonders? True Lord Feng Yi, desperate to avoid further torture, dared not lie before the half-immortal returning to void. He hurriedly bowed and said, I stumbled upon this treasure from the sect's treasury. My cultivation technique is unique, and I sensed a hidden opportunity within the 9 Netherworld Pagoda. 4 years, I have eagerly awaited this opportunity, only to be found just a moment away. It seems, perhaps, that this is fate, and I am not blessed. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he asked a final question. Have you ever told anyone the secret of the 9 Netherworld Pagoda? This, True Lord Feng Yi, upon hearing this, broke into sweat and hesitated, not daring to respond. Seeing this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes. I haven't told anyone. Feng Yi's Henjin sensed an indescribable chill in the gaze he was receiving, and instantly realized something was amiss. Without further hesitation, he replied. Zhao Sheng withdrew his murderous intent and, with a cold compliment, said, Excellent. Since you haven't lied, I will grant you a few more years of life. However, you will need to cooperate with me in a small experiment. Upon hearing the promise of a few more years, Feng Yi's Henjin was overjoyed. He immediately turned and bowed, thanking him profusely for the grace of not killing him. He forgot all about the cooperation with the experiment. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, then suddenly snapped his fingers. A streak of light shot out from his fingertips, flashing and piercing Feng Yi's Henjin's brow. He instantly fell unconscious. This matter is resolved. It's time to retrieve the person, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. Before he could finish his words, he vanished into thin air. The void sea was vast and boundless. The spring realm, like a brilliant blue and green gem, stood in a corner of the boundless depths, quietly radiating a uniquely brilliant light. Zhao Menghen transformed into a cyan meteor, hurtling towards the spring realm at lightning speed. Despite his swift speed, his flight path, on such a vast astronomical scale, was still as slow as a snail, inching closer to the spring realm. Suddenly, a tall figure materialized out of thin air 100 miles ahead. Zhao Menghen didn't have time to activate his flight light. He barely had time to get a clear view of the person before it approached. Zizu, he exclaimed, startled. "I'll take you home." As soon as Zhao Menghan heard the words, he felt a warm, strong hand suddenly grasp his shoulder. In the next instant, his vision blurred, and he was instantly transported from this outer void sea. When he finally took in his surroundings, he found himself back in the cloud and mist mountains. At that moment, Zhao Menghan's expression froze as he suddenly saw the unconscious Feng Gai's engine. A wave of emotion surged within him. "Take him and return to Beizhu Tower," Zhao Sheng instructed casually. Zhao Menghan instantly regained consciousness, not daring to ask further questions. He quickly stepped forward and took Feng Gai's engine in his arms. A moment later, two beams of light shot up into the sky, disappearing behind the mountains in an instant. 3 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, the Yunwu Mountains, nestled in the remote reaches of the mountainous island, had become increasingly bustling. Almost daily, the inhabitants of the outer reaches of the range could witness streaks of light streaking across the sky, invariably heading towards the deepest reaches of the Yunwu Mountains. Often, they would also spot legendary rare and exotic beasts soaring overhead, each bearing a majestic immortal master. In the past year, the inhabitants' horizons had broadened, as they could often see magnificent teams heading deeper into the mountains. Most of the people in the group were lavishly dressed and exuded an air of impressive presence. Many of them were immortal masters who were making public appearances. Over the past 3 years, the mountain dwellers had learned from outsiders that a prominent immortal cultivation clan, the Zhao family, resided in seclusion deep within the Yunwu Mountains. The immortal masters they had previously encountered had come to present gifts to the Zhao family and seek an audience. As for the migrating groups, they were actually members of the Zhao family who had been displaced and were now gradually returning to the Yunwu Mountains. The mountain dwellers were filled with envy for these Zhao clan members, not only because they envied their formidable support, but more importantly, because they had the opportunity to cultivate immortality. In the past year, countless mortals had heard of this news, willingly crossing mountains and rivers, even risking their lives to become disciples of the Zhao family, hoping for a chance to cultivate immortality. However, such a fortunate individual was rare. 3 years was neither too long nor too short, and while not enough to dramatically increase the Yunwu Zhao family's strength, it was enough to spread their renowned reputation throughout the mountainous immortal cultivation world. The initial cause of this incident can be traced back to the Ghost God sect, which was wiped out overnight. Truth will inevitably spread, and the Ghost God sect's annihilation will sooner or later become public knowledge. In fact, barely half a day after Zhao Sheng left, a Ghost God sect cultivator hurried back to the Mountain Gate base. This cultivator was the first to discover their sect's destruction and, naturally, was horrified and filled with fear. However, he quickly recovered and immediately flew into the ruins of the Mountain Gate, searching for any lost treasures. Within a few days, as Ghost God sect cultivators who had been away returned, they too discovered the extermination. In a blink of an eye, the ruins of the Mountain Gate erupted in a flurry of internal strife and fierce fighting. Thus, the secret of the Ghost God sect's complete annihilation was quickly revealed by a remnant of the Ghost God sect who had escaped. The Ghost God sect is one of the oldest demonic sects in the Chunsheng realm, and its overall power rivals that of other leading immortal cultivation sects. One can only imagine the enormous uproar the sect's destruction would cause in the Mo continent's immortal cultivation world. In less than a year, all the dominant and first and second tier immortal cultivation forces in Mo continent, Mountain continent, and Central continent had learned of this shocking event. As the news spread throughout the Mountain continent's immortal cultivation world, some of the immortal cultivation forces closely associated with the Yunwu Zhao clan quickly sensed something was amiss. This was because, in the past year, the Zhao clan had been distributing an inordinate number of treasures, most of which bore the unique style of the Ghost God clan. A particularly striking example was the fact that each of the Zhao clan's foundation establishment cultivators was armed with a top-grade spiritual artifact, the Ghost Controlling Banner. With the assistance of these foundation establishment level ghosts, the Zhao clan's foundation establishment cultivators experienced a dramatic surge in strength, making their combat and defeating foes a breeze. Within a few months, the entire upper echelon of the Mountain Continent immortal cultivation world had become aware of the Zhao clan's various suspicious activities. Countless intelligent individuals quickly figured something out, and naturally, they dispatched forces to test the waters and gather more evidence. Despite the Zhao clan's reluctance to speak out, mounting evidence suggests the Ghost God sect must have been destroyed by the Zhao clan. Otherwise, How could the Yunwu Zhao clan possess so many trophies? As this horrifying truth became known to more and more immortal cultivators, the Yunwu Mountains immediately became bustling with activity, and the Zhao clan's residence was flooded with visitors. Countless envoys from various sects and aristocratic families arrived, practically crowding the Zhao clan's door. Perhaps due to Elder Mengen's hints, the Zhao clan's giant and true immortals didn't deliberately conceal the truth. They simply smiled and ignored everyone who asked, seemingly denying it, but in reality, acquiescing. In reality, all this was secretly orchestrated by Zhao Menghen, his goal not only to revive the Zhao clan's prestige but also to maintain a sense of secrecy. Only mystery and the unknown could maintain the greatest deterrent effect. Zhao Menghen's confidence was naturally fueled by the reclusive Zhao Sheng. The final outcome was as expected. In a remarkably short time, the Yunwu Zhao clan quickly became the most formidable and mysterious family in the Chunsheng realm, and members of its displaced branches began to rapidly return. In just 3 years, the Yunwu Zhao clan's overall strength more than doubled, and its strength was expected to continue to grow with time. Zhao Sheng was unconcerned with the Yunwu Zhao clan's future development, devoting most of his attention to researching the puppet spiritual pivot. However, he also forked out a return to Void's spiritual realm to specifically guide the cultivation of the clan's younger members. With his personal guidance, one can imagine the immense benefit this provided to the Zhao clan's cultivators. It's no exaggeration to describe them as changing fate against the will of heaven. In those 3 years, the Yunwu Zhao clan gained 3 giant and true immortals, no fewer than 50 successful foundation establishers, and most importantly, the clan's second nascent soul patriarch. This lucky individual was none other than Zhao Xingyu, the beautiful woman in green that Zhao Sheng had first met. Buzz! Deep within the cave, a crystalline orb, several feet in diameter, hung suspended in midair, slowly rotating and shedding a dazzling aura. Countless ancient symbols emerged and vanished within the aura. Fluctuations in space and time reverberated within, gradually intensifying. Within the orb, layer upon layer of crystal walls, inscribed with countless immortal seals, shone with a flickering glow, as if breathing. Zhao Sheng stood beneath a spiritual pivot, his feet resting the unconscious body of Feng Yi's Henjin, the man who had survived to this day. After 3 years of painstaking research, Zhao Sheng had largely grasped the complex structure within the spiritual pivot. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his hand on this man's spirit, treating it as a scrap. After repeated deductions, Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed, and he suddenly formed a seal with his hands. Rays of divine light emerged from thin air, rapidly immersing themselves within the spiritual pivot, transforming into thousands of threads of divine thought that spread throughout the crystal walls. Immediately, strands of divine thought tentacles reached into the central spiritual space, slowly intertwining with the spiritual light mass. Swish! The soul has left the body. With a gentle shout from Zhao Sheng, a foot-tall spiritual figure suddenly emerged from the brow of True Lord Feng Yi. It was captured by the aura of spiritual light and involuntarily flown into the spiritual hub. Instantly, the soul descended into the spiritual space. Manipulated by countless divine thought tentacles, it gradually merged with a shattered spiritual light mass, slowly transforming into another form. The transformation process was a protracted one. Zhao Sheng, completely absorbed, not daring to lose focus, spent a full 6 months successfully fusing the two and essentially repairing the central spiritual hub. With the most challenging task accomplished, the subsequent assembly steps naturally flowed smoothly. In just 10 days, a massive spirit puppet with a leopard head and a human body appeared before Zhao Sheng. Its eyes gleamed with a bright and intelligent light, its extraordinary spiritual power evident at first glance. At this moment, Zhao Sheng gazed at the spirit puppet and suddenly spoke, "Feng Yi, attack me with all your might." "I dare not." The leopard-headed spirit puppet trembled, quickly kneeling and bowing his head, his voice trembling. Over the past 3 years, True Lord Feng Yi had endured countless tortures and had long since become extremely docile, unable to harbor the slightest thought of resistance against Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng observed this, observing it for a moment without comment, until the spirit puppet's entire body began to tremble like a sieve. Then he looked away. "In that case, I will find you a suitable opponent." With a sweep of his long sleeve, Zhao Sheng tucked a leopard-headed spirit puppet into his sleeve. The next moment, the cave abode was deserted, his presence no longer visible. The Red Sea lies northwest of the Shanshou Island, sandwiched between 2 continents. Its vast expanse is home to countless deep-sea beasts, a paradise for sea beasts. The deepest reaches of the Red Sea are undoubtedly one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the spring life realm. Here, home to the most terrifying and mysterious sea monsters, some of whose might rivals that of the true Lord of Transformation. Consequently, few have ventured here since ancient times. One day, a being suddenly appeared out of nowhere above this forbidden waters. Zhao Sheng surveyed the inky black depths of the ocean, his divine consciousness instantly expanding, encompassing thousands of miles of water. An ancient sea spirit, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise, instantly teleporting 3,000 miles away. The sea below was deep and pitch black, but in its center, a small, round island, utterly pitch black, would be invisible without close inspection amidst the equally inky waters. Anyone capable of diving would have discovered that the island was actually a small portion of the back of a giant beast, its vast main body beneath the surface. The ancient sea spirit lay motionless, its head as narrow as a crocodile's, its back covered in pitch-black tortoise shells, its limbs as thick as pillars, its skin incredibly rough, resembling a magnified alligator turtle. Zhao Sheng could clearly sense the unimaginably rich qi and blood surging within the ancient sea spirit. Simply by lying there, countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth poured into its body. The beast's mere presence of pressure wiped out all life across a vast expanse of sea, reducing it to a dead sea. Zhao Sheng was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected such a rare relic of the true spirit to exist within the spring birth realm. It was a pity that the creature's intelligence was undeveloped, preventing him from being used for personal purposes. Otherwise, this relic would have been a valuable asset for the Zhao family within this realm. With this thought, Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and the leopard-headed spirit puppet plummeted downward. Feng Yi, your goal is to kill this beast. Why are you still standing there? Act now. The spirit puppet's eyes flickered at the words. But he would never dare to disobey his master's orders, so Feng Yi no longer hesitated, stretched out his hand and pulled out a bright silver saber from behind, slashing it down at the island below. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 Taiyu Immortal. Just before the spirit puppet launched its attack, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light, and the sea below instantly surged with a massive wave. Like a towering wall, the wave crashed down upon the inky turtle island with a force of 1,000,000 tons. The colossal movement startled the ancient alligator turtle awake. Its vast, lake-like eyes opened, a sudden flash of ferocity crossed them, and a layer of pitch-black light suddenly enveloped its immense shell, a thickness exceeding 100 feet. Zhao Sheng, intent on testing the spirit puppet's true combat power and unwilling to witness an unfair fight, had preemptively awakened this descendant of the true spirit. Boom! The spirit puppet, like a massive blade splitting the heavens and earth, split the 100-foot light barrier in the blink of an eye, effortlessly slicing through the vast shield like a hot knife through butter. The next moment, the saber cleaved through the mountain-like tortoise shell with a resounding, earth-shattering roar. The spirit puppet, blade and body alike, slammed into the ancient alligator turtle's body, severing flesh and bone wherever it passed, creating a deep, straight bloody hole. Immediately afterwards, a thick column of blood gushed out of the hole, spurting hundreds of feet high before finally fading and splattering in all directions. It felt as if a torrential downpour of blood had begun, instantly dyeing the nearby sea a vast expanse of crimson. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, feeling as if he had chosen the wrong opponent. The spirit puppet's body was practically indestructible, yet its speed was lightning fast, and its attacks were almost unpredictable. Most importantly, its fighting style was simple and brutal, relying on pure brute force and speed, a stark contrast to the methods of the lower realms. Without awakening his original spiritual consciousness, it would be nearly impossible to detect the spirit puppet's attack immediately. However, only then did he suddenly realize this. After the spirit puppet rammed into the alligator turtle's body, it immediately launched a furious slashing spree, scattering flesh and blood and destroying its internal organs. The ancient alligator turtle roared to the heavens in fury, seemingly unharmed, yet in reality, it had sustained a series of severe wounds. At this moment, the behemoth's narrow head quivered, and with remarkable agility, it swung around, reaching over the bloody hole. Its mouth suddenly opened, and a torrent of black, foul-smelling poison poured into the hole like a torrent. The spirit puppet's entry into its body was like Sun Wukong entering the belly of the bull demon king, leaving it practically helpless. In desperation, this descendant of the true spirit was forced to resort to a mutually destructive strategy. After all, beyond its special poison sac, its innate venom was invulnerable to all forms, even its own flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, vast clouds of black and purple poisonous gas rose from the immense turtle island. Pieces of turtle shell quickly decayed into pus, and vast quantities of flesh and blood transformed into foul-smelling toxic water. Then, vast swathes of the island collapsed inward, forming a visibly expanding black and purple hole. Soon, the ancient alligator turtle's roar faded, its breath rapidly weakening. Like a spent bow, its struggles grew increasingly slow and feeble. It was obvious that its suicidal attack had no effect on the spirit puppet. Within a few breaths, the life of this relic of the true spirit reached its end. First, its limbs shattered, sinking into the abyss. Then, the thick neck connecting to its head suddenly split open at the base. The next second, the spirit puppet, carrying a cloud of foul-smelling pus, suddenly shot out from the ruptured area. The surface of its bright silver saber was as pristine as new, unsullied by a single taint of black. After a flash of blade light, the crocodile's skull shattered, slamming into the sea along with the remains of its neck, sending up countless massive waves. By this time, Turtle Island had been reduced to a nearly empty shell. As the behemoth fell, it slowly sank beneath the surface, forming a massive vortex 10,000 feet in diameter. Dozens of tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the behemoth's skull. The entire battle was surprisingly brief, with the outcome decided in less than half an hour. Of course, this doesn't mean the ancient alligator turtle lacked formidable strength. Had it been another human divine transformation master, this true spirit descendant would likely have crushed its opponent. It could only be said that it had met its nemesis today, leaving its peak realm strength largely unused. Zhao Sheng was not satisfied with the outcome of this battle. Although the spirit puppet had proven its divine transformation level combat power, its upper limit had yet to be tested. Master, I've returned. Here are my spoils of war, please accept them. The spirit puppet placed the spirit sword back on its back, then shook off the filth on its body. It then soared high into the sky, holding a brilliant red demon pill the size of its head in both hands, and respectfully presented it to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed on him, and after a nod, he reached out and took the demon pill, placing it into the Sumeru space. Feng Yi, you're very clever. In less than a day, you've mastered the proper fighting style of a primordial spirit puppet. As expected, you've successfully cultivated to the divine transformation realm in the lower realms, where spiritual energy is so scarce. No one ever achieves this by luck. Zhao Sheng offered a rare compliment. After hearing this, Feng Yilingqi immediately bowed deeply and said in a frightened voice, Master, you are too kind. I do not deserve such praise. Zhao Sheng said calmly, you do not need to be so humble. After all, I, too, ascended from the lower realms to the spiritual world, and it took years of diligent cultivation to achieve my current strength. I know all too well the hardships of the lower realms. Feng Yi was delighted by this and was about to offer a few flattering words to lower the other party's guard. However, before he could open his mouth, he felt an excruciating pain in his soul. An indescribable tearing pain suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his being, causing his consciousness to collapse and his mind to fall into a frenzy. A moment later, Zhao Sheng slowly withdrew his right hand. The eyes of the spirit puppet opposite him suddenly dimmed, and its massive body froze. Then, like a boulder, it plummeted from the sky. The next moment, the leopard-headed spirit puppet was swept up by a spiritual light and instantly vanished into thin air. Vanished along with its owner. Months later, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly across the vast expanse of Shanzhou. This rumor, whose authenticity was unclear, sent shockwaves through the continent's immortal cultivation community. According to reliable rumors, a massive battle had taken place a few months earlier atop Kilo Mountain, the highest peak on Shanzhou. The legend went that the Luo family true lord, who reigned there, had suddenly engaged in a fierce battle with a mysterious enemy. The battle left much of Kilo Mountain summit shattered, and both the Luo family true lord and the mysterious individual vanished. To this day, no one knows who won, who lost, or even who lived or died. Despite the Luo family's utmost efforts to keep the battle a secret, word inevitably leaked. Consequently, the mysterious disappearance of the Luo family true lord quickly spread to the various sects and families within the continent. Tensions quickly flared within the immortal cultivation community, and it seemed unavoidable that unrest was imminent. However, due to uncertainty about the true fate of the Luo family's true lord, few major factions dared to rashly attack the one key suppresses Thousand Mountains Luo family, and they were currently in a period of constant testing. Of course, the Luo family's rise and fall had little bearing on the Yun Wuzhao clan, as few knew the Luo family's true lord's death was at the hands of a spirit puppet. Zhao Menghen happened to be one of those in the know. Ever since learning of the spirit puppet's incredible feats, he could no longer contain his urge and repeatedly petitioned Zizu, hoping to have his nascent soul refined into the spirit pivot as soon as possible. However, his repeated requests were flatly rejected by Zhao Sheng, who simply stated that the time was not right. So, when would the best time be? Zhao Menghen didn't know, and Zhao Sheng wasn't sure either. The difference between the nascent soul and the nascent soul is only a fraction of a word, but the two are worlds apart, incomparable. Feng Gai's nascent soul could withstand the transformation of the spirit pivot, but Zhao Menghen's wasn't necessarily the same. Zhao Sheng didn't intend to proceed with the final step until he had thoroughly studied the situation, unless Zhao Menghen was about to pass away. Time flew by, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a celestial sound suddenly echoed above the cloud and mist mountains, and suddenly, 1,000 rays of auspicious light streamed down from the sky, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Deep within the cave, Zhao Sheng was abruptly awakened from his trance. A chill ran through his heart, as if a presence out of place had appeared in his quiet chamber. His heart trembled, and he suddenly turned around to see a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe a dozen steps away. He was tall, his skin smooth as jade, a red mole between his eyebrows, and the hems of his robe were embroidered with mysterious cauldron patterns. However, upon closer inspection, he possessed the aura of immortal, his face shrouded in a faint white light, his features invisible. He gazed calmly at him. Zhao Sheng's face paled slightly, and a deep sense of danger arose within him, as if the green-robed man had seen through him from head to toe. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng recalled what he had seen before. Perhaps only Feng Fengzi could compare to this man. But the next moment, he rejected the thought. His intuition told him that even Feng Fengzi, a great tribulation master, was far less unfathomable than this man. Could it be that person? Zhao Sheng's heart trembled. He took another look at the man, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait a minute. Green robe, red mole, those cauldron markings. For a brief moment, Zhao Sheng, unsure why, inexplicably recalled the green-robed elder he had met in the great sage mind realm. He also had a red mole between his eyebrows, wore green robes, and looked mortal. Even the cauldron markings on this man bore a resemblance to those on the ancient three-legged, six-eared cauldron. That mysterious elder was undoubtedly a being above true immortal, and most likely a prominent figure within the supreme sect Immortal Venerable. Please accept my humble respects. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he immediately rolled over and prostrated himself. Haha, your spiritual perception is so sharp. No wonder the remnant immortal artifact favored you. No need for formalities. Rise, the green-robed man said calmly, waving his hand. Zhao Sheng then stood up, bowed, and stood aside, awaiting his fate. He couldn't escape the presence of a true immortal, so he might as well remain alone, as the worst-case scenario was death. Taiyu Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed with curiosity as he surveyed him, speechless for a moment. Zhao Sheng dared not speak until the other spoke. Taiyu Immortal Venerable's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Zhao Sheng. Two beams of white light shot out without warning, like a pair of sharp arrows piercing Zhao Sheng's eyes. Zhao Sheng's face paled, and he offered no reaction as beams of divine light pierced his purple mansion soul sea, slashing fiercely towards his primordial spirit body. If struck by the divine light, he would have no chance of survival. Zhao Sheng, terrified, instinctively activated his spatial and temporal teleportation ability, but failed to move out, as if this region of time and space had been sealed by some great principle. At this critical moment of life and death, a silver-white ring suddenly shot up from the depths of the soul sea, instantly shattering the incoming divine light. It then hovered above the head of the primordial spirit, a faint five-colored lightning glowing and humming continuously. Zhao Sheng felt a sharp pain in his head, groaned, and stumbled back several steps before finally regaining his balance. It took a while for him to recover. Not bad, not bad. The immortal artifact actively protecting its master shows that you have gained its initial recognition. An immortal artifact that practices the law of thunder? It seems to be the Five Thunder Ring. I haven't seen it in tens of thousands of years, and I almost didn't recognize it. Since Brother Lei's demise, I have lost another like-minded immortal friend. Taiyu Immortal Venerable's eyes slowly faded, and he spoke with a tone of nostalgia. Zhao Sheng felt a sense of luck at this, but facing an immortal, he dared not show any of it. At the same time, his expression shifted slightly, thinking that this person actually knew the previous owner of the 5 elements Thunder Ring. It sounded like they were good friends. So, there might be a chance for a change. Don't overthink it. I was merely testing your luck, not trying to kill you. Otherwise, you would have died countless times over, Taiyu Immortal Venerable said, seeming to see through his thoughts. Zhao Sheng's uneasiness gradually faded upon hearing this. After taking a deep breath, he bowed to Taiyu Immortal Venerable. Thank you for sparing my life. I heard a few days ago that an immortal artifact had been unearthed in the lower realms, so I came down on a whim. I didn't expect to encounter my old friend's relics again. I originally planned to kill someone to get the treasure, but now it seems that's no longer feasible, Taiyu Immortal Venerable said calmly. By the way, the 5 Thunder Ring should be far away in the Tesa Spirit Realm. How did it end up in your hands now? I dare not lie to you, Immortal Venerable. I'm from the Tesa Spirit Realm. I stumbled upon the 5 Thunder Ring in my early years, deep in the Thunder region. If you desire it, I'm willing to offer it to you. Zhao Sheng tried his best to suppress his inner fear, speaking with utter sincerity. From this person's words, he knew where his mistake lay. It could only have happened that time in Shunjin Cave Heaven, there was no other possibility. Haha. You want to give it to me, but I don't want to bear such a heavy responsibility. The 5 Thunder Ring is a relic of Lei Jodin. Fundamentally speaking, this remnant of the immortal artifact is under the jurisdiction of the Tesa Spirit Palace. I, unfortunate enough to be born in the Taiyu Spirit Palace, naturally cannot break the rules. Taiyu Immortal Venerable seemed to be deliberately revealing something, his words hinting at a profound secret behind the 5 Thunder Ring. This secret must be closely related to the Tesa Spirit Palace. Chapter 723, Sealing the Treasure, First Hearing of Gunhei. Zhao Sheng didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only bow his head once more in greeting and wait quietly. I am repelled by the great Dao of the present world, and even a projection cannot exist in the lower realm for long. I will cut to the chase, Taiyu Immortal Venerable said, ignoring Zhao Sheng's greeting. Zhao Sheng was startled at the words and didn't respond rashly. I just saw a strange object in your purple mansion. Please summon it and let me examine it. Taiyu Immortal Venerable's words immediately struck Zhao Sheng's heart, and he instantly thought of the Kenyu artifact. This artifact, created by the Wangxing Immortal Lord, was more than just strange, it possessed countless mystical and strange features. A flash of light flashed on his face, and a silver-white Kenyu mask emerged. Upon seeing this, Taiyu Immortal Venerable's expression suddenly grew serious, and his eyes suddenly lit up with 2 white lights that instantly fell on the artifact. After a few breaths, the white light in Taiyu Immortal Venerable's eyes disappeared, and he suddenly exclaimed in amazement, "Tisk tisk! The fate of the world is truly wonderful. I thought I would return empty-handed, but I didn't expect another surprise." At this point, the man's face straightened, and he asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you. Have you heard of the burial of Immortal's ruins? How many markets have you been to before?" Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but be more cautious. "I dare not deceive the Immortal Venerable. I can indeed enter the burial of Immortal's ruins. I know of 3 markets in total, namely Hushan, Wujianglao, and Yuanitun ruins." Yuanitun ruins? It's just as I expected. Taiyu Immortal Venerable's expression suddenly understood, and then he said with a scrutinizing gaze, "Junior, you are in big trouble. Do you know what the thing on your face is? This thing is not simple. If I am not mistaken, it should be the immortal descending weapon personally refined by the Wangxing Old Ghost. You are suffering greatly from it now. If you do not curb it, within 1,000 years at most, your spirit and consciousness will be assimilated by this thing. By then, this body will only become a vessel for the descent of immortals, used to carry the thoughts of the ruinous immortals." Zhao Sheng was mentally prepared, so after hearing these words, his expression remained almost unchanged, and he looked very calm and indifferent. Taiyu Immortal Venerable was slightly surprised and immediately asked, "Have you discovered the harm of this thing?" "Yes, I do know the harm of the treasure, but I can't do anything about the methods of the Immortal Lord. I can only face it calmly and try my best to live every day well without leaving any regrets for myself," Zhao Sheng said half-truthfully. Well, your character and cultivation are not bad. If it weren't for this incident, you would have a promising future on the immortal path. However, to get rid of the influence of the descent of immortals, you must at least survive the 3 tribulations of ascension and possess the strength of the true immortal realm. Taiyu Immortal Venerable smiled faintly. True immortal realm? Zhao Sheng's face showed a bit of bitterness when he heard this. Return to the void, fusion, tribulation, true immortal. Now he has only cultivated to the return to the void realm, and there are 3 major realms away from the true immortal realm. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years it will take to cultivate to the point of ascending to become an immortal. I am afraid that in less than 1,000 years, his thinking consciousness will be distorted and assimilated by the Kinyu treasure, and he will become a fanatic who voluntarily sacrifices himself. Zhao Sheng's heart moved, and he suddenly bowed to the bottom, and said respectfully, I have already accepted my fate, but today I am lucky to see the immortal face, and I vaguely see a glimmer of hope. I hope that the Immortal Venerable will save my life. In the future, if the Immortal Venerable has any orders, the little cultivator will go through fire and water without hesitation. What Zhao Sheng said was not nonsense. If the other party did not have a deep meaning, he would never have told him. After understanding the hint in the other party's words, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to ask for help. Don't worry, although the Wangxing old ghost has high methods, it is not unsolvable. I can temporarily seal the treasure for 10,000 years. As long as you can ascend to become an immortal within 10,000 years, you will naturally be able to get rid of the control of the Wangxing old ghost. Taiyu Immortal Venerable smiled slightly and said slowly. It is so difficult to become an immortal. A mere 10,000 years, it's really. Zhao Sheng deliberately changed his expression and said hesitantly. 10,000 years is indeed a bit short. It's okay. If I can seal it once, I can naturally do it a second and a third time, said Taiyu Immortal Venerable with a smile. But what he didn't say was that the more times it was sealed, the less effective it would be. Moreover, this method only addresses the symptoms and not the root cause. If Zhao Sheng cannot become an immortal, he will sooner or later become a plaything in the hands of Wangxing Immortal Lord. Taiyu Immortal Venerable naturally would not reveal these secrets. In fact, if this person was not still of great use, he would not want to have a grudge with Wangxing Old Ghost at all. Wangxing Old Ghost was already a golden immortal in his lifetime. Although he became a dead but immortal ruin immortal after Nirvana, his strength should not be underestimated. Although the situation of ruin immortals is very bleak, not only is their status far inferior to that of true immortals, but their status is only slightly better than that of exiled immortals. However, precisely because of this, the vast majority of ruin immortals act without scruples. In order to live again, they will do anything. The fact that Wangxing Old Ghost cultivated a vessel for descending immortals was actually not an exaggeration. There were countless ruin immortals who were more vicious and ruthless than him, such as those in Gunhei. Immortal Venerable, have mercy on me. Please save me, Zhao Sheng pleaded aptly. Immortal Venerable Taiyu paused for a moment, then decisively declared, I can help once. However, this matter involves the Wangxing Old Ghost, and the causal relationships involved are immense. I must carefully consider the pros and cons, unless, upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng, fully aware of the other party's request, immediately shouted, if you have any orders, I will go through fire and water to repay your kindness. Excellent. I'll be frank. I need you to go to Gunhei and retrieve something for me. It's the skeleton of the gun god. Even a single piece would be valuable. Excuse me, Immortal Venerable, where's this Gunhei located? Zhao Sheng asked, but he already had an idea. Gunhei is located within the buried immortal ruins. It's a dangerous place. You must be extremely cautious. Taiyu Immortal Venerable instructed. After he finished speaking, he flipped his hand, and suddenly a round and crystal jade plate appeared in his palm. The jade plate was covered with dense spirals of time and space. It was actually a new orbital jade plate. Taiyu Immortal Venerable handed the jade plate to Zhao Sheng, and at the same time instructed, this item is essential for traveling to Gunhei. The orbital patterns on it can only be seen clearly by people with the necessary conditions like you. Keep it for now and make a few more copies in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng asked curiously, is it impossible for you, Immortal Venerable, to do it? I can't even hide in that damn place, the burial of immortals ruins, so how could I walk into a trap? Taiyu Immortal Venerable avoided the question, but his words revealed his extreme fear of the burial of immortals ruins. Okay, let's get down to business. I won't force you to search for the remains of the gun god. Whether it takes hundreds or thousands of years, I can wait. But this matter cannot fail. If you fail, you should know the consequences without me reminding you. Zhao Xiu understands. Zhao Sheng certainly understood that the other party only rescued him because he was useful. This was actually a deal, and both parties knew it. After saying this, Taiyu Immortal Venerable did not forget to give a sweet date, deliberately tempting. After this is done, I will personally guide you into the sect and help you ascend to become an immortal. Zhao Sheng was very moved after hearing this, and an expression of excitement and desire appeared on his face just right. At the same time, he turned over and knelt down to express his gratitude repeatedly. In a sense, Taiyu Immortal Venerable's words were somewhat sincere. After all, Zhao Sheng had the immortal artifact 5 Thunder Rings by his side, and his chances of successfully transcending the tribulation and ascending to heaven in the future were several times higher than those of other great venerables who transcended the tribulation. If he could lead Zhao Sheng to join the sect, it would also be of great benefit to him in the future. Taiyu Immortal Venerable nodded with seemingly satisfaction, and immediately ordered Zhao Sheng to stand up. Concentrate your mind and wait for me to cast the spell. As soon as the words fell, white light rose from his body, and in the light, countless laws and true texts could be seen shining, and a faint mysterious sound could be heard. Taiyu Immortal Venerable waved his hand, and a large amount of immortal light pounced on the Kinyu treasure, and at the same time, a part of the immortal light flew into Zhao Sheng's body. Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly, and he felt an indescribable mysterious power surging into his limbs and bones, and then crashed into his purple mansion soul sea, and fell into his primordial spirit body in strands. The primordial spirit body suddenly emitted a bright light, as if it had been greatly stimulated, and countless silk strings appeared from the invisible. These silk strings not only penetrated deep into the primordial spirit body, but also spread into the boundless soul sea. Looking around, countless silk strings stretched out of the purple mansion, and the other end was connected to the Kinyu treasure. Zhao Sheng's mind was shocked, and he felt that the soul sea instantly became dazzling and bright, and the white immortal light filled the world, as if it was everywhere. Within these immortal lights, there was an infinitely mysterious power, which constantly washed away and dissolved the dense and strange silk strings. A moment later, the primordial spirit Zhao Sheng suddenly roared in pain, and waves of excruciating pain from his soul spread throughout his body. The pain was far more severe than any torture in the world. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell, with a feeling that the days were like years, and it seemed that every moment seemed to be extremely long. Don't be distracted. Now is the most critical moment. How many threads of thought you can sever depends on your willpower. The voice of Taiyu Immortal Venerable came to his ears, making Zhao Sheng suddenly wake up. He immediately refocused his will and tried his best to resist the unimaginable pain in his soul. After an unknown amount of time, the extreme pain suddenly receded like a tide. Zhao Sheng's soul body was a little blurry at this moment, and the light all over his body dimmed a lot. Above his soul sea, the Kinyu treasure had been sealed in a transparent crystal, and now it seemed like a dead object. At this moment, Zhao Sheng seemed to have removed a heavy shackle, and the heaviness in his heart disappeared in an instant, and his consciousness was extremely comfortable. The next moment, the brilliance of will gushed out involuntarily, sweeping across the surrounding area for hundreds of miles in an instant. As his mind moved, the brilliance of will covering the sky and the earth suddenly changed again. A strange figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, covered with purple and black scales and wings on its back suddenly appeared in the void behind him. At first glance, it looked like a hybrid of several creatures, but it also seemed like it was spliced together from 5 or 6 creatures. Unlike the Kinyu Dharmakaya that was influenced by the noble phantasm, the current will Dharmakaya is dominated by the will of the cellular system and is completely in tune with his own body. Among the 3 heads, the human head is in the middle, with a golden-haired monster ape on the left and a huge, shaggy lion head on the right. This image corresponds exactly to the 3 main bloodlines of the human race, the Sun and Moon Divine Ape, and the Thunder-Roaring Divine Lion. The other 3 bloodlines, the Primordial Flood Dragon, the Fu Hai Peng, and the Mysterious Bloodline, are in a weaker position. What surprised him even more was that his cultivation level did not decline but instead improved. Not only did he break through from the 2nd level of Return to Void to the 3rd level in one fell swoop, he even touched the threshold of the 4th level of Return to Void. Very good, you really did not disappoint me. Now the immortal artifact has been sealed by me. For at least 8,000 years, your life will be safe. But there is one thing, you must never set foot in the ruins of Uniton again, otherwise even the golden immortal of Daluo will not be able to save you. Taiyu Immortal Venerable gave a final reminder. Thank you, Immortal Venerable. A hint of joy appeared on Zhao Sheng's face. And he bowed deeply to Taiyu Immortal Venerable. After the spell just now, Taiyu Immortal Venerable's body had dimmed a lot, and it looked a little transparent. It must be that he had consumed too much energy, and this projection of his immortal thoughts could not last too long. However, he did not care at all, and said lightly, Taishanganying sect is a branch of our sect. The sect's spiritual treasure, Chunjinpot, has a special mission. You should not provoke it in the future to avoid trouble. Yes, Zhao Sheng nodded and agreed. Very good. You still need to pay attention to what I have told you. But there is no need to be too anxious, otherwise you will lose your life in vain, which will undoubtedly be a waste of my efforts. Taiyu Immortal Venerable seemed to attach great importance to Zhao Sheng, and he even reminded him before leaving. What could Zhao Sheng say? He could only solemnly assure the army again and again that he would never be careless. I will go to rest. As the voice fell, the Taiyu Immortal Venerable suddenly transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing from Zhao Sheng's perception. Seeing the Immortal Venerable's departure, Zhao Sheng let out a long breath, his heart slowly settling. Then, with a flash of his body, he suddenly sat back on his cushion, eyes closed, and instantly entered a meditative state, absorbing the countless insights from this adventure. 2 years later, in a vast land of emerald waters and verdant mountains, a black light shot out from afar, stopping midair. The figure revealed itself to be a black-robed elder with a youthful face and white hair. His eyes held a bloodthirsty, sinister look, and a faint purple light shone deep in his pupils. He surveyed his surroundings for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. This deserted place, with its thin spiritual energy, was a perfect place for retreat. With a flash of his body, he suddenly flew into a valley, stopping before a secluded rock face. The black-robed elder snapped his fingers, and countless black lights shot out, quickly carving a spacious cavern within the rock face. In a blink of an eye, a temporary abode was complete. He then set up numerous formations and restrictions both inside and outside the cave, finally entering the innermost chamber with confidence and sitting cross-legged. Gradually, his chaotic desires subsided, and the bloodthirsty red glow in the black-robed elder's eyes faded, his gaze slowly returning to its normal clarity. Now, above his purple soul sea, a hideous monster with an indigo face and fangs suddenly possessed his nascent soul form, seemingly attempting to seize his soul. The black-robed elder was known as the Juxing Patriarch, but his true identity was the last nascent soul cultivator of the Ghost God sect. During the catastrophe that wiped out his clan, he had happened to be traveling to the central continent to collect treasures, thus luckily escaping the calamity. After the Ghost God sect's mysterious demise, all surviving remnants were hunted down by the major righteous forces in the world of immortal cultivation, causing the sect's number of disciples to rapidly dwindle. The remaining ones went into hiding, daring not to reappear. The black-robed elder, as the most advanced of the remnants, was naturally subjected to the most brutal pursuit and suppression. In his most dangerous encounter, he was simultaneously besieged by 3 righteous nascent soul cultivators. With no other options, he self-destructed his own divine banner, narrowly escaping certain death. Chapter 724, Refining Treasures, Enlightenment and Heavenly Punishment. It never rains but it pours. Ever since the self-destruction of his natal divine banner, the black-robed elder had been horrified by a terrifying discovery. A strange ghost had appeared from the depths of his soul sea, entwined with his nascent soul body. Even more terrifying, his mind and consciousness were constantly under the influence of the ghost, gradually becoming bloodthirsty and violent, and often losing his sanity. At the same time, he constantly felt a calling, as if he had lost something most precious, and his heart was filled with an intense longing to regain it. For the past 6 months, the image of a crimson blood banner had recurred in his mind. Each time it appeared, the strange ghost would erode a portion of his sanity, causing him immense fear. As a high-ranking figure within the Ghost God sect, the black-robed elder was well aware of the terrifying power of the sect's most precious treasure, the Red Divine Banner. He tried every possible means to resist the Red Divine Shadow's erosion, but to little avail. Over time, his desires and impulses grew stronger, and his lapses into sanity became more frequent. Despite his utmost efforts to combat his inner desires, Months of wandering finally led him to the outskirts of the Cloud and Mist Mountains. By this time, Patriarch Zhao Sheng was well aware that the sect's most precious treasure, the Red Divine Banner, lay within the deepest reaches of the mountain range. He could even faintly sense its constant wailing, beckoning him to rescue it from its suffering. This filled Patriarch Zhao Sheng with utter fear. If possible, he would flee to the ends of the earth, never daring to set foot within the Zhao clan's compound. He knew full well that the mysterious powerhouse who had destroyed the Ghost God clan and imprisoned the Red Divine Banner was now in seclusion within the Zhao clan's compound. Facing such a formidable figure, not only a mere nascent soul, but even 100 nascent souls would be no match for him. Contemplating his bleak future, Patriarch Zhao Sheng's face was filled with despair, just as the Zhao Sheng ancestor fell into despair. From the depths of a vast, empty Taoist temple beneath New Zhao City, waves of miserable howls and curses emanated. This god will never submit to the lowly human race. A blood-red crystal banner, several feet tall, hovered in the air above the temple. Unfolding across the sky, a giant Qi-Shen figure, over 10 feet tall, emerged from it. Nearly 105 colored lightning chains entwined the Qi-Shen giant's body. Red, green, yellow, black, and white lightning and fire licked its body, causing it to wail in agony. Its spirit gradually twisted and became transparent, shrinking in size. Zhao Sheng stood beneath the red god banner, his mind constantly pulsing. He saw the 5 laws of thunder intertwining and forming complex patterns, manifesting through lightning and fire, and repeatedly inflicting them upon the red god banner's true spirit. It was clear that he was using this true spirit to practice Taoist techniques. It must be said that the Red Divine Banner truly lived up to its reputation as the Qi clan's most precious treasure. Its true spirit had completely inherited the Qi clan's legacy, harboring an unwavering hatred for humanity. Even after years of repeated burning by the 5 elements lightning and fire, it remained untamed and stubborn. Spiritual treasures have been rare since ancient times. And the Yuanyang spiritual treasure is even more elusive. Despite the Red Divine Banner's refusal to yield, Zhao Sheng remained unwilling to relinquish this hard-won Yuanyang spiritual treasure. Of course, if absolutely necessary, he could only obliterate the artifact's true spirit and cultivate a new one. However, this would inevitably degrade the Red Divine Banner to the level of a true form spiritual treasure, and all the previous accumulation of tens of thousands of years would be wasted. Time slipped by. Under the relentless burning of the 5 elements lightning and fire, the Red Divine Spirit transformed into a round, blood-red ball of light, like a chicken egg, hoping to minimize spiritual damage. Zhao Sheng took no notice of this, having already devoted 90% of his energy to deducing the interplay between the 5 elements and the laws of thunder. He continually deduced countless configurations, but most quickly collapsed and were eliminated. However, amidst the vicissitudes of time, a few stabilized and were soon employed upon the red spiritual venerable. With the emergence of each newfound thunder technique, Zhao Sheng's mind grew increasingly clear, a sudden sense of understanding taking hold within him, a faint glimpse of a new, higher realm. Simultaneously, his divine consciousness and his primordial spiritual awareness merged imperceptibly, the ember-like return to void mana within him silently transforming from a hazy purple to a riot of color. Within the purple mansion Soul Sea, at the edge of the sky, a dazzling array of brilliant lightning flashes emerged, gold, red, black, cyan, platinum, and so on, a dazzling riot of color. Behind all the lightning, countless three-dimensional silk strings seemed to emerge, constantly interweaving and overlapping, merging and diverging to form one vast and boundless world after another of laws. Zhao Sheng seemed to soar above the heavens and earth, and for the first time, with unprecedented clarity, he looked down and surveyed the boundless world of laws below. In a trance, he felt as if he had touched the deep origin of the great laws. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, an incredible thunderous sound suddenly rang out from the world of laws. The sound seemed to come from the beginning of time, and also seemed to come from an unknown future. Zhao Sheng suddenly woke up, horrified to find that his spiritual consciousness and awareness were almost exhausted, and his mana was completely gone. At this moment, the red divine banner had fallen to the ground, its blood red flagged him and covered with a layer of solidified 5-colored lightning crystals. Law crystals? Zhao Sheng cried out in shock, his face pale. He had never expected to refining this treasure to yield such a great reward. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. At this moment, countless flashes of inspiration flooded Zhao Sheng's mind. With a sudden wave of his hands, layers of barriers instantly appeared on the walls surrounding the dojo, enveloping the entire facility. Zhao Sheng pulled out a bottle of Dragon Tiger returning elixir, poured out a dragon-patterned cyan pill, and placed it in his mouth. He then channeled his inner energy to refine the medicinal power. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of mana descended from the sea of qi in his danshan. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, comprehending this revelation while refining the medicinal power, rapidly restoring his depleted mana. A moment later, a vast ocean of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared throughout the dojo. From its depths, a towering figure loomed, resembling a living immortal. In seclusion, time passes by like a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the Yunwu Mountains had reached winter. That day, snow fell heavily, and the wind was biting cold. As dusk fell, the ground within the hundreds-mile-wide Nuzhou city suddenly shook violently. A massive pillar of azure light shot up from the city's center, piercing the heavens. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 3,000-mile radius suddenly poured into the city, stirring up a blanket of snow and causing a sudden shift in the celestial phenomena. Vast black clouds suddenly appeared, filling the sky in an instant, coalescing into a boundless mass of thick, heavy clouds that cast a shroud of darkness over the city below. Then, lightning and thunder erupted from the clouds, serpents of lightning dancing across the sky, and a deafening roar of thunder suddenly filled the air. The city's residents were startled at first, then filled with ecstasy. A thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation had arrived. Haha, I wonder which ancestor in the clan has achieved perfect merit and chosen to undergo a tribulation today. Judging by the overwhelming force, it's probably even more terrifying than the legendary nascent soul tribulation. Oh, something terrible is happening. Everyone, run, everyone, hide inside. Be careful not to be struck by lightning, God is merciless. Nuzhou City will be destroyed today. How dare this damned beast choose to undergo a tribulation in this city? If I ever find out who it is, I'll tear you to pieces. Of the millions of residents in the city, most unleashed a torrent of curses at the person undergoing the tribulation, using an unspeakable amount of obscenity. Since ancient times, cultivators have chosen desolate and uninhabited areas to undergo their tribulation, partly to avoid harming innocent people. The person who chose Nuzhou City to undergo the tribulation today had violated the greatest taboo in the world of cultivation, sparking outrage and hatred throughout the Zhao clan. Yet, few knew that the one being reviled by countless people was none other than Zhao Mengan, the Zhao clan's most venerable and noble ancestor. In fact, even Zhao Sheng hadn't anticipated the magnitude of the incident. He had barely refined Zhao Mengan's nascent soul into the spiritual axis when the outer heavenly Dao suddenly erupted in anger, instantly bringing down divine wrath. Zhao Sheng frowned at the calamity clouds rising in the sky. He then snatched up the spiritual axis crystal bead, and in a flash, he vanished from the underground academy. Following his disappearance, the calamity clouds seemed to have lost their target. The number of lightning and thunder snakes dwindled significantly, and the roaring sound suddenly became sparse. Before long, the dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the sky returned to calm. The entire celestial phenomenon, from its beginning to its inexplicable end, lasted only 100 or so breaths. This scene left the entire city completely bewildered, leaving only the few who knew about it in a state of panic, eager to break into the underground academy. What's going on? Could it be that the ancestor has failed? Third brother, don't act rashly. Until Zaizu appears. We can only wait patiently, Alice. There wasn't much hope to begin with. It seems the ancestor has had bad luck this time and hasn't been able to change his fate. Shut up. How dare you say such depressing words? If you fail, I'll hold you accountable. As the 7 or 8 Zhao family giants Henrin discussed the matter, Zhao Lioner, dressed in a long green lotus dress, turned to her mother and gently asked, "Mother, can you sense the ancestors?" Ancestor Han's aura has disappeared, but his soul lamp is still on, said the young woman in green, Zhao Xingao, calmly. The words of the family's new ancestor silenced everyone, who looked at each other, unsure what to do. Ancestor Menghan's soul lamp was now in the hands of Ancestor Xingao, so her words were unquestionable. Huh? Grandfather's not dead. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The speaker was a golden-robed elder with a face as pale as a jujube. This was none other than Zhao Bachi, the current patriarch of the Zhao family and a giant and 9th-level true immortal. Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions relaxed, and they began to speak of things like, "Grandfather has great fortune and will surely escape unscathed," An hour later, the tightly closed stone door of the Taoist temple slowly opened, and an overwhelming and powerful pressure instantly emanated from it, instantly causing the giant and true immortals outside to turn pale and fall to the ground. Zhao Xingyu's expression changed, and he suddenly grabbed his daughter's hand, taking several steps back before finally stabilizing himself. A muffled laugh suddenly erupted from behind the door, followed by a massive puppet over 3 meters tall, with a tiger's head and a human body. At the puppet's waist hung a gleaming, broad sword. Its movement shook the earth and mountains, and the very air vibrated violently, as if struck by some impact. With the appearance of the spirit puppet, vast calamity clouds once again appeared in the sky. However, this time, the clouds were vastly different from the previous ones. Their scale shrunk immeasurably, covering only a few thousand square kilometers, roughly the size of a divine transformation thunder tribulation. Divine transformation thunder tribulation? It seems the laws of the lower realms aren't so perfect, and their operating principles have many loopholes. Zhao Sheng observed the clouds in the sky, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, he turned to look at the tiger-headed human puppet. Undoubtedly, the puppet was being controlled by Zhao Menghun. Zhao Menghun showed no fear of the divine transformation thunder tribulation. Instead, he proudly raised his head and suddenly, silently, crashed into the stone wall above, creating a huge hole in its place. Boom! The ground suddenly broke apart, and the tiger-headed spirit puppet flew through the air, disappearing into the vast calamity clouds in an instant. The next moment, the clouds churned violently, and countless thunderbolts erupted, illuminating the dim earth in an instant. A blinding flash of sword light ripped through the clouds, and countless white sword beams followed, like a myriad of flowers blooming. In an instant, the calamity clouds in the sky were shattered. Countless calamity thunders bombarded the majestic, enormous spirit puppet, but surprisingly, they had no effect. The tiger-headed spirit puppet remained unscathed, its movements even more agile. Its sword beams surged in power, slicing through the barriers of time and space, revealing a series of terrifying, dark abyssal marks in the sky. This horrifying scene sent countless Zhao clan members shuddering and urinating. However, the Zhao cultivators reacted differently. Most believed the family had given birth to another nascent soul ancestor, completely unaware that the Zhao clan's fate would be forever altered. Even Zhao Sheng, the mastermind, couldn't determine how many years Zhao Menghun, now a spirit puppet, would live. However, even in the most pessimistic scenario, Zhao Menghun could easily live for 10,000 years. As long as he remained conscious, tens of thousands of years would be no problem. To some extent, the method of transforming into a spirit puppet could be considered an alternative method of longevity. However, this ancient spirit puppet currently only exists in the immortal burial ruins and is nowhere to be found outside. Therefore, the value of this longevity method is low and can only be used for reference. The clouds of tribulation quickly dissipated, and a divine transformation thunder tribulation ended unexpectedly with a whimper. The Zhao family's giant and cultivators were stunned and almost dazed. Zhao Sheng's expression relaxed, and suddenly his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the horizon. Thousands of miles away, 2 beams of light, one black and one purple, were flying towards them. The aura emanating from the light was extremely majestic, and it was surprising that they were both cultivators in the nascent soul realm. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and suddenly his figure flashed, blending into the surrounding void and disappearing. 2 breaths later, 2 beams of light approached. The brilliance faded, revealing 2 figures. One was a white-haired young man in a red robe and a tall crown, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, and a distinctly arrogant expression on his face. The other was an elderly man in a black robe. Who else could it be but the Juxing patriarch? Gazing at the tiger-headed puppet slowly descending from the sky, the 2 wore different expressions. One appeared excited, while the other trembled with nervousness. The next few hundred words are a separate addition. Chapter 725 Goodbye Chunjin. Hey, what kind of new puppet is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The white-haired young man exclaimed in surprise, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Spirit puppets are essentially soul puppets, specially refined to adapt to the special environment of the burial immortal ruins. Therefore, they appear mysterious and reserved, like ordinary creatures, with no discernible power. Unaware of its power, the white-haired young man was naturally not afraid. He had no idea that the person undergoing the tribulation today would be the tiger-headed puppet before him. Zhao Xingyu, dressed in green, had a slight expression on his face. He immediately soared into the air, flying across from the 2 of them, and shouted, "Who are you, and why are you trespassing on our Zhao clan's territory?" As she questioned him, the tiger-headed spirit puppet landed beside her, its ember-like crystal eyes staring across, a cold glint in their gaze. "Haha, from what you're saying, is this Yanwu Zhao clan a den of dragons and tigers, with outsiders forbidden to enter?" The white-haired young man was arrogant by nature. He smiled coldly when he heard that and retorted sarcastically, "My Yanwu Zhao family welcomes friends to come, but we will not receive anyone with bad intentions. You guys should leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for not telling you in advance," Zhao Zingaiyu said in a tougher tone and expressionless face. Seeing this, the tiger-headed spirit puppet on the side silently raised the giant sword in his hand. "Hey, I'm not leaving today, what can you do to me?" The white-haired young man laughed angrily, then sneered with his hands folded across his chest. This person was born in King Niu Palace and was known as Wu Shengzi. He was extremely powerful and was close to the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. He could almost be called one of the strongest under the great cultivators. In addition, King Niu Palace was the foremost leader of the demonic path, with unfathomable influence. The true lords of transformation had been there from generation to generation, making them worthy of being called the oldest overlord of the demonic path in the Chunsheng realm. Wu Shengzi and old ancestor Juxing were old friends with similar interests. A month ago, old ancestor Juxing suddenly found him, and first cried and complained, claiming that he had nowhere else to go, so he wanted to seek refuge under the King Niu Palace. Then, to show his sincerity, he confidently claimed that someone had dug up a secret treasure vault of the Ghost God sect, and that a precious treasure of the sect had fallen into the hands of that person. This precious treasure was a heavenly demon 10,000 souls banner left behind by the first true lord of the Ghost God sect, and its grade had reached the level of a spiritual treasure. He willingly revealed the man's identity and surrendered the heavenly demon myriad souls banner in exchange for his life. As expected, Wu Shengzi was moved by his words, his greed aroused. He immediately reassured his old friend that once he secured the treasure, he would be immediately ushered into the palace and offered him the position of guest elder. The Juxing patriarch was overjoyed, and that very day, he and his old friend Wu Shengzi hurried across continents and seized the vicinity of the Yunwu Mountains. Upon learning that the treasure had fallen into the hands of the Zhao family, Wu Shengzi was furious and attempted to force his way in. However, the Juxing patriarch spoke kindly, explaining that the Zhao family possessed extraordinary ancestry. Yunwu Mountain was their millennia-old home, and was filled with formations and restrictions. Most importantly, the Zhao family also contained 2 nascent soul cultivators, and they must not be taken lightly. While Wu Shengzi considered himself supremely powerful, he was not without wisdom. After listening to Patriarch Juxing's advice, the 2 men patiently remained hidden in Yunwu Mountain. This lurk lasted 7 days. 7 days was enough time for Wu Shengzi to ascertain one thing: numerous ghost and god sect-style treasures had been shed from the Zhao family in recent years. Seeing this, Wu Shengzi no longer doubted Patriarch Juxing's words. Until today, when a sudden thunder tribulation struck, the 2 men were immediately alarmed. Seeing the calamity clouds in the sky approaching and retreating even faster, the 2 men were overjoyed, unanimously believing that the calamity-stricken individual had perished under the thunder. Seizing the opportunity, they immediately decided to exploit the Zhao family's low morale and march without delay to the Zhao headquarters, attempting to force the emperor to abdicate. Wait a moment, Patriarch Juxing, sensing the situation was dire, suddenly extended his hand to block his friend's advance, then said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please do not misunderstand. We too have come today not to antagonize the Zhao family. We simply seek the return of our sect's treasures. By the way, this is fellow Taoist Wu Shengzi, from King Niu Palace. My name is Juxing, and I am now a homeless man. Our sect suffered an inexplicable disaster several years ago, and there are only a few disciples left in the sect." Patriarch Juxing looked gloomy, and a blood-red banner quietly appeared on the palm of his right hand, which was the symbol of the ghost god sect. Zhao Zingaiyu was unmoved. After looking at Patriarch Juxing coldly, he said indifferently, "For the sake of King Niu Palace, you can go, but you stay." The first one you mentioned was Wu Shengzi, and the second one was naturally Patriarch Juxing. Haha, what an arrogant tone. I heard that your Zhao family is from the Xianzhu realm, and you still claim to be the #1 family in Xianzhu. Seeing it today, it turns out that your tone is really too arrogant. Humph, a group of stray dogs dare to speak arrogantly here. Wu Shengzi didn't take Zhao Zingayu's warning seriously at all. After all, it had come to this point, and the Zhao family only had a junior who had just been promoted to the nascent soul stage to hold the fort. As for that Master Xianzhen, he still didn't dare to show up, and he might have passed away in secret. It was no big secret that Zhao Menghen's time was up, and those who were interested had known it for a long time. Seeing that Master Xianzhen didn't show up, Wu Shengzi of course thought that he was dead, so he became even more fearless. A stray dog, Zhao Xingai was so angry when she heard this, her eyes turned red, and a trace of tyranny appeared on her face. She immediately turned around and kowtowed to Linking, and said respectfully, "Xingaiyu respectfully asks the ancestor to take action and take down these two lunatics." Before Wu Shengzi and Juxing Patriarch could react, the tiger-headed spirit puppets suddenly vanished from their sight with incredible speed. Their minds barely caught the spirit puppet's trajectory, but their bodies couldn't react at all. Compared to the lightning-fast spirit puppet, their movements were as slow as two wooden sticks stuck in place. In a flash, Wu Shengzi barely had time to activate the life-saving device in his arms before a vast expanse of pitch-black flame materialized before him, and he was suddenly enveloped by the 9-nether demonic flame. The pitch-black flame, plucked from an alien meteorite, possessed a mysterious origin yet possessed an all-consuming corrosive power. This demonic flame seemed to contain unimaginable heat, and wherever it passed, the very air seemed to be distorted and seared. However, in the presence of the spirit puppet, the 9-nether demonic flame, no matter how powerful, could not corrode the bright silver giant sword in the slightest. Aside from Zhao Sheng, no one knew that this seemingly ordinary bright silver giant sword was even rarer than a top-grade magic weapon. It was actually a spiritual treasure. Bang! The brilliant silver sword easily shattered the barrier of demonic flames and struck Wu Shengzi on the forehead. An indescribable force surged through his body, instantly knocking him unconscious. Immediately afterwards, the spirit puppet extended its free left hand, its fan-sized palm striking Juxing ancestor's forehead, instantly condemning him to Wu Shengzi's fate. Then, the tiger-headed spirit puppet, carrying both of them with its sword, slowly returned to its original position. The entire process seemed long, yet incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, the two nascent soul ancestors were imprisoned. The spirit puppet's attack was truly astonishing, shocking not only Zhao Xingaiyu, the Cloud and Rain Fairy, but also countless members of the Zhao clan. Zhao Sheng, lurking in the shadows, watched the entire process unfold, but felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The tiger-headed spirit puppet's attack had been too slow. It was indeed because Zhao Menghen had been too weak in his lifetime. His mere nascent soul body was incapable of realizing the spirit puppet's true potential. You should know that the true combat power of an intact spirit puppet is comparable to that of a semi-immortal who has returned to the void realm. The key to the spirit puppet's power lies in the 4 words real-time. It's the same breath of time. However, the definition of a breath varies between different realms. Wu Shengzi and the others felt like a breath had passed, but to the spirit puppet, it felt like dozens of breaths. In other words, they were too slow. This is too fast. Congratulations, ancestor, for reversing life and death and becoming invincible from now on. Zhao Xingaiyu quickly recovered from his shock and bowed to the spirit puppet with a look of ecstasy. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared before the two of them. With a single wave of his hand, a gray ring fell in front of the tiger-headed spirit puppet, which reached out to catch it. This Sumeru ring will be kept by you from now on. I have placed something inside. You will be able to deal with it in the future. Hearing what Zizu said, the tiger-headed spirit puppet immediately nodded repeatedly, and at the same time said in a muffled voice, Menghen will not disappoint Zizu's expectations. In the future, he will definitely send the Zhao family to the top of this world and restore the glory of our Xianzu's #1 family. After becoming a spirit puppet, Zhao Menghen has lost most of his emotions and desires, and his temperament has become indifferent and taciturn. Now is the first time he has spoken. Zhao Sheng nodded without comment, then his eyes fell on Zhao Xingaiyu's face, and he said lightly, since these two idiots have come to our door, let's stay here. With these two Yuanying to drive, you can have more time to practice. After all, the Yuanying is too weak. I have high expectations of you. I hope to see you again in the Tai spirit world in the future. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and sent out 2 rays of forbidden divine light, which hit the eyebrows of Wu Shengzi and Juxing Patriarch respectively. From then on, if no one in the fusion realm took action, no one could unlock the restrictions in their soul sea. Shengzi and the other two could only obey Zhao Xingyu's orders, not daring to have a trace of resistance. Zhao Xingyu heard that Zizu was about to leave, and immediately ignored his excitement and hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Zizu, the young Wu Zhao family is now in a state of disrepair and needs Zizu's guidance. And, don't worry. I won't leave now. As for when to leave, I will leave when it's time to go, Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted her. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyu was slightly relieved. At this time, Zhao Sheng ordered, I am going to Chunjin Cave Heaven to stay for a few days. You two can handle the rest of the matter. Zizu, the Chunjin patriarch has a strange temper and may refuse to let you in. Otherwise, Zhao Menghan heard this and immediately spoke up to dissuade them. Haha, I know what's going on. You don't need to worry. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared into thin air. Grandfather, do you think that when Zizu leaves, he will fight with Grandfather Chunjin again? Zhao Xingyu's eyes were anxious, and he suddenly sent a message to the spirit puppet. The tiger-headed spirit puppet said nothing, simply raised its bright silver giant sword and stabbed Shengzi and the other two with one blow. Then it turned and flew towards the back mountain, quickly disappearing behind the mountains. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyu sighed with loss, feeling that the real grandfather Menghan had quietly passed away, never to return. At this moment, a series of escaping lights flew up from the city, rapidly approaching her. Zhao Xingyu saw this and slowly descended. Facing the group of younger giant and cultivators, his expression suddenly became majestic and solemn. Listen up, everyone. The matter of our ancestors' reincarnation after death is a top secret of our clan and must not be revealed. As for this calamity, spread the word as quickly as possible, saying that an ancestor from the spirit world recently happened to pass by our clan, and that the thunder calamity was the ancestor's handiwork. The specifics of the words are up to you, but try to keep it as ambiguous as possible. Upon hearing this, the group of giant and true immortals immediately responded with a roar of agreement, then beamed with joy, unable to hold back their excited laughter. They all knew that this day was the day the young Wu Zhao family was reborn. From then on, the Zhao family was fearless and had a bright future. Above the Death Star, a figure quietly emerged. Zhao Sheng gazed at the earth. What he saw was vast expanses of solidified magma everywhere on the surface. Dark brown basalt covered the mountains and plains, almost covering nearly 30% of the planet's land. Extinct volcanoes towered above the earth, looking like dead giants. The last war had permanently changed the landscape of the Death Star, and near the equator, a huge abyss with a diameter of thousands of miles and an unfathomable depth had suddenly appeared. Zhao Sheng's figure flashed and he instantly arrived at the bottom of the abyss. He saw a gigantic, milky white wine jug 1,000 feet long suspended in midair, emitting a faint glow. His sudden arrival immediately startled the Chunjin boy. In a fraction of a second, the 1,000-foot-long cauldron suddenly blazed with light, and a ball of white light shot out from its mouth. The light twisted and distorted, then instantly solidified into a pale, short, chubby boy. Chunjin's eyes darted around, his expression wary as he gazed at Zhao Sheng, who was not far away. He suddenly shouted, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get out, little fatty. It seems I didn't hurt you enough last time. Are you craving another beating?" Zhao Sheng deliberately lifted his sleeves, a fierce expression on his face. Chunjin panicked, waving his hands and shouting, "Wait, what? Are you begging for mercy?" Zhao Sheng paused and teased. "Don't be so arrogant. This Grandmaster is not to be trifled with. I have 9 sworn brothers and sisters. Each of them is superior to the Yuanyang spiritual treasure. My eldest brother even possesses the Tongshan spiritual treasure, the immortal slaying sword. If you are not afraid of death, just go ahead and make your move. When I call my big brother over, you will be dead." Chunjin Tongzi appeared to be timid but secretly very nervous and confused. What puzzled him was that he had clearly reported the news long ago, so why had no one come to deal with the evil spirit on the other side? Chunjin Tongzi never expected that it was not that the higher-ups had not sent people down to the lower world, but that they had already come. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.